Section 21 of the Martyrdom of Man by Winwood READE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Religion. Part 6. The prophet of Nazareth did not differ in temperament and character from the noble prophets of the ancient period. He preached, as they did, the religion of the heart. He attacked, as they did, the ceremonial laws. He offered, as they did, consolation to the poor. He poured forth, as they did, invectives against the rulers and the rich. But his predictions were entirely different from theirs, for he lived, theologically speaking, in another world. The old prophets could only urge men to do good that the Lord might make them prosperous on earth, or, at the most, that they might obtain an everlasting name. They could only promise to the people the restoration of Jerusalem and the good things of the Gentiles, the reconciliation of Judah and Ephraim, and the gathering of the dispersed. The morality which Jesus preached was also supported by promises and threats, but by promises and threats of a more exalted kind. It was also based upon self-interest, but upon self-interest applied to a future life. For this he was indebted to the age in which he lived. He was superior as a prophet to Isaiah, as Newton as an astronomer was superior to Kepler, Kepler to Copernicus, Copernicus to Ptolemy, Ptolemy to Hipparchus, and Hipparchus to the unknown Egyptian or Chaldean priest who first began to register eclipses and to catalogue the stars. Jesus was a carpenter by trade, and was urged by a prophetic call to leave his workshop and to go forth into the world, preaching the gospel which he had received. The current fancies respecting the approaching destruction of the world, the conquest of the evil power, and the reign of God had fermented in his mind, and had made him the subject of a remarkable hallucination. He believed that he was the promised Messiah, or Son of Man, who would be sent to prepare the world for the kingdom of God, and who would be appointed to judge the souls of men, and to reign over them on earth. He was a man of the people, a rustic and an artisan. He was also an imitator of the ancient prophets, whose works he studied and whose words were always on his lips. Thus he was led, as man and prophet, to take the part of the poor. He sympathised deeply with the outcasts, the afflicted, and the oppressed, to children and to women, to all who suffered and shed tears, to all from whom men turned with loathing and contempt, to the girl of evil life who bemoaned her shame, to the tax-gatherer who crouched before his God in humility and woe, to the sorrowful in spirit and the weak in heart, to the weary and the heavy laden, Jesus appeared as a shining angel with words sweet as the honeycomb and bright as the golden day. He laid his hands on the heads of the lowly. He bade the sorrowful be of good cheer, for the day of their deliverance and their glory was at hand. If we regard Jesus only in his relations with those whose brief and bitter lives he purified from evil and illumined with ideal joys, we might believe him to have been the perfect type of a meek and suffering saint. But his character had two sides, and we must look at both. Such is the imperfection of human nature that extreme love is counterbalanced by extreme hate. Every virtue has its attendant vice, which is excited by the same stimulants, which is nourished by the same food. Martyrs and persecutors resemble one another. Their minds are composed of the same materials. The man who will suffer death for his religious faith will endeavour to enforce it even unto death. In fact, if Christianity were true, religious persecution would become a pious and charitable duty. If God designs to punish men for their opinions, it would be an act of mercy to mankind to extinguish such opinions. By burning the bodies of those who diffuse them, many souls would be saved that would otherwise be lost. And so there would be an economy of torment in the long run. It is therefore not surprising that enthusiasts should be intolerant. Jesus was not able to display the spirit of a persecutor in his deeds, but he displayed it in his words. Believing that it was in his power to condemn his fellow creatures to eternal torture, he did so condemn by anticipation all the rich and almost all the learned men among the Jews. It was his belief that God reigned in heaven, but that Satan reigned on earth. In a few years God would invade and subdue the earth. It was therefore his prayer, "Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven." God's will was not at that time done on earth, which was in the possession of the Prince of Darkness. It was evident, therefore, that all prosperous men were favourites of Satan, and that the unfortunate were favourites of God. Those would go with their master to eternal pain. These would be rewarded by their master with eternal joy. He did not say that Dives was bad or that Lazarus was good, but merely that Dives had received his good things on earth and Lazarus his evil things on earth, that afterwards Lazarus was rewarded and Dives tormented. Dives might have been as virtuous as the Archbishop of Canterbury, who was also clothed in fine linen and who fares sumptuously every day. Lazarus might have been as vicious as the Lambeth pauper who prowls round the palace gates, and whose mind, like his body, is full of sores. Not only the inoffensive rich were doomed by Jesus to hell fire, but also all those who did anything to merit the esteem of their fellow men. Even those that were happy and enjoyed life, unless it was in his own company, were lost souls. "Woe unto you that are rich," said he, "for ye have received your consolation. Woe unto you that are full, for ye shall hunger. Woe unto you that laugh now, for ye shall mourn and weep. Woe unto you when all men shall speak well of you, for so did their fathers of the false prophets." He also pronounced eternal punishment on all those who refused to join him. "He that believeth and is baptized," said he, "shall be saved. He that believeth not shall be damned." He supposed that when the kingdom of God was established on earth he would reign over it as viceroy. Those who wished to live under him in that kingdom must renounce all the pleasures of Satan's world. They must sell their property and give the proceeds to the poor, discard all domestic ties, cultivate self-abasement, and do nothing which could possibly raise them in the esteem of other people. For they could not serve two masters. They could not be rewarded in the kingdom of this world, which was ruled by Satan, and also in the new kingdom, which would be ruled by God. If they gave a dinner, they were not to ask their rich friends, lest they should be asked back to dinner, and thus lose their reward. They must ask only the poor, and for that benevolent action they would be recompensed thereafter. They were not to give alms in public, or to pray in public. And when they fasted, they were to pretend to feast, for if it was perceived that they were devout men, and were praised for their devotion, they would lose their reward. Robbery and violence they were not to resist. If a man smote them on one cheek, they were to offer him the other also. If he took their coat, they were to give him their shirt. If he forced them to go with him 1 mile, they were to go with him 2. They were to love their enemies, to do good to them that did them evil. And why? Not because it was good so to do, but that they might be paid for the same with compound interest in a future state. It might be supposed that, as in the philosophy of Jesus poverty was equivalent to virtue, and misery a passport to eternal bliss, sickness would be also a beatific state. But Jesus, like the other Jews, believed that sickness proceeded from sin. In Palestine it was always held that a priest or a prophet was the best physician, and prayer, with the laying on of hands, the most efficacious of all medicines. Among the sins of Asa it is mentioned that, having sore feet, he went to a doctor instead of to the Lord. Jesus informed those on whom he had laid his hands that their sins were forgiven them, and warned those he healed to sin no more, lest a worse thing should come upon them. Such theological practitioners have always existed in the East, and exist there at the present day. A text from the Koran written on a board and washed off into a cup of water is considered God's own physic, and as the patient believes in it, and as the mind can sometimes influence the body, the disease is occasionally healed upon the spot. The exploits of the miracle doctor are exaggerated in his lifetime, and after his death it is declared that he restored sight to men that were born blind, cleansed the lepers, made the lame to walk, cured the incurable, and raised the dead to life. In Jerusalem the scribe had succeeded to the seer. The Jews had already a proverb, "A scholar is greater than a prophet." The supernatural gift was regarded with suspicion, and if successful with the vulgar, excited envy and indignation. In the East, at the present day, there is a permanent hostility between the mullah, or doctor of the law, and the dervish, the illiterate man of God. Jesus was, in point of fact, a dervish, and the learned Pharisees were not inclined to admit the authority of one who spoke a rustic patois and misplaced the aspirate, and who was, no doubt, like other prophets, uncouth in his appearance and uncleanly in his garb. At Jerusalem Jesus completely failed, and this failure appears to have stung him into bitter abuse of his successful rivals, the missionary Pharisees, and into the wildest extravagance of speech. He called the learned doctors a generation of vipers, whited sepulchres, and serpents. He declared that they should not escape the damnation of hell. Because they had made the washing of hands before dinner a religious ablution, Jesus, with equal bigotry, would not wash his hands at all, though people eat with the hand in the East and dip their hands in the same dish. He told his disciples that if a man called another a fool, he would be in danger of hellfire, and whoever spoke against the Holy Ghost, it would not be forgiven him, neither in this world nor in the world to come. He said that if a man had done anything wrong with his hand or his eye, it were better for him to cut off his guilty hand or to pluck out his guilty eye, rather than to go with his whole body into hell. He cursed a fig tree because it bore no fruit, although it was not the season of fruit, an action as rational as that of Xerxes, who flogged the sea. He retorted to those who accused him of breaking the Sabbath that he was above the Sabbath. It is evident that a man who talked in such a manner, who believed that it was in his power to abrogate the laws of the land, to forgive sins, to bestow eternal happiness upon his friends, and to send all those who differed from him to everlasting flames, would lay himself open to a charge of blasphemy. And it is also evident that the generation of vipers would not hesitate to take advantage of the circumstance. But whatever share personal enmity might have had in the charges that were made against him, he was lawfully condemned according to Bible law. He declared in open court that they would see him descending in the clouds at the right hand of the power of God. The high priest tore his robes in horror. False prophecy and blasphemy had been uttered to his face. After the execution of Jesus, his disciples did not return to Galilee. They waited at Jerusalem for his second coming. They believed that he had died as a human sacrifice for the sins of the people, and that he would speedily return with an army of angels to establish the kingdom of God on earth. Already in his lifetime these simple creatures had begun to dispute about the dignities which they should hold at court, and Jesus, who was not less simple than themselves, had promised that they should sit on 12 thrones judging the 12 tribes of Israel. He had assured them again and again, in the most positive language, that this event would take place in their own lifetime. "Verily, verily," he said, "there are some standing here who shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." They therefore remained at Jerusalem and scrupulously followed his commands. They established a community of goods, or at least gave away their superfluities to the poorer members of the church, and had charitable arrangements for relieving the sick. They admitted proselytes with the ceremony of baptism. At the evening repast, which they held together, they broke bread and drank wine in a certain solemn manner, as Jesus had been wont to do, and as they especially remembered he did at the Last Supper. But in all respects they were Jews, just as Jesus himself had been a Jew. They attended divine service in the temple. They offered up the customary sacrifices. They kept the Sabbath. They abstained from forbidden meats. They held merely the one dogma that Jesus was the Messiah, and that he would return in power and glory to judge the earth. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Martyrdom of Man by Winwood READE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Religion. Part 7. Jerusalem was frequented at the time of the pilgrimage by thousands of Jews from the great cities of Europe, North Africa, and Asia Minor. These pilgrims were of a very different class from the fishermen of Galilee. They were Jews in religion, but they were scarcely Jews in nationality. They were members of great and flourishing municipalities. They enjoyed political liberty and civil rights. They prayed in Greek and read the Bible in Greek translation. Their doctrine was tolerant and latitudinarian. At Alexandria there was a school of Jews who had mingled the metaphysics of Plato with their own theology. Many of these Greek Jews became converted, and it is to them that Jesus owes his reputation, Christianity, its existence. The Palestine Jews desired to reserve the gospel to the Jews. They had no taste or sympathy for the Gentiles, from whom they lived entirely apart, and who were associated in their minds with the abominations of idolatry, the payment of taxes, and the persecution of Antiochus. But these same Gentiles, these poor benighted Greeks and Romans, were the compatriots and fellow citizens of the Hellenic Jews, who therefore entertained more liberal ideas upon the subject. Two parties accordingly arose: the conservative or Jewish party, who would receive no converts except according to the custom of the Orthodox Jews in such cases, and the Greek party, who agitated for complete freedom from the law of Moses. The latter were headed by Paul, an enthusiastic and ambitious man who refused to place himself under the rule of the 12 apostles, but claimed a special revelation. A conference was held at Jerusalem, and a compromise was arranged to the effect that pagan converts should not be subjected to the rite of circumcision, but that they should abstain from pork and oysters, and should eat no animals which had not been killed by the knife. But the compromise did not last. The Church diverged in discipline and dogma more and more widely from its ancient form, till in the 2nd century the Christians of Judea, who had faithfully followed the customs and tenets of the 12 apostles, were informed that they were heretics. During that interval a new religion had arisen. Christianity had conquered paganism, and paganism had corrupted Christianity. The legend which belonged to Osiris and Apollo had been applied to the life of Jesus. The single deity of the Jews had been exchanged for the Trinity, which the Egyptians had invented and which Plato had idealized into a philosophic system. The man who had said, "Why callest thou me good? There is none good but one, that is God," had now himself been made a god, or the third part of one. The Hebrew element, however, had not been entirely cast off. With some little inconsistency, the Jewish sacred books were said to be inspired, and nearly all the injunctions contained in them were disobeyed. It was heresy to deny that the Jews were the chosen people, and it was heresy to assert that the Jews would be saved. The Christian religion was at first spread by Jews who, either as missionaries or in the course of their ordinary avocations, made the circuit of the Mediterranean world. In all large towns there was a ghetto or Jews' quarter, in which the traveller was received by the people of his own race. There was no regular clergy among the Jews, and it was their custom to allow, and even to invite, the stranger to preach in their synagogue. Doctrines were not strictly defined, and they listened without anger, and perhaps with some hope, to the statement that Jesus of Nazareth was the Messiah, and that he would shortly return to establish his kingdom upon earth. But when these Christians began to preach, that the eating of pork was not a deadly sin, and that God was better pleased with a sprinkle than a slash, they were speedily stigmatised as heretics, and all the juries in the world were closed against them. Those strange religious and commercial communities, those landless colonies which an Oriental people had established all over the world, from the Rhone and the Rhine to the Oxus and the Jaxartes, which corresponded regularly among themselves, and whose members recognised each other, wherever they might be, and in whatever garb, by the solemn phrase, "Hear, Israel, there is one God," afforded a model for the Christian churches of the early days. The primitive Christians did not indeed live together in one quarter like the Jews, but they gathered together for purposes of worship and administration in set places at appointed times. They did not establish commercial relations with the Christians in other towns, but they kept up an active social correspondence, and hospitably entertained the foreign brother who brought letters of introduction as credentials of his creed. Travelling, though not always free from danger, was unobstructed in those days. Coasters sailed frequently from port to port, and the large towns were connected by paved roads with a posting house at every 6-mile stage. All innkeepers spoke Greek. It was not necessary to learn Latin even in order to reside at Rome. And now we return to that magnificent city which was adorned with the spoils of 100 lands, into which streamed all the wealth, the energy, and the ambition of East and West. Ostia on the sea, where the ancient citizens had boiled their salt, was now a great port in which the grain from Egypt and Carthage was stored up in huge buildings, and to which in the summer and autumn came ships from all parts of the world. The road to Rome was 15 miles in length, and was lined with villas and with lofty tombs. Outside the city, on the neighbouring hills, were gardens open to the public, and from these hills were conducted streams by subterranean pipes into the town, where they were trained to run like rivulets, making everywhere a pleasant murmur, here and there reposing in artificial grottos, or dancing as fountains in the air. The streets were narrow, and the tall houses buried them in deep shade. They were lined with statues. There was a population of marble men. Flowers glittered on roofs and balconies. Vast palaces of green and white and golden tinted marble were surrounded by venerable trees. The Via Sacra was the Regent Street of Rome, and was bordered with stalls where the silks and spices of the East, the wool of Spain, the glasswares of Alexandria, the smoked fish of the Black Sea, the wines of the Greek Isles, Cretan apples, Alpine cheese, the oysters of Britain, and the veined wood of the Atlas were exposed for sale. In that splendid thoroughfare 100 languages might be heard at once, and as many costumes were displayed as if the universe had been invited to a fancy dress ball. Sometimes a squadron of the Imperial Guard would ride by, flaxen-haired, blue-eyed Germans covered with shining steel; then a procession of pale-faces, shaven Egyptian priests, bearing a statue of Isis and singing melancholy hymns. A Greek philosopher would next pass along with abstracted eyes and a ragged cloak, followed by a boy with a pile of books. Men from the East might be seen, with white turbans and flowing robes, or in sheepskin mantles with high black caps, and perhaps beside them a tattooed Briton gaping at the shops. Then would come a palanquin with curtains half drawn, carried along at a swinging pace by sturdy Cappadocian slaves, and within it the fashionable lady with supercilious, half-closed eyes, holding a crystal ball between her hands to keep them cool. Next a senator in white and purple robe, receiving as he walked along the greetings and kisses of his friends and clients, not always of the cleanest kind. So crowded were the streets that carriages were not allowed to pass through them in the daytime. The only vehicles that appeared were the carts employed in the public works, and as they came rolling and grinding along, bearing huge beams and blocks of stone, the driver cracked his whip and pushed people against the wall, and there was much squeezing and confusion, during which pickpockets, elegantly dressed, their hands covered with rings, were busy at their work, pretending to assist the ladies in the crowd. People from the country passed towards the market, their mules or asses laden with panniers in which purple grapes and golden fruits were piled up in profusion, and refreshed the eye, which was dazzled by the stony glare. Hawkers went about offering matches in exchange for broken glass, and the keepers of cookshops called out in cheerful tones, "Smoking sausages, sweet boiled peas, honey wine, oh honey wine." And then there was the crowd itself, the bright-eyed, dark-browed Roman people, who played in the shade at dice or mora like the old Egyptians, who lounged through the temples, which were also the museums, to look at the curiosities, or who stood in groups reading the advertisements on the walls and the programs which announced that on such and such a day there would be a grand performance in the circus, and that all would be done in the best style. A blue awning with white stars in imitation of the sky would shade them from the sun. Trees would be transplanted, and a forest would appear upon the stage. Giraffes, zebras, elephants, lions, ostriches, stags, and wild boars would be hunted down and killed. Armies of gladiators would contend, and by way of after-peace the arena would be filled with water, and a naval battle would be performed. Ships, soldiers, wounds, agony, and death being admirably real. So passed the Roman street life day, and with the first hours of darkness the noise and the turmoil did not cease, for then the travelling carriages rattled towards the gates, and carts filled with dung, the only export of the city. The music of serenades rose softly in the air, and sounds of laughter from the tavern. The night watch made their rounds, their armour rattling as they passed. Lights were extinguished, householders put up their shutters, to which bells were fastened, for burglaries frequently occurred. And then, for a time, the city would be almost still. Dogs, hated by the Romans, prowled about, sniffing for their food. Men, or prey from the Pontine marshes, crept stealthily along the black side of the street, signalling to one another with sharp whistles or hissing sounds. Sometimes torches would flash against the walls as a knot of young gallants reeled home from a debauch, breaking the noses of the street statues on their way. And at such an hour there were men and women who stole forth from their various houses, and with mantles covering their faces hastened to a lonely spot in the suburbs, and entered the mouth of a dark cave. They passed through long galleries, moist with damp and odorous of death, for coffins were ranged on either side in tiers, one above the other. But soon sweet music sounded from the depths of the abyss. An open chamber came to view, and a tomb, covered with flowers, laid out with a repast, encircled by men and women who were apparelled in white robes, and who sang a psalm of joy. It was in the catacombs of Rome, where the dead had been buried in the ancient times, that the Christians met to discourse on the progress of the faith, to recount the trials which they had suffered in their homes, to confess to one another their sins and doubts, their carnal presumption, or their lack of faith, and also to relate their sweet visions of the night, the answers to their earnest prayers. They listened to the exhortations of their elders, and perhaps to a letter from one of the apostles. They then supped together as Jesus had supped with his disciples, and kissed one another when the love feast was concluded. At these meetings there was no distinction of rank. The high-born lady embraced the slave whom she had once scarcely regarded as a man. Humility and submission were the cardinal virtues of the early Christians. Slavery had not been forbidden by the apostles, because it was the doctrine of Jesus that those who were lowest in this world would be highest in the next, his theory of heaven being earth turned upside down. Slavery, therefore, was esteemed a state of grace, and some Christians appear to have rejected the freeman's cap on religious grounds, for Paul exhorts such persons to become free if they can, advice which slaves do not usually require. As time passed on, the belief of the first Christians that the end of the world was near at hand became fainter and gradually died away. It was then declared that God had favoured the earth with a respite of 1,000 years. In the meantime, the gospel, or good tidings, which the Christians announced was this: there was one God, the Creator of the world. He had long been angry with men because they were what he had made them. But he had sent his only begotten Son into a corner of Syria, and because his son had been murdered, his wrath had been partly appeased. He would not torture to eternity all the souls that he had made. He would spare at least one in every million that were born. Peace unto earth, and goodwill unto men, if they would act in a certain manner. If not, fire and brimstone and the noisome pit. He was the emperor of heaven, the tyrant of the skies. The pagan gods were rebels, with whom he was at war, although he was all-powerful, and whom he allowed to seduce the souls of men, although he was all-merciful. Those who joined the army of the cross might entertain some hopes of being saved. Those who followed the faith of their fathers would follow their fathers to hell-fire. This creed with the early Christians was not a matter of half-belief and metaphysical debate as it is at the present day, when Catholics and Protestants discuss hell-fire with courtesy and comfort over filberts and port wine. To those credulous and imaginative minds, God was a live king, hell a place in which real bodies were burned with real flames, which was filled with a sickening stench of roasted flesh, which resounded with agonizing shrieks. They saw their fathers and mothers, their sisters and their dearest friends, hurrying onward to that fearful pit, unconscious of danger, laughing and singing, lured on by the fiends whom they called the gods. They felt as we should feel were we to see a blind man walking towards a river bank. Who would have the heart to turn aside and say it was the business of the police to interfere? But what was death, a mere momentary pain, compared with tortures that would have no end? Who that could hope to save a soul by tears and supplications would remain quiescent, as men do now, shrugging their shoulders and saying that it is not good taste to argue on religion, and that conversion is the office of the clergy? The Christians of that period felt more and did more than those of the present day, not because they were better men, but because they believed more, and they believed more because they knew less. Doubt is the offspring of knowledge. The savage never doubts at all. In that age the Christians believed much, and their lives were rendered beautiful by sympathy and love. The dark, deep river did not exist. It was only a fancy of the brain. Yet the impulse was not less real. The heart-throb, the imploring cry, the swift leap, the trembling hand outreached to save, the transport of delight, the ecstasy of tears, the sweet, calm joy that a man had been wrested from the jaws of death. Are these less beautiful? Are these less real, because it afterwards appeared that the man had been in no danger after all? In that age every Christian was a missionary. The soldiers sought to win recruits for the heavenly host. The prisoner of war discoursed to his Persian jailer. The slave girl whispered the gospel in the ears of her mistress as she built up the mass of towered hair. There stood men in cloak and beard at street corners who, when the people, according to the manners of the day, invited them to speak, preached not the doctrines of the painted porch, but the words of a new and strange philosophy. The young wife threw her arms round her husband's neck and made him agree to be baptized, that their souls might not be parted after death. How awful were the threats of the heavenly despot! How sweet were the promises of a life beyond the grave! The man who strove to obey the law which was written on his heart, yet often fell for want of support, was now promised a rich reward if he would persevere. The disconsolate woman, whose age of beauty and triumph had passed away, was taught that if she became a Christian, her body, in all the splendour of its youth, would rise again. The poor slave, who sickened from weariness of a life in which there was for him no hope, received the assurance of another life in which he would find luxury and pleasure when death released him from his woe. Ah, sweet fallacious hopes of a barbarous and poetic age! Illusion still cherished, for mankind is yet in its romantic youth. How easy it would be to endure without repining the toils and troubles of this miserable life, if indeed we could believe that when its brief period was past we should be united to those whom we have loved, to those whom death has snatched away, or whom fate has parted from us by barriers cold and deep and hopeless as the grave. If we could believe this, the shortness of life would comfort us. How quickly the time flies by, and we should welcome death. But we do not believe it, and so we cling to our tortured lives, dreading the dark nothingness, dreading the dispersal of our elements into cold, unconscious space. As drops in the ocean of water, as atoms in the ocean of air, as sparks in the ocean of fire within the earth, our minds do their appointed work, and serve to build up the strength and beauty of the one great human mind, which grows from century to century, and from age to age, and is perhaps itself a mere molecule within some higher mind. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Martyrdom of Man by Winwood READE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Religion, Part 8. Soon it was whispered that there was in Rome a secret society which worshipped an unknown god. Its members wore no garlands on their brows. They never entered the temples. They were governed by laws which strange and fearful oaths bound them ever to obey. Their speech was not as the speech of ordinary men. They buried instead of burning the bodies of the dead. They married. They educated their children after a manner of their own. The politicians, who regarded the established church as essential to the safety of the state, became alarmed. Secret societies were forbidden by law, and here was a society in which the tutelary gods of Rome were denounced as rebels and usurpers. The Christians, it is true, preached passive obedience and the divine right of kings, but they proclaimed that all men were equal before God, a dangerous doctrine in a community where more than half the men were slaves. The idle and superstitious Lazzaroni did not love the gods, but they believed in them, and they feared lest the atheists, as they called the Christians, would provoke the vengeance of the whole divine federation against the city, and that all would be involved in the common ruin. Soon there came a time when every public calamity, an epidemic, a fire, a famine, or a flood, was ascribed to the anger of the offended gods. And then arose imperial edicts, popular commotions, and the terrible street cry of Christiani ad leones. But the persecutions thus provoked were fitful and brief, and served only to fan the flame. For to those who believed in heaven, not as men now believe, with a slight tincture of perhaps unconscious doubt, but as men believe in things which they see and hear and feel and know, death was merely a surgical operation with the absolute certainty of consequent release from pain and of entrance into unutterable bliss. The Christians therefore encountered it with joy, and the sight of their cheerful countenances as they were being led to execution induced many to inquire what this belief might be, which could thus rob death of its dreadfulness and its despair. But the great moralists and thinkers of the empire looked coldly down upon this new religion. In their pure and noble writings they either allude to Christianity with scorn, or do not allude to it at all. This circumstance has occasioned much surprise. It can, however, be easily explained. The success of Christianity among the people, and its want of success among the philosophers, were due to the same cause, the superstition of the Christian teachers. Among the missionaries of the present day there are many men who in their earnestness and self-devotion are not inferior to those of the apostolic times. Yet they almost invariably fail. They are too enlightened for their congregations. With respect to their own religion, indeed, that charge cannot be justly brought against them. Set them talking on the forbidden apple, Noah's Ark, the sun standing still to facilitate murder, the donkey preaching to its master, the whale swallowing and ejecting Jonah, the miraculous conception, the water turned to wine, the fig tree withered by a curse, and they will reason like children, or in other words, they will not reason at all. They will merely repeat what they have been taught by their mammas. But when they discourse to the savage concerning his belief, they use the logic of Voltaire, and deride witches and men possessed, in a style which Jesus and the 12 apostles, the fathers of the Church, the popes of the Middle Ages, and Martin Luther himself would have accounted blasphemous and contrary to Scripture. Now it is impossible to persuade an adult savage that his gods do not exist, and he considers those who deny their existence to be ignorant foreigners, unacquainted with the divine constitution of his country. Hence he laughs in his sleeve at all that the missionaries say. But the primitive Christians believed in gods and goddesses, satyrs and nymphs, as implicitly as the pagans themselves. They did not deny and they did not disbelieve the miracles performed in pagan temples. They allowed that the gods had great power upon earth, but asserted that they would have it only for a time, that it ceased beyond the grave, that they were rebels, and that God was the rightful king. Here, then, were two classes of men whose intellects were precisely on the same level. Each had a theory, and the Christian theory was the better of the two. It had definite promises and threats, and without being too high for the vulgar comprehension, it reduced the scheme of the universe to order and harmony, resembling that of the great empire under which they lived. But to the philosophers of that period it was merely a new and noisy form of superstition. Experience has amply proved that minds of the highest order are sometimes unable to shake off the ideas which they imbibed when they were children. But to those of whom we speak, Christianity was offered when their powers of reflection were matured, and it was naturally rejected with contempt. They knew that the pagan gods did not exist. Was it likely that they would sit at the feet of those who still believed in them? They had long ago abandoned the religious legends of their own country. They had shaken off the spell which Homer, with his splendid poetry, had laid upon their minds. Was it likely that they would believe in the old Arab traditions, or in these tales of a God who took upon him the semblance of a Jew, and suffered death upon the gallows for the redemption of mankind? They had obtained, by means of intellectual research, a partial perception of the great truth that events result from secondary laws. Was it likely that they would join a crew of devotees who prayed to God to make the wind blow this way or that way, to give them a dinner, or to cure them of a pain? When the Tiber overflowed its banks, the pagans declared that it was owing to the wrath of the gods against the Christians. The Christians retorted that it was owing to the wrath of God against the idolaters. To a man like Pliny, who studied the phenomena with his notebook in his hand, where was the difference between the two? In the Greek world, Christianity became a system of metaphysics as abstract and abstruse as any son of Hellas could desire. But in the Latin world it was never the religion of a scholar and a gentleman. It was the creed of the uneducated people, who flung themselves into it with passion. It was something which belonged to them, and to them alone. They were not acquainted with Cicero or Seneca. They had never tasted intellectual delights, for the philosophers scorned to instruct the vulgar crowd. And now the vulgar crowd found teachers who interpreted to them the Jewish books, who composed for them a magnificent literature of sermons and epistles and controversial treatises, a literature of enthusiasts and martyrs written in blood and fire. These people had no share in the politics of the empire, but now they had politics of their own. The lower orders were enfranchised. Women and slaves were not excluded. The barbers gossiped theologically. Children played at church in the streets. The Christians were no longer citizens of Rome. God was their emperor. Heaven was their fatherland. They despised the pleasures of this life. They were as emigrants gathered on the shore, waiting for a wind to waft them to another world. They rendered unto Caesar the things that were Caesar's, for so it was written they should do. They honoured the king, for such had been the teaching of St. Paul. They regarded the emperor as God's vice-regent upon earth, and disobeyed him only when his commands were contrary to those of God. But this limitation, which it was the business of the bishops to define, made the Christians a dangerous party in the state. The Emperor Constantine, whose title was unsound, entered into alliance with this powerful corporation. He made Christianity the religion of the state, and the bishops peers of the realm. In the days of tribulation it had often been predicted that when the empire became Christian war would cease, and men would dwell in brotherhood together. The Christian religion united the slave and his master at the same table and in the same embrace. On the pavement of the basilica men of all races and of all ranks knelt side by side. If anyone were in sickness and affliction, it was sufficient for him to declare himself a Christian. Money was at once pressed into his hands, compassionate matrons hastened to his bedside. Even at the time when the pagans regarded the new sect with most abhorrence, they were forced to exclaim, "See how these Christians love one another!" It was reasonable to suppose that the victory of this religion would be the victory of love and peace. But what was the actual result? Shortly after the establishment of Christianity as a state religion, there was uproar and dissension in every city of the empire. Then savage persecutions and bloody wars, until a pagan historian could observe to the polished and intellectual coterie for whom alone he wrote, that now the hatred of the Christians against one another surpassed the fury of savage beasts against man. It is evident that the virtues exhibited by those who gallantly fight against desperate odds for an idea will not be invariably displayed by those who, when the idea is realised, enjoy the spoil. It is evident that bishops who possess large incomes and great authority will not always possess the same qualities of mind as those spiritual peers who had no distinction to expect except that of being burned alive. In all great movements of the mind there can be but one heroic age, and the heroic age of Christianity was past. The Church became the state concubine. Christianity lost its democratic character. The bishops, who should have been the tribunes of the people, became the creatures of the crown. Their lives were not always of the most creditable kind, but their virtues were perhaps more injurious to society than their vices. The mischief was done not so much by those who intrigued for places and rioted on tithes at Constantinople, as by those who, often with the best intentions, endeavoured to make all men think alike according to the law. It was the Christian theory that God was a king, and that he enacted laws for the government of men on earth. Those laws were contained in the Jewish books, but some of them had been repealed, and some of them were exceedingly obscure. Some were to be understood in a literal sense, others were only metaphorical. Many cases might arise to which no text or precept could be with any degree of certainty applied. What then was to be done? How was God's will to be ascertained? The early Christians were taught that by means of prayer and faith their questions would be answered, their difficulties would be solved. They must pray earnestly to God for help, and the ideas which came into their heads after prayer would be emanations from the Holy Ghost. In the first age of Christianity the Church was a republic. There was no distinction between clergymen and laymen. Each member of the congregation had a right to preach, and each consulted God on his own account. The spiritus privatus everywhere prevailed. A committee of presbyters, or elders, with a bishop or chairman, administered the affairs of the community. The second period was marked by an important change. The bishop and presbyters, though still elected by the congregation, had begun to monopolise the pulpit. The distinction of clergy and laity was already made. The bishops of various churches met together at councils or synods to discuss questions of discipline and dogma, and to pass laws, but they went as representatives of their respective congregations. In the third period the change was more important still. The congregation might now be appropriately termed a flock. The spiritus privatus was extinct. The priests were possessed of traditions which they did not impart to the layman. The water of life was kept in a sealed vessel. There was no salvation outside the church. No man could have God for a father unless he had also the church for a mother, as even Bossuet long afterwards declared. Excommunication was a sentence of eternal death. Henceforth disputes were only between bishops and bishops, the laymen following their spiritual leaders and often using material weapons on their behalf. In the synods the bishops now met as princes of their congregations, and under the influence of the Holy Ghost, Spiritu Sancto Suggerente, issued imperial decrees. The penalties inflicted were of the most terrible nature to those who believed that hellfire and purgatory were at the disposal of the priesthood, while those who entertained doubts upon the subject allowed themselves to be cursed and damned with equanimity. But when the Church became united with the state, the secular arm was at its disposal, and was vigorously used. The bishops were all of them ignorant and superstitious men, but they could not all of them think alike, and, as if to ensure dissent, they proceeded to define that which had never existed, and which, if it had existed, could never be defined. They described the topography of heaven. They dissected the Godhead and expounded the miraculous conception, giving lectures on celestial impregnations and miraculous obstetrics. They not only said that three was one, and that one was three, they professed to explain how that curious arithmetical combination had been brought about. The indivisible had been divided, and yet was not divided. It was divisible, and yet it was indivisible. Black was white, and white was black, and yet there were not two colours but one colour, and whoever did not believe it would be damned. In the midst of all this subtle stuff, the dregs and rinsings of the Platonic school, Arius thundered out the common sense but heretical assertion that the Father had existed before the Son. Two great parties were at once formed. A council of bishops was convened at Nicaea to consult the Holy Ghost. The chair was taken by a man who wore a wig of many colours and a silken robe embroidered with golden thread. This was Constantine the Great, patron of Christianity, Nero of the Bosphorus, murderer of his wife and son. The discussion was noisy and abusive, and the Arians lost the day. Yet the matter did not end there. Constantius took up the Arian side. Arian monasteries converted the Vandals and the Goths. Other emperors took up the Catholics, and they converted the Franks. The court was divided by spiritual eunuchs and theological intrigues. The provinces were laid waste by theological wars which lasted 300 years. What a world of woe and desolation! What a deluge of blood, because the Greeks had a taste for metaphysics! The Arian difference did not stand alone. Every province had its own schism. Caste sympathy induced the emperors to protect the pagan aristocracy from the fury of the bishops. But the heretics belonged chiefly to the subject nationalities. The Nestorians were men of the Semitic race. The Jacobites were Egyptians. The Donatists were Berbers. Of such a nature was the treatment which these people received that they were ready at any time to join the enemies of the empire, whoever they might be. Difference of nationality occasioned difference in mode of thought. Difference in mode of thought occasioned difference in religious creed. Difference in religious creed occasioned controversy, riots, and persecution. Persecution intensified distinctions of nationality. Such then was the state of religion in the Grecian world. In the West, the Church, overwhelmed by the barbarians, was displaying virtues in adversity and was laying the foundations of a majestic kingdom. But as for the East, Christianity had lived in vain. In Constantinople and in Greece it had done no good. In Asia, Barbary, and Egypt it had done harm. Its peace was apathy. Its activity was war. Instead of healing the old wounds of conquest, it opened them afresh. It was not enough that the peasants of the ancient race, once masters of the soil, should be crushed with taxes. A new instrument of torture was invented. Their priests were taken from them. Their altars were overthrown. But the day of vengeance was at hand. Soon they would enjoy, under rulers of a different religion but of the same race, that freedom of conscience which a Christian government refused. The Byzantine Empire in the 7th century included Greece and the islands, with a part of Italy. In Asia and Africa its possessions were those of the Turkish Empire before the cession of Algiers. There was a Greek viceroy of Egypt. There were Greek governors in Egypt and Asia Minor, Carthage and Cyrene. The capital was fed with Egyptian corn and enriched by silken manufactures, for 2 Nestorian monks had brought the eggs of the silkworm from China in hollow canes. These eggs had been hatched under lukewarm dung, and the culture of the cocoon had been established for the first time on European soil. The eastern boundary of the empire was sometimes the Tigris, sometimes the Euphrates. The land of Mesopotamia, which lay between the rivers, was the subject of a continual war between the Byzantines and the Persians. Alexander the Great had not been long dead before the Parthians, a race of hardy mountaineers, occupied the lands to the east of the Euphrates, made themselves famous in their wars with Rome, and established a wide empire. In the 3rd century it was broken up into petty principalities, and a private citizen, who claimed to be heir at law of the old Persian kings, headed a party, seized the crown, restored the Zoroastrian religion, and raised the empire to a state of power and magnificence scarcely inferior to that of the great kings. But the Greeks were still in Asia Minor and Egypt, and it became the hereditary ambition of the Persians to drive them back into their own country. In the 7th century Khosroes II accomplished this idea, and restored the frontiers of Cambyses and the first Darius. He conquered Asia Minor, Syria, and Egypt. He carried his arms to Cyrene and extinguished the last glimmer of culture in that ancient colony. Heraclius, the Byzantine emperor, was in despair. While the Persians overran his provinces in Asia, a horde of Cossacks threatened him in Europe. Constantinople, he feared, would soon be surrounded, and it already suffered famine from the loss of Egypt, as Rome had formerly suffered when the Vandals plundered it of Africa. He determined to migrate to Carthage, and had already prepared to depart when the Patriarch persuaded him to change his mind. He obtained peace from Persia by sending earth and water in the old style, and by promising to pay as tribute 1,000 talents of gold, 1,000 talents of silver, 1,000 silk robes, 1,000 horses, and 1,000 virgins. But instead of collecting these commodities, he collected an army, and suddenly dashed into the heart of Persia. Khosroes recalled his troops from the newly conquered lands, but was defeated by the Greeks, and in his turn compelled to sue for ignominious peace. In the midst of the triumphs which Heraclius celebrated at Constantinople and Jerusalem, an obscure town on the confines of Syria was pillaged by a band of Arab horsemen who cut in pieces some troops which advanced to its relief. This appeared a trifling event, but it was the beginning of a mighty revolution. In the last 8 years of his reign Heraclius lost to the Saracens the provinces which he had recovered from the Persians. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Martyrdom of Man by Winwood READE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Religion. Part 9. The peninsula of Arabia is almost as large as Hindustan, but does not contain a single navigable river. It is, for the most part, a sterile tableland, furrowed by channels which in winter roar with violent and muddy streams, and which in summer are completely dry. In these stream beds, at a little depth below the surface, there is sometimes a stratum of water which, breaking out here and there into springs, creates a habitable island in the waste. Such a fruitful wadi or oasis is sometimes extensive enough to form a town, and each town is in itself a kingdom. This stony, green-spotted land was divided into Arabia Petraea on the north and Arabia Deserta on the south. The north supplied Constantinople, and the south supplied Persia with mercenary troops. The leaders, on receiving their pay, established courts at home, and rendered homage to their imperial masters. The princes of Arabia Deserta ruled in the name of Chosroes. The princes of Arabia Petraea were proud to be called the lieutenants of the Caesars. In the southwest corner of the peninsula there is a range of hills sufficiently high to intercept the passing clouds and rain them down as streams to the Indian Ocean and the Red Sea. This was the land of Yemen or Sabea, renowned for its groves of frankincense and for the wealth of its merchant kings. Its forests in ancient times were inhabited by squalid negro tribes who lived on platforms in the trees, and whose savage stupor was ascribed to the drowsy influence of the scented air. The country was afterwards colonized by men of the Arab race, who built ships and established factories on the east coast of Africa, on the coast of Malabar, and in the island of Ceylon. They did not navigate the Red Sea, but dispatched the Indian goods, the African ivory, and the gold dust, and their own fragrant produce, by camel caravan to Egypt, or to Petra, a great market city in the north. The pharaohs and the Persian kings did not interfere with the merchant princes of Yemen. In the days of the Ptolemies a few Greek ships made the Indian voyage, but could not compete with the Arabs who had so long been established in the trade. But the Roman occupation of Alexandria ruined them completely. The just and moderate government of Augustus, and the demand for oriental luxuries at Rome, excited the enterprise of the Alexandrine traders, and a Greek named Hippolus made a remarkable discovery. He observed that the winds or monsoons of the Indian Ocean regularly blew during 6 months from east to west, and during 6 months from west to east. He was bold enough to do what the Phoenicians themselves had never done. He left the land and sailed right across the ocean to the Indian shore with one monsoon, returning with the next to the mouth of the Red Sea. By means of this ocean route the India voyage could be made in half the time. The goods were thereby cheapened, the demand was thereby increased, the Indian Ocean was covered with Greek vessels, a commercial revolution was created, the coasting and caravan trade of the Arabs came to an end, the Romans destroyed Aden, and Yemen withered up and remained independent only because it was obscure. Arabia had always been a land of refuge, for in its terrible deserts security might always be found. To Arabia had fled the priests of the sun after the victories of Alexander and the restoration of Babylonian idolatry. To Arabia had fled thousands of Jews after the second destruction of Jerusalem. To Arabia had fled thousands of Christians who had been persecuted by pagan and still more by Christian emperors. The land was divided among independent princes. Many of them were Christians and many of them were Jews. There is nothing more conducive to an enlightened scepticism and its attendant spirit, toleration, than the spectacle of various religious creeds, each maintained by intelligent and pious men. A king of Arabia Felix in the 4th century received an embassy from the Byzantine emperor with a request that Christians might be allowed to settle in his kingdom, and also that he would make Christianity the religion of the state. He assented to the first proposition. With reference to the second, he replied, "I reign over men's bodies, not over their opinions. I exact from my subjects obedience to the government. As to their religious doctrine, the judge of that is the great Creator." But it came to pass that a king of the Jewish persuasion succeeded to the throne. He persecuted his Christian subjects and made war on Christian kings, burning houses, men, and gospels wherever he could find them. A Christian Arab made his escape, travelled to Constantinople, and holding up a charred testament before the throne, demanded help in the name of the Redeemer. The emperor at once prepared for war, and dispatched an envoy to his faithful ally, the Negus of Abyssinia. The old kingdom of Ethiopia had escaped Cambyses and Alexander, and had lost its independence to the Ptolemies only for a time. The Romans made an Abyssinian expedition with complete success, but withdrew from the savage country in disdain. Ethiopia was left to its own devices, which soon became of an Africanising nature. The priests kept the king shut up in his palace, and when it suited their convenience sent him word, in the African style, that he must be tired, and that it would be good for him to sleep; upon which he migrated to the lower world with his favourite wives and slaves. But there was once a king named Ergomenes who had improved his mind by the study of Greek philosophy, and who, when he received the message of the priests, soon gave them a proof that they were quite mistaken, and that so far from being sleepy he was wide awake. He ordered them to collect in the Golden Chapel, and then, marching in with his guards, he put them all to death. From that time Abyssinia became a military kingdom. As the princes of Numidia had used elephants after the destruction of the Carthaginian Republic, so the Abyssinians used them in pageantry and war long after the days of the Ptolemies, who had first shown them how the huge beasts might be entrapped. Hindus were probably employed by the Ptolemies, as they were by the Carthaginians, for the management of the elephantine stud. In the 4th century, 2 shipwrecked Christians converted the king and his people to the new religion, a beneficial event, for thus they were brought into connection with the Roman Empire. The Patriarch of Alexandria was the Abyssinian Pope, as he is at the present day, and during all these years he has never ceased to send them their Abuna or Archbishop. This ecclesiastic is regarded with much reverence. He costs $6,000. He is never allowed to smoke, and by way of blessing he spits upon his congregation, who believe that the episcopal virtue resides in the saliva, and not, as we think, in the fingers' ends. Abyssinia had still its ancient seaport in Annesley Bay, and sent trading vessels to the India coast. The Byzantine emperor, having made his proposals through the Patriarch of Alexandria, and having received from the Negus a favourable reply, dispatched a fleet of transports down the Red Sea. The king filled them with his brigand troops. Yemen was invaded and subdued, and now it was the Christians who began to persecute. Another Arab prince ran off for help, and he went to the Persian king, who at first refused to take the country as a gift, saying it was too distant and too poor. However, at last he ordered the prisons to be opened, and placed all the able-bodied convicts they contained at the disposal of the prince. The Abyssinians were driven out, but they returned and reconquered the land. Chosroes then sent a regular army with orders to kill all the men with black skins and curly hair. Thus Yemen became a Persian province, and no less than 3 great religions, that of Zoroaster, that of Moses, and that of Jesus, were represented in Arabia. Midway between Yemen and Egypt is a sandy valley 2 miles in length, surrounded on all sides by naked hills. No gardens or fields are to be seen, no trees except some low brushwood and the acacia of the desert. On all sides are barren and sunburned rocks. But in the midst of this valley is a wonderful well. It is not that the water is unusually cool and sweet. Connoisseurs pronounce it heavy to the taste, but it affords an inexhaustible supply. No matter what quantity may be drawn up, the water in the well remains always at the same height. It is probably fed by a perennial stream below. This valley, on account of its well, was made the halting place of the India caravans, and there the goods changed carriers. The south delivered them over to the north. As the north and south were frequently at war, the valley was hallowed with solemn oaths for the protection of the trade. A sanctuary was established. The well Zemzem became sacred. Its fame spread, and it was visited from all parts of the land by the diseased and the devout. The tents of the valley tribe became a city of importance, enriched by the customs receipts and dues of protection, and by the carrier hire of the caravans. When the navigation of the Red Sea put an end to the carrying trade by land, the city was deserted. its inhabitants returned to the wandering Bedouin life. In the 5th century, however, it was restored by an enterprising man, and the shrine was rebuilt. Mecca was no longer a wealthy town. It was no longer situated on one of the highways of the world. But it manufactured a celebrated leather, and sent out 2 caravans a year, one to Syria and one to Abyssinia. Some of the Meccans were rich men. Byzantine gold pieces and Persian copper coins circulated in abundance. The ladies dressed themselves in silk, had Chinese looking-glasses, wore shoes of perfumed leather, and made themselves odorous of musk. It was the fame of Mecca as a holy place which brought this wealth into the town. The citizens lived upon the pilgrims. However, they esteemed it a pious duty to give hospitality, if it was required, to the guests of God, who came from distant cities on their lean and jaded camels, fatigued and harassed with the dirt and squalor of the way. The poor pilgrims were provided during 6 days with pottage of meat and bread and dates. Leather cisterns filled with water were also placed at their disposal. During 4 months of the year there was a truce of God, and the Arab tribes, suspending their hostilities, journeyed towards Mecca. As soon as they entered the sacred valley, they put on their palmers' weeds, proceeded at once to the Kaaba, or house of God, walked around it naked 7 times, kissed the black stone, and drank of the waters of the famous well. Then a kind of Eisteddfod was held. The young men combated in martial games. Poems were recited, and those which gained the prize were copied with illuminated characters and hung up on the Kaaba before the golden-plated door. There was no regular government in the holy city, no laws that could be enforced, no compulsory courts of justice, and no public treasury. The city was composed of several families or clans belonging to the tribe of the Qurayshites, by whom New Mecca had been founded. Each family inhabited a cluster of houses surrounding a courtyard and well, the whole enclosed by solid walls. Each family was able to go to war and to sustain a siege. If a murder was committed, the injured family took the law into its own hands. Sometimes it would accept a pecuniary compensation. There was a regular tariff, but more frequently the money was refused. They had a belief that if blood was not avenged by blood, a small winged insect issued from the skull of the murdered person, and fled screeching through the sky. It was also a point of honour on the part of the guilty clan to protect the murderer and to adopt his cause. Thus blood feuds rose easily and died hard. The head of the family was a despot, and enjoyed the power of life and death over the members of his own house. But he had also severe responsibilities. It was his duty to protect those who dwelt within the circle of his yard. All its inmates called him father. To all of them he owed the duties of a parent. If his son was little better than a slave, on the other hand, his slave was almost equal to a son. It sometimes happened that masterless men, travellers, or outcasts required his protection. If it was granted, the stranger entered the family, and the father was accountable for his debts, delicts, and torts. The body of the delinquent might be tendered in lieu of fine or feud, but this practice was condemned by public opinion, and in all semi-savage communities public opinion has considerable power. There was a town hall in which councils were held to discuss questions relating to the common welfare of the federated families, but the minority were not bound by the voice of the majority. If, for instance, it was decided to make war, a single family could hold aloof. In this town hall marriages were celebrated, circumcisions were performed, and young girls were invested with the dress of womanhood. It was the starting place of the militia and the caravans. It was near the Kaaba and opened towards it. In Mecca the church was closely united to the state. Throughout all time Mecca had preserved its independence and its religion. The ancient idolatry had there a sacred home. The Meccans recognised a single creator, Allah Ta'ala, the Most High God, who Abraham, and others before Abraham, had adored. But they believed that the stars were live beings, daughters of the deity who acted as intercessors on behalf of men. And to propitiate their favour, idols were made to represent them. Within the Kaaba, or around it, were also images of foreign deities and of celebrated men. A picture of Mary with the child Jesus in her lap was painted on a column, and a portrait of Abraham with a bundle of divining arrows in his hands upon the wall. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Martyrdom of Man by Winwood READE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Religion. Part 10. Among the Meccans there were many who regarded that idolatry with abhorrence and contempt. Yet to that idolatry their town owed all that it possessed, its wealth and its glory, which extended round a crescent of 1,000 miles. They were therefore obliged, as good citizens, to content themselves with seeking a simpler religion for themselves, and those who did protest against the Kaaba gods were persuaded to silence by their families, or, if they would not be silenced, were banished from the town under penalty of death if they returned. But there rose up a man whose convictions were too strong to be hushed by the love of family or to be quelled by the fear of death. Partly owing to his age and dignified position and unblemished name, partly owing to the chivalrous nature of his patriarch or patron, he was protected against his enemies, his life was saved. Had there been a government at Mecca, he would unquestionably have been put to death, and as it was, he narrowly escaped. Mohammed was a poor lad, subject to a nervous disease which made him at first unfit for anything except the despised occupation of the shepherd. When he grew up he became a commercial traveller, acted as agent for a rich widow 25 years older than himself, and obtained her hand. They lived happily together for many years. They were both of them exceedingly religious people, and in the Ramadan, a month held sacred by the ancient Arabs, they used to live in a cave outside the town, passing the time in prayer and meditation. The disease of his childhood returned upon him in his middle age. It affected his mind in a strange manner, and produced illusions of his senses. He thought that he was haunted, that his body was the house of an evil spirit. "I see a light," he said to his wife, "and I hear a sound. I fear that I am one of the possessed." This idea was most distressing to a pious man. He became pale and haggard. He wandered about on the hill near Mecca, crying out to God for help. More than once he drew near the edge of a cliff, and was tempted to hurl himself down, and so put an end to his misery at once. And then a new idea possessed his mind. He lived much in the open air, gazing on the stars, watching the dry ground grown green beneath the gentle rain, surveying the firmly rooted mountains and the broad expanded plain. He pondered also on the religious legends of the Jews, which he had heard related on his journeys, at noonday beneath the palm tree by the well mouth, at night by the camp fire. And as he looked and thought, the darkness was dispelled, the clouds dispersed, and a vision of God in solitary grandeur rose up within his mind. And there came upon him an impulse to speak of God. There came upon him a belief that he was a messenger of God sent on earth to restore the religion of Abraham, which the pagan Arabs had polluted with their idolatry, the Christians in making Jesus a divinity, the Jews in corrupting their holy books. In the brain of a poet, stanzas will sometimes arise fully formed, without a conscious effort of the will, as once happened to Coleridge in a dream. And so into Mohammed's half-dreaming mind there flew golden-winged verses echoing to one another in harmonious sound. At the same time he heard a voice, and sometimes he saw a human figure, and sometimes he felt a noise in his ears like the tinkling of bells, or a low deep hum as if bees were swarming round his head. At this period of his life Every chapter of the Koran was delivered in throes of pain. The paroxysm was preceded by depression of spirits. His face became clouded, his extremities turned cold. He shook like a man in an ague and called for a covering. His face assumed an expression horrible to see. The vein between his eyebrows became distended, his eyes were fixed, his head moved to and fro as if he was conversing, and then he gave forth the oracle or sudra. Sometimes he would fall, like a man intoxicated, to the ground. But the ordinary conclusion of the fit was a profuse perspiration, by which he appeared to be relieved. His sufferings were at times unusually severe. He used often to speak of the 3 terrific sudras which had given him grey hairs. His friends were alarmed at his state of mind. Some ascribed it to the eccentricities of poetical genius. Others declared that he was possessed of an evil spirit. Others said that he was insane. When he began to preach against the idols of the Kaaba, the practice of female infanticide, and other evil customs of the town, when he declared that there was no divine being but God, and that he was the messenger of God, when he related the ancient legends of the prophets which he said had been told him by the angel Gabriel, there was a general outburst of merriment and scorn. They said he had picked it all up from a Christian who kept a jeweller's shop in the town. They requested him to perform miracles. The poets composed comic ballads which the people sang when he began to preach. The women pointed at him with the finger. It became an amusement of the children to pelt Mohammed. This was perhaps the hardest season of his life. Ridicule is the most terrible of all weapons. But his wife encouraged him to persevere, and so did the voice, which came to him and sang, "By the brightness of the morn that rises, and by the darkness of the night that descends, thy God hath not forsaken thee, Mohammed. For know that there is a life beyond the grave, and it will be better for thee than thy present life. And thy Lord will give thee a rich reward. Did he not find thee an orphan, and did he not care for thee? Did he not find thee wandering in error, and hath he not guided thee to truth? Did he not find thee needy, and hath he not enriched thee? Wherefore oppress not the orphan, nor repulse the beggar, but declare the goodness of the Lord." This voice was the echo of Mohammed's conscience, and the expression of his ideas. Owing to his peculiar constitution, his thoughts became audible as soon as they became intense. So long as his mind remained pure, the voice was that of a good angel. When afterwards guilty wishes entered his heart, the voice became that of Mephistopheles. Mohammed's family did not accept his mission. His converts were at first chiefly made among the slaves. But soon these converts became so numerous among all classes that the Meccans ceased to ridicule Mohammed and began to hate him. Nor did he attempt to ingratiate himself in their affections. He called the living fools, the dead denizens of hellfire. The heads of families took counsel together. They went to Abu Talib, the patriarch of the house to which Mohammed belonged, and offered the price of blood, then double the price of blood, and then a stalwart young man for Mohammed's life, and then, being always refused, went off declaring that there would be war. Abu Talib adjured Mohammed not to ruin the family. The Prophet's lip quivered. He burst into tears, but he said he must go on. Abu Talib hinted that his protection might be withdrawn. Then Mohammed declared that if the sun came down on his right hand and the moon on his left, he would not swerve from the work which God had given him to do. Abu Talib, finding him inflexible, assured him that his protection should never be withdrawn. In the meantime the patriarchs returned and said, "What is it that you want, Mohammed? Do you wish for riches? We will make you rich. Do you wish for honour? We will make you the mayor of the town." Mohammed replied with a chapter of the Koran. They then assembled in the town hall and entered into a solemn league and covenant to keep apart from the family of Abu Talib. It was sent to Coventry. None would buy with them, nor sell with them, eat with them, nor drink with them. This lasted for 3 years, But when, as people passed by the house, they heard the cries of the starving children from behind the walls, they relented and sold them grain. There was one member of the family, Abu Laheb, who withdrew from it at that juncture and became Mohammed's most inveterate foe. Each family agreed also to punish its own Mohammedans. Many were exposed to the glow of the midday sun on the scorching gravel outside the town, and to the torment of thirst. A mulatto slave was tortured by a great stone being placed on his chest, the while he cried out continually, "There is only one God! There is only one God!" Mohammed recommended his disciples to escape to Abyssinia, a land of righteousness, a land where none was wronged. They were kindly received by the Negus, who refused to give them up in spite of the envoys with presents of red leather who were sent to him from Mecca with that request. During the period of the sacred months, Mohammed used often to visit the encampments of the pilgrims outside the town. He announced to them his mission. He preached on the unity of God and on the terrors of the judgment day. "God has no daughters," said he, "for how can he have daughters when he has no spouse? He begetteth not, nor is he begotten. There is none but he. O beware, ye idolaters, of the time that is to come, when the sun shall be folded up, when the stars shall fail, when the mountains shall be made to pass away, when the children's hair shall grow white with anguish, when souls like locust swarms shall rise from their graves, when the girl who hath been buried alive shall be asked for what crime she was put to death, when the books shall be laid open, when every soul shall know what it hath wrought. Oh, the striking, when men shall be scattered as moths in the wind. And then Allah shall cry to hell, Art thou filled full? And hell shall cry to Allah, More, give me more. But there followed him everywhere a squint-eyed man, fat, with flowing locks on both sides of his head, and clothed in raiment of fine Aden stuff. When Mohammed had finished his sermon, he would say, "This fellow's object is to draw you away from the gods to his fanciful ideas. Wherefore follow him not, O my brothers, neither listen to him." And who should this be but his uncle Abu Laheb? Whereupon the strangers would reply, "Your own kinsmen ought to know you best. Why do they not believe you if what you say is true?" In return for these kind offices, Mohammed promised his uncle that he should go down to be burned in flaming fire, and that his wife should go too, bearing a load of wood, with a cord of twisted palm fibres round her neck. And now two great sorrows fell upon Mohammed. He lost almost at the same time his beloved wife and the noble-hearted parent of his clan. The successor of Abu Talib continued the protection, yet Mohammed felt insecure. His religion also made but small progress. The fact is that he failed at Mecca as Jesus had failed at Jerusalem. He had made a few ardent disciples who spent the day at his feet, or in reading snatches of the Koran scrawled on date leaves, shoulder blades of sheep, camel bones, scraps of parchment, or tablets of smooth white stone. But he had not so much as shaken the ruling idolatry, which was firmly based on custom and self-interest. No doubt his disciples would, in course of time, have diffused his religion throughout Arabia. Islam was formed. Islam was alive. But Muhammad himself would never have witnessed its triumph had it not been for a curious accident which now occurred. The Arabs belonging to that city, which was afterwards called Medina, had conquered a tribe of Jews. These had consoled themselves for the bitterness of their defeat by declaring that a great prophet, the Messiah, would soon appear, and would avenge them upon all their foes. The Arabs believed them and trembled, for they stood in great dread of the book which the Jews possessed, and which they supposed to be a magical composition. So, when certain pilgrims from Medina heard Muhammad announce that he was a messenger from God, they took it for granted that he was the man, and determined to steal a march upon the Jews by securing him for themselves. At their request he sent a missionary to Medina. The townsmen were converted and invited him to come and live among them. In a dark ravine near Mecca, at the midnight hour, his patriarch or father delivered him solemnly into their hands. Mohammed was no longer a citizen of Mecca. He was no longer protected. He had changed his nationality, and he was hunted like a deer before he arrived safely in his new home. Had Mohammed been killed in that celebrated flight, he would have been classed by historians among the glorious martyrs and the gentle saints. His character before the Hegira resembled the character of Jesus. In both of them we find the same sublime insanity, compounded of loyalty to God, love for man, and inordinate self-conceit. Both were subject to savage fits of wrath, and, having no weapons but their tongues, consigned souls by wholesale to hellfire. Both also humbled themselves before God, preaching the religion of the heart, led pure, unblemished lives, devoted themselves to a noble cause, and uttered maxims of charity and love at strange variance with their occasional invectives. Of the life of Jesus it is needless to speak. If he had any vices, they have not been recorded. But the conduct of Mohammed at Mecca was apparently not less pure. He was married to an old woman. Polygamy was a custom of the land. His passions were strong, as was afterwards too plainly shown, yet he did not take a second wife as long as his dear Khadijah was alive. He never frequented the wine shop, or looked at the dancing girls, or talked abroad in the bazaars. He was more modest than a virgin behind the curtain. When he met children he would stop and pat their cheeks. He followed the bier that passed him in the street. He visited the sick. He was kind to his inferiors. He would accept the invitation of a slave to dinner. He was never the first to withdraw his hand when he shook hands. He was humble, gentle, and kind. He waited always on himself, mending his own clothes, milking his own goats. He never struck anyone in his life. When once asked to curse someone, he said, "I have not been sent to curse, but to be a mercy to mankind." He reproached himself in the Koran for having behaved unkindly to a beggar, and so immortalised his own offence. He issued a text, "Use no violence in religion." But this text, with many others, he afterwards expunged. When he arrived at Medina, he found himself at the head of a small army, and he began to publish his gospel of the sword. Henceforth we may admire the statesman or the general. The prophet is no more. It will hence be inferred that Mohammed was hypocritical, or at least inconstant. But he was constant throughout his life to the one object which he had in view, the spread of his religion. At Mecca it could best be spread by means of the gentle virtues. He therefore ordered his disciples to abstain from violence which would only do them harm. At Medina he saw that the Kaaba idolatry could not be destroyed except by force. He therefore felt it his duty to make use of force. He obeyed his conscience both at Mecca and Medina, for the conscience is merely an organ of the intellect, and is altered, improved, or vitiated according to the education which it receives and the incidents which act upon it. And now Mohammed's glory expanded, and at the same time his virtue declined. He broke the truce of God. He was not always true to his plighted word. As Moses forbade the Israelites to marry with the pagans, and then took unto himself an Ethiopian wife, so Mohammed broke his own marriage laws, beginning the career of a voluptuary at 50 years of age. His Koran sudras were now official manifestos, legal regulations, delivered in an extravagant and stilted style differing much from that of his fervid oracles at Mecca. But whatever may have been his private defects, when we regard him as a ruler and lawgiver, we can only wonder and admire. He established for the first time in history a united Arabia. In the moral life of his countrymen he effected a remarkable reform. He abolished drunkenness and gambling, vices to which the Arabs had been specially addicted. He abolished the practice of infanticide, and also succeeded in rendering its memory detestable. It is said that Omar, the fierce apostle of Islam, shed but one tear in his life, and that was when he remembered how in the days of darkness his child had beat the dust off his beard with her little hand as he was laying her in the grave. Polygamy and slavery he did not prohibit, but whatever laws he made respecting women and slaves were made with the view of improving their condition. He removed that facility of divorce by means of which an Arab could at any time repudiate his wife. He enacted that no Moslem should be made a slave, that the children of a slave girl by her master should be free. Instead of repining that Muhammad did no more, we have reason to be astonished that he did so much. His career is the best example that can be given of the influence of the individual in human history. That single man created the glory of his nation and spread his language over half the earth. The words which he preached to jeering crowds 1200 years ago are now being studied by scholars or by devotees in London and Paris and Berlin, in Mecca where he laboured, in Medina where he died, in Constantinople, in Cairo, in Fez, in Timbuktu, in Jerusalem, in Damascus, in Basra, in Baghdad, in Bokhara, in Kabul, in Peking, on the steppes of Central Asia, in the islands of the Indian archipelago, in lands which are as yet unmarked upon our maps, in the oases of thirsty deserts, in obscure villages situated by unknown streams. It was Mohammed who did all this, for he uttered the book which carried the language, and he prepared the army which carried the book. His disciples and successors were not mad fanatics, but resolute and sagacious men, who made shrewd friendship with the malcontent Christians among the Greeks, and with the persecuted Jews in Spain, and who in a few years created an empire which extended from the Pyrenees to the Hindu Kush. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Martyrdom of Man by Winwood READE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Religion. Part 11. This empire, it is true, was soon divided and soon became weak in all its parts. The Arabs could conquer, but they could not govern. Separate sovereignties or caliphates were established in Babylonia, Egypt, and Spain, while provinces such as Morocco or Bokhara frequently obtained independence by rebellion. It is needless to describe at length the history of the caliphs and their successors. It is only the twice-told tale of the Euphrates and the Nile. The caliphs were at first commanders of the faithful, in reality, but they were soon degraded, both in Cairo and Baghdad, to the position of the Roman Pope at the present time. The government was seized by the Praetorian Guards, who in Baghdad were descended from Turkish prisoners or negroes imported from Zanzibar, and in Egypt from Mamelukes or European slaves, brought in their boyhood from the wild countries surrounding the Black Sea, and trained up from tender years to the practice of arms, the sons of Christian parents, but branded with a cross on the soles of their feet, that they might never cease to tread upon the emblem of their native creed. However, by means of the Arab conquest the East was united as it had never been before. The Euphrates was no longer a line of partition between two worlds. Arab traders established their factories on both sides of the Indian Ocean and along the Asiatic shores of the Pacific. Men from all countries met at Mecca once a year. The religion of the Arabs conquered nations whom the Arabs themselves had never seen. When the Mohammedan Turks of Central Asia took Constantinople and reduced the caliphates to provinces, although the people of Mohammed were driven back to their wilderness, the strength and glory of his religion was increased. In the same manner, the conquest of Hindustan was an achievement of Islam in which the Arabs bore no part, and in Africa also we shall find that the Koran reigns over extensive regions which the Arabs visit only as travellers and merchants. Once upon a time Morocco and Spain were one country, and Europe extended to the Atlas Mountains, which stood upon the shores of a great salt sea. Beyond that ocean, To the south lay the dark continent, surrounded on all sides by water, except on the north east, where it was joined to Asia near Aden by an isthmus. A geological revolution converted the African Ocean into a sandy plain, and the straits of Bab el Mandeb and Gibraltar were torn open by the retreating waves. But the Sahara, though no longer under water, is still in reality a sea. The true Africa begins on its southern coast, and is entirely distinct from the European-like countries between the Mediterranean and the Atlas, and from the strip of garden land which is cast down every year in the desert by the Nile. The Black Africa or Sudan is a gigantic tableland. Its sides are built of granite mountains which surround it with a parapet or brim, and which send down rivers on the outside towards the sea, on the inside into the plateau. The outside rivers are brief and swift. The inside rivers are long and sluggish in their course, winding in all directions, collecting into enormous lakes, and sometimes flowing forth through gaps in the parapet to the Sahara or the sea. A tableland is seldom so uniform and smooth as the word denotes. The African plateau is intersected by mountain ranges and ravines, juts into volcanic isolated cones, and varies much in its climate, its aspect, its productions, and its altitude above the sea. It may be divided into platforms or river basins, which are true geographical provinces, and each of which should be named with the names of its explorers. There is the platform of Abyssinia, which belongs to Bruce, the platform of the White Nile, including the lakes of Burton, Tanganyika, of Speke, Victoria Nyanza, and of Baker, Albert Nyanza; the platform of the Zambezi, with its lakes Nyassa and Ngami, discovered by Livingstone, the greatest of African explorers; the platform of the Congo, including the regions of western equatorial Africa, hitherto unexplored; the platform of South Africa, below 20 degrees south, which enjoys an Australian climate, and also Australian wealth in its treasure-filled mountains and its wool-abounding plains; and lastly the platform of the Niger, which deserves a place, as will be shown, in universal history. The discoverers of the Niger in its upper are Park, who first saw the Niger, Cayley and myself; in its central and eastern parts Lang, who first reached Timbuktu, Cayley, who first returned from it, Denham, Clapperton, Lander, and Bart. The original inhabitants of Africa were the Hottentots or Bushmen, a dwarfish race who have restless, rambling, ape-like eyes, a click in their speech, and bodies which are the wonder of anatomists. They are now found only on the South African platform, or perhaps here and there on the platform of the Congo. They have been driven southward by the negroes, as the Eskimos in America were driven north by the Red Indians, and the Finns in Europe by the Celtic tribes, while the negroes themselves have yielded in some parts of Africa to Asiatic tribes, as the Celts in Gaul and Britain yielded to the Germans. These negroes are sometimes of so deep a brown that the skin appears to be quite black. Sometimes their skin is as light as a mulatto's. The average tint is a rich, deep bronze. Their eyes are dark, though blue eyes are occasionally seen. Their hair is black, though sometimes of rusty red, and is always of a woolly texture. To this rule there are no exceptions. It is the one constant character, the one infallible sign by which the race may be detected. Their lips are not invariably thick; their noses are frequently well formed. In physical appearance they differ widely from one another. The inhabitants of the swamps, the dark forests, and the mountains are flat-nosed, long-armed, and thin-calved, with mouths like mussels, broad splay feet, and projecting heels. It was for the most part from this class that the American slave markets were supplied. The negroes of the States and the West Indies represent the African in the same manner as the people of the Pontine Marshes represent the inhabitants of Italy. The negroes of South Africa stand at the opposite extreme. Enjoying an excellent climate and a wholesome supply of food, they are superior to most other people of their race. Yet it is certain they are negroes, for they have woolly hair, and they do not differ in language or customs from the inhabitants of the other platforms. When the Portuguese first traded on the African coasts, they gave the name Caffres, or pagans, to the negroes of Guinea, as well as to those of the Cape and Mozambique. It is quite an accident that the name has been retained for the latter tribes alone, yet such is the power of a name that the Caffres and negroes are universally supposed to be distinct. It is impossible, however, to draw any line between the two. Pure negroes are born on the coast of Guinea, and in the interior with complexions as light, with limbs as symmetrical, and with features as near to the European standard as can be found in all Caffraria. Between the hideous being of the Nile and Niger deltas and the robust shepherds of the south, or the aristocratic chieftains of the west, there is a wide difference, no doubt, but intermediate gradations exist. There is also much variety among the negroes in respect to manners, mental condition, political government, and mode of life. Some tribes live only on the fruit of net and spear, eked out with insects and berries and shells. Property is ill-defined among them. If a man makes a canoe, the others use it when they please. If he builds a better house than his neighbours, they pull it down. Others, though still in the hunting condition, have gardens of plantains and cassada. In this condition the headman of the village has little power, but property is secured by law. Other tribes are pastoral, and resemble the Arabs in their laws and customs. The patriarchal system prevails among them. There are regions in which the federal system prevails. Many villages are leagued together, and the headmen, acting as deputies of their respective boroughs, meet in congress to debate questions of foreign policy and to enact laws. Large empires exist in the Sudan. In some of these the king is a despot who possesses a powerful bodyguard equivalent to a standing army, a court with its regulations of etiquette, and a well-ordered system of patronage and surveillance. In others he is merely an instrument in the hands of priests or military nobles, and is kept concealed, giving audience from behind a curtain to excite the veneration of the vulgar. There are also thousands of large walled cities, resembling those of Europe in the Middle Ages, or of ancient Greece, or of Italy before the supremacy of Rome, encircled by pastures and by arable estates, and by farming villages to which the citizens repair at harvest time to superintend the labour of their slaves. But such cities, with their villeggiatura, their municipal government, their agora or forum, their fortified houses, their feuds and street frays of Capulet and Montague, are not indigenous in Africa. Their existence is comparatively modern, and is due to the influence of religion. An African village, old style, is usually a street of huts, with walls like hurdles, and the thatch projecting so that its owner may sit beneath it in sun or rain. The door is low; one has to crawl in order to go in. There are no windows. The house is a single room. In its midst burns a fire which is never suffered to go out, for it is a light in darkness, a servant, a companion, and a guardian angel. It purifies the miasmatic air. The roof and walls are smoke-dried, but clean. In one corner is a pile of wood, neatly cut up into billets, and in another is a large earthen jar filled with water on which floats a gourd or calabash, a vegetable bowl. Spears, bows, quivers, and nets hang from pegs upon the walls. Let us suppose that it is night. 4 or 5 black forms are lying in a circle with their feet toward the fire, and 2 dogs with pricked up ears creep close to the ashes, which are becoming grey and cold. The day dawns. A dim light appears through the crevices and crannies of the walls. The sleepers rise and roll up their mats, which are their beds, and place on one side the round logs of wood which are their pillows. The man takes down his bow and arrows from the wall, fastens wooden rattles round his dogs' necks, and goes out into the bush. The women replenish the fire, and lift up an inverted basket whence sally forth a hen and her chickens, which make at once for the open door to find their daily bread for themselves outside. The women take hoes and go to the plantation, or they take pitchers to fill at the brook. They wear round the waist, before and behind, two little aprons made from a certain bark, soaked and beaten until it is as flexible as leather. Every man has a plantation of these cloth trees round his hut. The unmarried girls wear no clothes at all, but they are allowed to decorate themselves with bracelets and anklets of iron, flowers in their ears, necklaces of red berries like coral, girdles of white shells, hair oiled and padded out with a chignon, and sometimes white ashes along the parting. The ladies fill their pitchers and take their morning bath, discussing the merits or demerits of their husbands. The air is damp and cold, and the trees and grass are heavy with dew. But presently the sun begins to shine, the dewdrops fall heavy and large as drops of rain. The birds chirp, the flowers expand their drowsy leaves and receive the morning calls of butterflies and bees. The forest begins to buzz and hum like a great factory awaking to its work. When the sun is high, boys come from the bush with vegetable bottles frothing over with palm wine. The cellar of the African, and his glass and china shop, and his clothing warehouse are in the trees. In the midst of the village is a kind of shed, a roof supported on bare poles. It is the palaver house, in which at this hour the old men sit and debate the affairs of state, or decide lawsuits, each orator holding a spear when he is speaking, and planting it in the ground before him as he resumes his seat. Oratory is the African's one fine art. His delivery is fluent. His harangues, though diffuse, are adorned with phrases of wild poetry. That building is also the club-house of the elders, and there, when business is over, they pass the heat of the day, seated on logs which are smooth and shiny from use. At the hour of noon their wives or children bring them palm wine and present it on their knees, clapping their hands in a token of respect. And then all is still. It is the hour of silence and tranquillity, the hour which the Portuguese call the calm. The sun sits enthroned on the summit of the sky, its white light is poured upon the earth, the straw thatch shines like snow. The forest is silent, all nature sleeps. Then down, down, down sinks the sun, and its rays shoot slantwise through the trees. The hunters return, and their friends run out and greet them as if they had been gone for years, murmuring to them in a kind of baby language, calling them by their names of love, shaking their right hands, caressing their faces, patting them upon their breasts, embracing them in all ways except with the lips. For the kiss is unknown among the Africans. And so they toy and babble and laugh with one another till the sun turns red, and the air turns dusky, and the giant trees cast deep shadows across the street. Strange perfumes arise from the earth. Fireflies sparkle. Grey parrots come forth from the forest, and fly screaming round, intending to roost in the neighbourhood of man. The women bring their husbands the good dish of boiled plantains or bush yams, made hot with red pepper, seasoned with fish or venison sauce. And when this simple meal is ended, boom, boom, goes the big drum. The sweet reed flute pipes forth. The girls and lads begin to sing. In a broad, clean, swept place they gather together, jumping up and down with glee. The young men form in one row, the women in another, and dance in two long lines, retreating and advancing with graceful undulations of their bodies and arms waving in the air. And now there is a squealing, wailing, unearthly sound, and out of the wood, with a hop, skip, and jump, comes Mumbo Jumbo, a hideous mask on his face and a scourge in his hand. Woe to the wife who would not cook her husband's dinner, or who gave him saucy words, for Mumbo Jumbo is the censor of female morals. Well the guilty ones know him as they run screaming to their huts. Then again the dance goes on, and if there is a moon it does not cease throughout the night. Such is the picturesque part of savage life. But it is not savage life, it merely lies upon the surface as paint lies upon the skin. Let us take a walk through that same village on another day. Here in a hut is a young man with one leg in the stocks, and with his right hand bound to his neck by a cord. The palm wine, and the midnight dance, and the furtive caresses of Azua overpowered his discretion. He was detected, and now he is put in log. If his relations do not pay the fine, he will be sold as a slave, or if there is no demand for slaves in that country, he will be killed. His friends reprove him for trying to steal what the husband was willing to sell, and might he not have guessed that Azua was a decoy? Another day the palaver house has the aspect of a Crockford's. An old man, who is one of the village grandees, is spinning nuts for high stakes, and has drunk too much to see that he is overmatched. He loses his mats, his weapons, his goats, his fowls, his plantation, his house, his slaves whom he took prisoners in his young and warlike days, his wives, his children, and his aged mother who fed him at her breast. All are lost, all are gone. And then, with flushed eyes and trembling hand, he begins to gamble for himself. He stakes his right leg and loses it. He may not move it until he has won it back or until it is redeemed. He loses both legs. He stakes his body and loses that also, and becomes a bondservant, or is sold as a slave. Let us give another scene. A young man of family has died. The whole village is convulsed with grief and fear. It does not appear natural to them that a man should die before he has grown old. Some malignant power is at work among them. Is it an evil spirit whom they have unwittingly offended, and who is taking its revenge? Or is it a witch? The great fetish man has been sent for, and soon he arrives, followed by his disciples. He wears a cap waving with feathers, and a party-coloured garment covered with charms. Horns of gazelles, shells of snails, and a piece of leopard's liver wrapped up in the leaves of a poison-giving tree. His face is stained with the white juice from a dead man's brain. He rings an iron bell as he enters the town, and at the same time the drum begins to beat. The drum has its language, so that those who are distant from the village understand what it is saying. With short lively sounds it summons to the dance. It thunders forth the alarm of fire or war, loudly and quickly with no interval between the beats. And now it tolls the hour of judgment and the day of death. The fetish man examines the dead man, and says it is the work of a witch. He casts lots with knotted cords. He mutters incantations. He passes round the villages and points out the guilty person, who is usually some old woman whom popular opinion has previously suspected and is ready to condemn. She is, however, allowed the benefit of an ordeal. A gourd filled with the red water is given her to drink. If she is innocent, it acts as an emetic. If she is guilty, it makes her fall senseless to the ground. She is then put to death with a variety of tortures, burned alive, or torn limb from limb, tied on the beach at low water to be drowned by the rising tide, rubbed with honey and laid out in the sun, or buried in an ant-hill, the most horrible death of all. These examples are sufficient to show that the life of the savage is not a happy one, and the existence of each clan or tribe is precarious in the extreme. They are like the wild animals, engaged from day to night in seeking food, and ever watchful against the foes by whom they are surrounded. The men who go out hunting, the girls who go with their pitchers to the village brook, are never sure that they will return, for there is always war with some neighbouring village, and their method of making war is by ambuscade. But beside these real and ordinary dangers, the savage believes himself to be encompassed by evil spirits, who may at any moment spring upon him in the guise of a leopard, or cast down upon him the dead branch of a tree. In order to propitiate these invisible beings, his life is entangled with intricate rites. It is turned this way and that way as oracles are delivered or as omens appear. It is impossible to describe, or even to imagine, the tremulous condition of the savage mind. Yet the traveller can see from their aspect and manners that they dwell in a state of never-ceasing dread. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Martyrdom of Man by Winwood READE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Religion. Part 12. Let us now suppose that 100 years have passed, and let us visit the village again. The place itself and the whole country around have been transformed. The forest has disappeared, and in its stead are fields covered with the glossy blades of the young rice, with the tall red tufted maize, with the millet and the Guinea corn, with the yellow flowers of the tobacco plant growing in wide fields, and with large shrubberies of cotton, the snowy wool peeping forth from the expanding leaves. Before us stands a great town surrounded by walls of red clay, flanked by towers, and with heavy wooden gates. Day dawns, and the women come forth to the brook, decorously dressed in blue cotton robes passed over the hair as a hood. Men ride forth on horseback, wearing white turbans and swords suspended on their right shoulders by a crimson sash. They are the unmixed descendants of the forest savage. Their faces are those of pure negroes, but the expression is not the same. Their manners are grave and composed. They salute one another, saying in the Arabic, "Peace be with you." The palaver house, or town hall, is also the mosque. The parliamentary debates and the law trials which are there held have all the dignity of a religious service. They are opened with prayer, and the name of the Creator is often solemnly invoked by the orator or advocate, while all the elders touch their foreheads with their hands and murmur in response, "Amina, Amina, Amen, Amen." The town is pervaded by a bovine smell, sweet to the nostrils of those who have travelled long in the beefless lands of the people of the forest. Sounds of industry may also be heard. Not only the clinking of the blacksmith's hammer, but also the rattling of the loom, the thumping of the cloth-maker, and the song of the cordwainer as he sits cross-legged making saddles or shoes. The women, with bow and distaff and spindle, are turning the soft tree wool into thread. The work in the fields is done by slaves. The elders smoke or take snuff in their verandahs, and sometimes study a page of the Koran. When the evening draws on, there is no sound of flute or drum. A bonfire of brushwood is lighted in the market-place, and the boys of the town collect around it with wooden boards in their hands, and bawl their lessons, swaying their bodies to and fro, by which movement they imagine the memory is assisted. Then rises a long, loud, harmonious cry. Come to prayers, come to prayers, come to security. God is great, he liveth and he dieth not. Come to prayers, O thou bountiful. La ilaha illa Allah, Muhammad Rasul Allah, Allahu Akbaru, Allahu Akbar. Such towns as these may be less interesting to the traveller than the pagan villages. He finds them merely a second-hand copy of Eastern life. But though they are not so picturesque, their inhabitants are happier and better men. Violent and dishonest deeds are no longer arranged by pecuniary compensation. Husbands can no longer set wife traps for their friends. Adultery is treated as a criminal offence. Men can no longer squander away their relations at the gaming table, and stake their own bodies on a throw. Men can no longer be tempted to vice and crime under the influence of palm wine. Women can no longer be married by a great chief in herds, and treated like beasts of burden and like slaves. Each wife has an equal part of her husband's love by law. It is not permitted to forsake and degrade the old wife for the sake of the young. Each wife has her own house, and the husband may not enter until he has knocked at the door, and received the answer, Bismillah, in the name of God. Every boy is taught to read and write in Arabic, which is the religious and official language in the Sudan, as Latin was in Europe in the Middle Ages. He also writes his own language with the Arabic character, as we write ours with the Roman letter. In such countries the policy of isolation is at an end. They are open to all the Moslems in the world, and are thus connected with the lands of the East. Here there is a remarkable change, and one that deserves a place in history. It is a movement the more interesting since it is still actively going on. The Mohammedan religion has already overspread a region of Negro land as large as Europe. It is firmly established not only in the Africa of the Mediterranean and the Nile, and in the oases of the Sahara, but also throughout that part of the continent which we have termed the platform of the Niger. In 1797 Mungo Park discovered the Niger in the heart of Africa, at a point where it is as broad as the Thames at Westminster. In 1817 René Cailly crossed it at a point considerably higher up. In 1822 Major Lang attempted to reach it by striking inland from Sierra Leone, but was forced by the natives to return when he was only 50 miles distant from the river. And in 1869 I made the same attempt, was turned back at the same place, but made a fresh expedition and reached the river at a higher point than Cailly or Park. But my success also was incomplete, for native wars made it impossible for me to reach the source, though it was near at hand, and that still remains a splendid prize for one who will walk in my footsteps, as I walked in those of Lang. The source of the Niger, as given in the maps, was fixed by Lang from native information which I ascertained to be correct. There is no doubt that this river rises in the backwoods of Sierra Leone, at a distance of only 200 miles from the coast. It runs for some time as a foaming hill torrent bearing obscure and barbarous names, and at the point where I found it, glides into the broad, calm breast of the plateau, and receives its illustrious name of the Joliba, or Great River. It flows north-east and enters the Sahara as if intending, like the Nile, to pour its waters into the Mediterranean Sea. But suddenly it turns towards the east, so that Herodotus, who heard of it when he was at Memphis, supposed that it joined the Nile. And such was the prevailing opinion, not only among the Greeks, but also among the Arabs in the Middle Ages. They did not know that the eccentric river again wheels round, flows towards the sea near which it rose, passes through the latitude of its birth, and, having thus described 3/4 of a circle, debouches by many mouths into the Bight of Benin. So singular a course might well baffle the speculations of geographers and the investigations of explorers. The people who dwell on the banks of the river do not know where it ends. I was told by some that it went to Mecca, by others that it went to Jerusalem. Mungo Park's own theory was ludicrously incorrect. He believed that the Congo was its mouth. Others declared that it never reached the sea at all. It was Lander who discovered the mouth of the Niger, at one time as mysterious as the sources of the Nile, and so established the hypothesis which Reichard had advanced, and which Mannert had declared to be contrary to nature. The Niger platform, or basin, is flat, with here and there a line of rolling hills containing gold. The vegetation consists of high, coarse grass and trees of small stature, except on the banks of streams, where they grow to a larger size. The palm oil tree is not found on this plateau, but the shea butter or tallow tree abounds in natural plantations which will some day prove a source of enormous wealth. As the river flows on, these trees disappear, the plains widen and are smoothed out, and the country assumes the character of the Sahara. The negroes who inhabited the platform of the Niger lived chiefly on the banks of the river, subsisting on lotus root and fish. Like all savages, they were jealous and distrustful. Their intercourse was that of war. But nature, by means of a curious contrivance, has rendered it impossible for men to remain eternally apart. Common salt is one of the mineral constituents of the human body, and savages, who live chiefly on vegetable food, are dependent upon it for their life. In Africa, children may be seen sucking it like sugar. "Come and eat with us today," says the hospitable African. "We are going to have salt for dinner." It is not in all countries that this mineral food is to be found, but the saltless lands in the Sudan contain gold dust, ivory, and slaves, and so a system of barter is arranged, and isolated tribes are brought into contact with one another. The two great magazines are the desert and the ocean. At the present day the white powdery English salt is carried on donkeys and slaves to the upper waters of the Niger, and is driving back the crystalline salt of the Sahara. In the ancient days the salt of the plateau came entirely from the mines of Bilna and Tudaini in the desert, which were occupied and worked by negro tribes. But at a period far remote, before the foundations of Carthage were laid, a Berber nation, now called the Tuaricks, overspread the desert and conquered the oases and the mines. This terrible people are yet the scourge of the peaceful farmer and the passing caravan. They camp in leather tents, they are armed with lance and sword, and with shields on which is painted the image of a cross. The Arabs call them the muffled ones, for their mouths and noses are covered with a bandage, sometimes black, sometimes white, above which sit in deep sockets, like ant lions in their pits, a pair of dark, cruel, sinister-looking eyes. They levy tolls on all travellers, and murder those who have the reputation of unusual wealth, as they did Miss Tin, whose iron water tanks they imagined to be filled with gold. When they poured down the Sahara, they were soon attracted by the rich pastures and alluvial plains of the Black Country. In course of time their raids were converted into conquests, and they established a line of kingdoms from the Niger to the Nile, in the borderland between the Sahara and the parallel 10 degrees north. Timbuktu, Hausa, Bornu, Bagiami, Wadai, Darfur, and Kordofan were the names of these kingdoms. In all of them Islam is now the religion of the state. All of them belong to the Asiatic world. The Tuaricks of the Sudan were merely the ruling castes, and were much darkened by harem blood, but they communicated freely with their brethren of the desert, who had dealings with the Berbers beyond the Atlas. When the Andalusia of the Arabs became a polite, civilized land, crowds of ingenious artisans, descended from the old Roman craftsmen, or from the Greek emigrants, or from their Arab apprentices, took architecture over to North Africa. The city of Morocco was filled with magnificent palaces and mosques. It became the metropolis of an independent kingdom. It was called the Baghdad of the West. Its doctors were as learned as the doctors of Cordova, its musicians as skilful as the musicians of Seville. A wealthy and powerful Morocco could not exist without its influence being felt across the desert. The position of Timbuktu, in reference to Morocco, was precisely that of Meroe to Memphis or to Thebes. The Sahara, it is true, is much wider across from Morocco to Timbuktu than from Egypt to Ethiopia, but the introduction of camels brought the Atlas and the Niger near to one another. The Tuaricks, who had previously lived on horses, under whose bellies they tied water bottles of leather when they went on a long journey, had been able to cross the desert only at certain seasons of the year. But now, with the aid of the camel, which they at once adopted, and from which they bred the famous Mahara strain, they could cross the Sahara at its widest point in a few days. A regular trade was established between the two countries, and was conducted by the Berbers. Arab merchants, desirous of seeing with their own eyes the wondrous land of ivory and gold, took passage in the caravans, crossed the yellow seas, sprang from their camels upon the green shores of the Sudan, and kneeling on the banks of the Niger, with their faces turned towards Mecca, dipped their hands in its waters and praised the name of the Lord. They journeyed from city to city and from court to court, and composed works of travel which were read with eager delight all over the Moslem world, from Spain to Hindustan. The Arabs thronged to this newly discovered world. They built factories, they established schools, they converted dynasties. They covered the river with masted vessel, they built majestic temples with graceful minaret and swelling dome. Theological colleges and public libraries were founded. Camels came across the desert laden with books. The negroes swarmed to the lectures of the mullahs. Plato and Aristotle were studied by the banks of the Niger, and the glories of Granada were reflected at Timbuktu. That city became the refuge of political fugitives and criminals from Morocco. In the 16th century the emperor dispatched across the desert a company of harbuskiers who, with their strange terrible weapons, everywhere triumphed, like the soldiers of Cortes and Pizarro in Mexico and Peru. These musketeers made enormous conquests, not for their master, but for themselves. They established an oligarchy of their own. It was afterwards dethroned by the natives, but there yet exist men who, as Barth informs us, are called the descendants of the musketeers, and who wear a distinctive dress. But that imperial expedition was the last exploit of the Moors. After the conquest of Granada by the Christians and of Algeria by the Turks, Morocco, encompassed by enemies, became a savage and isolated land. Timbuktu, its commercial dependent, fell into decay, and is now chiefly celebrated as a cathedral town. The Arabs carried cotton and the art of its manufacture into the Sudan, which is one of the largest cotton-growing areas in the world. Its Manchester is Kano, which manufactures blue cloth and coloured plaids, clothes a vast negro population, and even exports its goods to the lands of the Mediterranean Sea. Denham and Clapperton, who first reached the lands of Hausa and Bomu, were astonished to find among the negroes magnificent courts, regiments of cavalry, the horses caparisoned in silk for gala days and clad in coats of mail for war. Long trains of camels laden with salt and natron and corn and cloth and cowrie shells, which form the currency, and kola nuts, which the Arabs call the coffee of the negroes. They attended with wonder the gigantic fairs at which the cotton goods of Manchester, the red cloth of Saxony, double-barrelled guns, razors, tea and sugar, Nuremberg ware and writing paper were exhibited for sale. They also found merchants who offered to cash their bills upon houses at Tripoli, and scholars acquainted with Avicenna, Averroes, and the Greek philosophers. The Mohammedan religion was spread in Central Africa to a great extent by the travelling Arab merchants, who were welcomed everywhere at the negro or semi-negro courts, and who frequently converted the pagan kings by working miracles, that is to say, by means of events which accidentally followed their solemn prayers, such as the healing of a disease, rain in the midst of drought, or a victory in war. But the chief instrument of conversion was the school. It is much to the credit of the negroes that they keenly appreciate the advantages of education. They appear to possess an instinctive veneration and affection for the book. Wherever Mohammedans settled, the sons of chiefs were placed under their tuition. A Mohammedan quarter was established. It was governed by its own laws. Its sheikh rivalled in power and finally surpassed the native kings. The machinery of the old pagan court might still go on. The negro chief might receive the magnificent title of Sultan. He might be surrounded by albinos and dwarfs and big-headed men and buffoons. He might sit in a cage or behind a curtain in a palace with 7 gates, and receive the ceremonial visits of his nobles, who stripped off a garment at each gate and came into his presence naked, and cowered on the ground, and clapped their hands and sprinkled their heads with dust, and then turned round and sat with their backs presented in reverence towards him, as if they were unable to bear the sight of his countenance shining like a well-blacked boot. But the Arab or Moorish sheikh would be in reality the king, deciding all questions of foreign policy, of peace and war, of laws and taxes and commercial regulations, holding a position resembling that of the Gothic generals who placed Libius Severus and Augustulus upon the throne, of the mayors of the palace beside the Merovingian princes, of the company's servants at the court of the great Mogul. And when the Mohammedans had become numerous, and a fitting season had arrived, the sheikh would point out a well-known Koran text and would proclaim war against the surrounding pagan kings. And so the movement which had been begun by the school would be continued by the sword. It may, however, be doubted whether the Arab merchants alone would have spread Islam over the Niger plateau. On the east coast of Africa they have possessed settlements from time immemorial. Before the Greeks of Alexandria sailed into the Indian Ocean, before the Tyrian vessels, with Jewish supercargoes, passed through the straits of Bab el Mandeb, the Arabs of Yemen had established factories in Mozambique and on the opposite coast of Malabar, and had carried the trade between the two lands, selling to the Indians ivory, ebony, slaves, beeswax, and gold dust brought down in quills from the interior by the negroes, to whom they sold in return the sugar beads and blue cotton goods of Hindustan. In the period of the caliphs these settlements were strengthened and increased, in consequence of civil war, by fugitive tribes from Oman and other parts of the Arabian Peninsula. These emigrants made Africa their home. They built large towns which they surrounded with orchards of the orange tree and plantations of the date. They introduced the culture of tobacco, sugar cane, and cotton. They were loved and revered by the negroes. They made long journeys into the interior for the purposes of trade. Yet their religion has made no progress, and they do not attempt to convert the blacks. Their towns resemble those of the Europeans. They dwell apart from the natives and above them. The Mohammedans who entered the Niger regions were not only the Arab merchants, but also the Berbers of the desert, who, driven by war or instigated by ambition, poured into the Sudan by tribes, seized lands and women, and formed mulatto nationalities. Of these the Fulahs are the most famous. They were originally natives of northern Africa. Having intermarried during many generations with the natives, they have often the appearance of pure negroes, but they always call themselves white men, however black their skins may seem to be. In the last century they were dispersed in small and puny tribes. Some wandered as gypsies, selling wooden bowls. Others were roaming shepherd clans, paying tribute to the native kings and suffering much ill treatment. In other parts they lived a bandit life. Sometimes, but rarely, they resided in towns which they had conquered, pursued commerce, and tilled the soil. Yet in war they were far superior to the negroes. If only they could be united, the most powerful kingdoms would be unable to withstand them. And finally their day arrived. A man of their own race returned from Mecca, a pilgrim and a prophet, gathered them like wolves beneath his standard, and poured them forth on the Sudan. The pilgrimage to Mecca is incumbent only on those who can afford it, but hundreds of devout negroes every year put on their shrouds and beg their way across the continent to Massawa. There, taking out a few grains of gold dust cunningly concealed between the leaves of their Korans, they pay their passage across the Red Sea and tramp it from Jiddah to Mecca, feeding as they go on the bodies of the camels that have been left to die, and whose meat is lawful if the throat is cut before the animal expires. As soon as the negroes, or Takruri as they are called, arrive in the holy city, they at once set to work, some as porters, and some as carriers of water in leather skins. Others manufacture baskets and mats of date leaves. Others establish a market for firewood, which they collect in the neighbouring hills. They inhabit miserable huts or ruined houses in the quarter of the lower classes, where the sellers of charcoal dwell, and where locusts are sold by the measure. Some of these poor and industrious creatures spread their mats in the cloisters of the great mosque, and stay all the time beneath that sacred and hospitable roof. They are subject to the exclamatory fits and pious convulsions so common among the negroes of the southern states. Often they may be seen prostrate on the pavement, beating their foreheads against the stones, weeping bitterly, and pouring forth the wildest ejaculations. The great mosque at Mecca is a spacious square surrounded by a colonnade. In the midst of the quadrangle is the small building called the Kaaba. It has no windows. Its door, which is seldom opened, is coated with silver. Its padlock, once of pure gold, is now of silver gilt. On its threshold are placed every night various small wax candles and perfuming pans filled with aloes wood and musk. The walls of the building are covered with a veil of black silk, tucked up on one side so as to leave exposed the famous black stone which is niched in the wall outside. The veil is not fastened close to the building, so that the least breath of air causes it to wave in slow undulating movements, hailed with prayer by the kneeling crowd around. They believe that it is caused by the wings of guardian angels, who will transport the Kaaba to paradise when the last trumpet sounds. At a little distance from this building is the Zemzem well, and while some of the pilgrims are standing by its mouth waiting to be served, or walking round the Kaaba, or stooping to kiss the stone, other scenes may be observed in the cloisters and the square, and, as in the temple at Jerusalem, these are not all of the most edifying nature. Children are playing at games, or feeding the wild pigeons whom long immunity has rendered tame. Numerous schools are going on, the boys chanting in a loud voice, and the master's baton sometimes falling on their backs. In another corner a religious lecture is being delivered. Men of all nations are clustered in separate groups. The Persian heretics, with their caps mounting to heaven, and their beards descending to the earth; the Tartar, with oblique eyes and rounded limbs, and light silk handkerchief tied round his brow; Turks with shaven faces and in red caps; the lean Indian pauper begging with a miserable whine; and one or two wealthy Hindu merchants, not guiltless of dinners given to infidels and of iced champagne. At the same time an active business is being done in sacred keepsakes: rosaries made of camel bone, bottles of Zemzem water, dust collected from behind the well, toothsticks made of a fibrous root such as that which Mohammed himself was wont to use, and coarsely executed pictures of the Kaaba. Mecca itself, like most cities frequented by strangers, whether pilgrims or mariners, is not an abode of righteousness and virtue. As the Tartars say of it, the torch is dark at its foot, and many a pilgrim might exclaim with the Arabian Ovid, "I set out in the hopes of lightening my sins, and returned, bringing home with me a fresh load of transgressions." But the very wickedness of a holy city deepens real enthusiasm into severity and wrath. When Abd ul Wahhab saw taverns opened in Mecca itself, and the inhabitants alluring the pilgrims to every kind of vice; when he found that the sacred places were made a show, that the mosque was inhabited by guides and officials who were as greedy as beasts of prey; that wealth, not piety, was the chief object of consideration in a pilgrim, he felt as Luther felt at Rome. The disgust which was excited in his mind by the manners of the day was extended also to the doctrines that were in vogue. The prayers that were offered up to Mohammed and the saints resembled the prayers that were once offered up to the daughters of heaven, the intercessors of the ancient Arabs. The pilgrimages that were made to tombs of holy men were the old journeys to the ancestral graves. The worship of one God, which Mohammed had been sent to restore, had again become obscured. The days of darkness had returned. He preached a Unitarian revival. He held up as his standard and his guide the Koran, and nothing but the Koran. He founded a Puritan sect which is now 100 years of age and still remains an element of power and disturbance in the East. Othman dan Fodio, the Black Prophet, also went out of Mecca, his soul burning with zeal. He determined to reform the Sudan. He forbade, like Abd ul Wahhab, the smoking of tobacco, the wearing of ornaments and finery. But he had to contend with more gross abuses still. In many Negro lands which professed Islam, palm wine and millet beer were largely consumed. The women did not veil their faces, nor even their bosoms. Immodest dances were performed to the profane music of the drum. Learned men gained a livelihood by writing charms. The code of the Koran was often supplanted by the old customary laws. Dan Fodio sent letters to the great kings of Timbuktu, Hausa, and Bornu, commanding them to reform their own lives and those of their subjects, or he would chastise them in the name of God. They received these instructions from an unknown man, as the King of Kings received the letter of Mohammed, and their fate resembled his. Dan Fodio united the Fula tribes into an army which he inspired with his own spirit. Thirsting for plunder and paradise, the Fulahs swept over the Sudan. They marched into battle with shouts of frenzied joy, singing hymns and waving their green flags on which texts of the Koran were embroidered in letters of gold. The empire which they established at the beginning of this century is now crumbling away, but the fire is still burning on the frontiers. Wherever the Fulahs are settled in the neighbourhood of pagan tribes, they are extending their power, and although the immediate effects are disastrous, villages being laid in ashes, men slaughtered by thousands, women and children sold as slaves, yet in the end these crusades are productive of good. The villages are converted into towns. A new land is brought within the sphere of commercial and religious intercourse, and is added to the Asiatic world. The phenomenon of a religious Tamerlane has been repeated more than once in Central Africa. The last example was that of Omar the Pilgrim, whose capital was Ségou, and whose conquest extended from Timbuktu to Senegal, where he came into contact with French artillery and for ever lost his prestige as a prophet. But we are taught by the science of history that these military empires can never long endure. It is probable that Mohammedan Sudan will in time become a province of the Turks. Central Africa, as we have shown, received its civilization not from Egypt, but from the Grand Morocco of the Middle Ages. Egypt has always lived with its back to Africa, its eyes, and often its hands, on Syria and Arabia. Abyssinia was not subdued by the caliphs, because it was not coveted by them, and there was little communication between Egypt and the Sudan. Muhammad Ali was the first to re-establish the kingdom of the pharaohs in Ethiopia, and to organize Negro regiments. Since his time, the Turkish power has been gradually spreading towards the interior, and the expedition of Baker Pasha, whatever may be its immediate result, is the harbinger of great events to come. Should the Turks be driven out of Europe, they would probably become the emperors of Africa, which in the interest of civilization would be a fortunate occurrence. The Turkish government is undoubtedly defective in comparison with the governments of Europe, but it is perfection itself in comparison with the governments of Africa. If the Egyptians had been allowed to conquer Abyssinia, there would have been no need of an Abyssinian expedition, and nothing but Egyptian occupation will put an end to the wars which are always being waged, and always have been waged in that country between bandit chiefs. Those who are anxious that Abyssinian Christianity should be preserved need surely not be alarmed, for the Pope of Abyssinia is the Patriarch of Cairo, a Turkish subject, and the Abuna, or Archbishop, has always been an Egyptian. But the Turks no longer have it in their power to commit actions which Europeans would condemn. They now belong to the civilised system. they are subject to the law of opinion. Already they have been compelled by that mysterious power to suppress the slave-making wars which were formerly waged every year from Kordofan and Sennar, and which are still being waged from the independent kingdoms of Darfur, Wade, Bagirmi, and Bornu. Wherever the Turks reign, a European is allowed to travel. Wherever a European travels, a word is spoken on behalf of the oppressed. That word enters the newspapers, passes into a diplomatic remonstrance, becomes a firman, and a governor or commandant in some sequestered province of an Oriental empire suffers the penalty of his misdeeds. It should be the policy of European powers to aid the destruction of all savage kingdoms, or at least never to interfere on their behalf. It has now been shown that a vast region within the Dark Continent, the world beyond the sandy ocean, is governed by Asiatic laws and has attained an Asiatic civilisation. We must next pass to the Atlantic side and study the effects which have been produced among the negroes by the intercourse of Europeans. It will be found that the transactions on the coast of Guinea belong not only to the biography of Africa, but also to universal history, and that the domestication of the negro has indirectly assisted the material progress of Europe and the development of its morality. The programme of the next chapter will be as follows: the rise of Europe out of darkness, the discovery of Western Africa by the Portuguese, the institution of the slave trade, and the history of that great republican and philanthropic movement which won its first victory in the abolition of the slave trade in 1807, its last in the taking of Richmond in 1865. End of section 27. End of chapter 2. Religion. Section 28 of the Martyrdom of Man by Winwood READE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Liberty. Part 1. The history of Europe in ancient times is the history of those lands which adjoin the Mediterranean Sea. Beyond the Alps lay a vast expanse of marsh and forest, through which flowed the swift and gloomy Rhine. On the right side of that river dwelt the Germans, on its left the Celtic Gauls. Both people, in manners and customs, resembled the Red Indians. They lived in round wigwams with a hole at the top to let out the smoke. They hunted the white-maned bison and the brown bear, and trapped the beaver, which then built its lodges by the side of every stream. They passed their spare time in gambling, drunkenness, and torpor, while their squaws cut the firewood, cultivated their garden plots of grain, tended the shaggy-headed cattle, and the hogs feeding on acorns and beech mast, obedient to the horn of the mistress, but savage to strangers as a pack of wolves. At an early period, however, the Gauls came into contact with the Phoenicians and the Greeks. They served in the Carthaginian armies, and acquired a taste for trade. They learnt the cultivation of the vine, and some of the metallic arts. Their priests, or learned men, employed the Greek characters in writing. But the Gauls had a mania for martial glory, and often attacked the peaceful Greek merchants of Marseilles. The Greeks at last called in the assistance of the Romans, who not only made war on the hostile tribes, but on the peaceful tribes as well. Thus began the conquest of Gaul. It was completed by Caesar, who used that country as an exercise ground for his soldiers, and prepared them, by 100 battles, for the mighty combat in which Pompey was overthrown. Military roads were made across the Alps, Roman colonies were dispatched into the newly conquered land, Italian farmers took up their abode in the native towns, and the chiefs were required to send their sons to school. Thus the Romans obtained hostages, and the Celts were pleased to see their boys neatly dressed in white garments edged with purple, displaying their proficiency on the waxen tablets and the counting board. In a few generations the Celts had disappeared. On the banks of the Rhone and the Seine magnificent cities arose, watered by aqueducts, surrounded by gardens, adorned with libraries, temples, and public schools. The inhabitants called themselves Romans, and spoke with patriotic fervour of the glorious days of the Republic. Meanwhile, the barbarians beyond the Rhine remained in the savage state. They often crossed the river to invade the land which had ripened into wealth before their eyes, but the frontier was guarded by a chain of camps. And the Germans, armed only with clumsy spears and wooden shields, could not break the line of Roman soldiers, who were dressed in steel, who were splendidly disciplined, and who had military engines. The Gauls had once been a warlike people. They now abandoned the use of arms. The empire insured them against invasion in return for the taxes which they paid. But there came a time when the tribute of the provinces no longer returned to the provinces to be expended on the public buildings and the frontier garrisons and the military roads. The rivers of gold which had so long flowed into Rome at last dried up. The empire became poor, and yet its expenses remained the same. The Praetorian guards had still to be paid. The mob of the capital had still to be rationed with bread and bacon and wine and oil and costly shows. Accordingly, the provinces were made to suffer. Exorbitant taxes were imposed. The aldermen and civic councillors of towns were compelled to pay enormous fees in virtue of their office, and were forbidden to evade such expensive honours by enlisting in the army or by taking holy orders. The rich were accused of crimes that their property might be seized. The crops in the fields were gathered by the police. A blight fell upon the land. Men would no longer labour, since the fruits of their toil might at any time be taken from them. Cornfield and meadow were again covered with brambles and weeds. The cities were deserted. Grass grew in all the streets. The province of Gaul was taxed to death, and then abandoned by the Romans. The government could no longer afford to garrison the Rhine frontier. The legions were withdrawn, and the Germans entered. The invading armies were composed of free men who, under their respective captains or heads of clans, had joined the standard of some noted warrior chief. The spoil of the army belonged to the army, and was divided according to stipulated rules. The king's share was large, but more than his share he might not have. When the Germans, instead of returning with their booty, remained upon the foreign soil, they partitioned the land in the same manner as they partitioned the cattle and the slaves. The gold crosses, the silver chalices, the vases, the tapestry, the fine linen, and the purple robes. An immense region was allotted to the king, other tracts of various sizes to the generals and captains, or chiefs and chieftains, according to the number of men whom they had brought into the field. And each private soldier received a piece of ground. But the army, although disbanded, was not extinct. Its members remained under martial law. The barons or generals were bound to obey the king when he summoned them to war; the soldiers to obey their ancient chiefs. Sometimes the king and the great barons gave lands to favourites and friends on similar conditions, and at a later period money was paid instead of military service, thus originating rent. The nobles of Roman Gaul lived within the city, except during the villeggiatura in the autumn. The German lords preferred the country, and either fortified the Roman villas or built new castles of their own. They surrounded themselves with a bodyguard of personal retainers. Their prisoners of war were made to till the ground as serfs. And soon they reduced to much the same condition the German soldiers, and seized their humble lands. In that troubled age no one could hold property except by means of the strong arm. Men found it difficult to preserve their lives, and often presented their bodies to some powerful lord in return for protection, in return for daily bread. The power of the king was nominal. Sovereignty was broken and dispersed. Europe was divided among castles, and in each castle was a prince who owed no authority above his own, who held a high court of justice in his hall, issued laws to his estates, lived by the court fees, by taxes levied on passing caravans, and by ransoms for prisoners, sometimes obtained in fair war, sometimes by falling upon peaceful travellers. Dark deeds were done within those ivy-covered towers which now exist for the pleasure of poets and pilgrims of the picturesque. Often from turret chambers and grated windows arose the shrieks of violated maidens and the yells of tortured Jews. Yet castle life had also its brighter side. To cheer the solitude of the isolated house, minstrels and poets and scholars were courted by the barons and were offered a peaceful chamber and a place of honour at the board. In the towns of ancient Italy and Greece there was no family; the home did not exist. The women and children dwelt together in secluded chambers; the men lived a club life in the baths, the porticos, and the gymnasiums. But the castle lord had no companions of his own rank except the members of his own family. On stormy days, when he could not hunt, he found a pleasure in dancing his little ones upon his knee, and in telling them tales of the wood and weald. Their tender fondlings and their merry laughs, their half-formed voices, which attempted to pronounce his name, all these were sweet to him. And by the love of those in whom he saw his own image mirrored, in whom his own childhood appeared to live again, he was drawn closer and closer to his wife. She became his counsellor and friend. She softened his rugged manners. She soothed his fierce wrath. She pleaded for the prisoners and captives, and the men condemned to die. And when he was absent, she became the sovereign lady of the house, ruled the vassals, sat in the judgment seat, and often defended the castle in time of siege. A charge so august could not but elevate the female mind. Women became queens. The lady was created. Within the castle was formed that grand manner of gentleness, mingled with hauteur, which art can never stimulate, and which ages of dignity can alone confer. The barons dwelt apart from one another, and were often engaged in private war. Yet they had sons to educate and daughters to marry, and so a singular kind of society arose. The king's house, or court, and the houses of the great barons became academies to which the inferior barons sent their boys and girls to school. The young lady became the attendant of the dame, and was instructed in the arts of playing on the virginals, of preparing simples, and of healing wounds, of spinning, sewing, and embroidery. The young gentleman was at first a page. He was taught to manage a horse with grace and skill, to use bow and sword, to sound the notes of venery upon the horn, to carve at table, to ride full tilt against the quitaine with his lance in rest, to brittle a deer, to find his way through the forest by the stars in the sky and by the moss upon the trees. It was also his duty to wait upon the ladies who tutored his youthful mind in other ways. He was trained to deport himself with elegance. He was nurtured in all the accomplishments of courtesy and love. He was encouraged to select a mistress among the dames or demoiselles, to adore her in his heart, to serve her with patience and fidelity, obeying her least commands, to be modest in her presence, to be silent and discreet. The reward of all this devotion was of no ethereal kind, but it was not quickly or easily bestowed, and vice almost ceases to be vice when it can only be gratified by means of long discipline in virtue. When the page had arrived at a certain age, he was clad in a brown frock, a sword was fastened to his side, and he obtained the title of Esquire. He attended his patron knight on military expeditions, until he was old enough to be admitted to the order. Among the ancient Germans of the forest, when a young man came of age, he was solemnly invested with shield and spear. The ceremony of knighthood at first was nothing more than this. Every man of gentle birth became a knight, and then took an oath to be true to God and to the ladies and to his plighted word, to be honourable in all his actions, to succour the oppressed. Thus within those castle colleges arose the sentiment of honour, the institution of chivalry, which, as an old poet wrote, made women chaste and men brave. The women were worshipped as goddesses, the men were revered as heroes. Each sex aspired to possess those qualities which the other sex approved. Women admire, above all things, courage and truth, and so the men became courageous and true. Men admire modesty, virtue, and refinement, and so the women became virtuous and modest and refined. A higher standard of propriety was required as time went on. The manners and customs of the Dark Ages became the vices of a later period. Unchastity, which had once been regarded as the private wrong of the husband, was stigmatised as a sin against society, and society found a means of taking its revenge. At first the notorious woman was insulted to her face at tournament and banquet, or knights chalked an epithet upon her castle gates, and then rode on. In the next age she was shunned by her own sex. The discipline of social life was established as it exists at the present day. Though it might sometimes be relaxed in a vicious court, at least the ideal of right was preserved. But in the period of the troubadours the fair sinners resembled the pirates of the Homeric age. Their pursuits were of a dangerous, but not of a dishonourable nature. They might sometimes lose their lives. They never lost their reputation. We must now descend from ladies and gentlemen to the people in the field, who are sometimes forgotten by historians. The castle was built on the summit of a hill, and a village of serfs was clustered round its foot. These poor peasants were often hardly treated by their lords. Often they raised their brown and horny hands and cursed the cruel castle which scowled upon them from above. Humbly they made obeisance, and bitterly they gnawed their lips as the Baron rode down the narrow street on his great war horse, which would always have its fill of corn, when they would starve, followed by his beef-fed varlets with faces red from beer, who gave them jeering looks, who called them by nicknames, who contemptuously caressed their daughters before their eyes. Yet it was not always thus. The lord was often a true nobleman, the parent of their village, the godfather of their children, the guardian of their happiness, the arbiter of their disputes. When there was sickness among them, the ladies of the castle often came down, bringing them soups and spiced morsels with their own white hands. And the castle was the home of the good chaplain, who told them of the happier world beyond the grave. It was there also that they enjoyed such pleasures as they had. Sometimes they were called up to the castle to feast on beef and beer in commemoration of a happy anniversary or a Christian feast. Sometimes their lord brought home a caravan of merchants whom he had captured on the road, and while the strange guests were quaking for the safety of their bales, the people were being amused with the songs of the minstrels and the tricks of the jugglers and the antics of the dancing bear. And sometimes a tournament was held. The lords and ladies of the neighbourhood rode over to the castle, turf banks were set for the serfs, and a gallery was erected for the ladies, above whom sat enthroned the one who was chosen as the Queen of Beauty and of Love. Then the heralds shouted, "Love of ladies, splintering of lances, stand forth, gallant knights, fair eyes look upon your deeds." And the knights took up their position in two lines fronting one another, and sat motionless upon their horses like pillars of iron, with nothing to be seen but their flaming eyes. The trumpets flourished. "Laissez aller!" cried a voice, and the knights, with their long spears in rest, dashed furiously against each other, and then plied battle axe and sword, to the great delight and contentment of the populace. In times of war the castle was also the refuge of the poor, and the villagers fled behind its walls when the enemy drew near. They did not then reflect that it was the castle which had provoked the war. They viewed it only as a hospitable fortress which had saved their lives. It was, therefore, in many cases, regarded by the people not only with awe and veneration, but also with a sentiment of filial love. It was associated with their pleasures and their security. But in course of time a rival arose to alienate the affections, or to strengthen the resentment of the castle serfs. It was the town. End of section 28. Section 29 of The Martyrdom of Man by Winwood READE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Liberty, Part 2. In the days of the Republic, and in the first days of the Empire, all kinds of skilled labour were in the hands of slaves. In every palace, whatever was required for the household was manufactured on the premises. But before the occupation of the Germans, a free class of artisans had sprung up. In what manner is not precisely known. They were probably the descendants of emancipated slaves. This class, divided into guilds and corporations, continued to inhabit the towns. They manufactured armour and clothes. They travelled as pedlars about the country, and thus acquired wealth, which they cautiously concealed, for they were in complete subservience to the castle lord. They could not leave their property by will, dispose of their daughters in marriage, or perform a single business transaction without the permission of their liege. But little by little their power increased. When war was being waged, it became needful to fortify the town, for the town was the baron's estate, and he did not wish his property to be destroyed. When once the burghers were armed and their town walled, they were able to defy their lord. They obtained charters, sometimes by revolt, sometimes by purchase, which gave them the town to do with it as they pleased, to elect their own magistrates, to make their own laws, and to pay their liege lord a fixed rent by the year, instead of being subjected to loans and benevolences and loving contributions. The Roman law, which had never quite died out, was now revived. The old municipal institutions of the empire were restored. Unhappily, the citizens often fought among themselves, and towns joined barons in destroying towns. Yet their influence rapidly increased, and the power of the castle was diminished. Whenever a town received privileges from its lord, other towns demanded that the same rights should be embodied in their charters, and rebelled if their request was refused. Trade and industry expanded. The products of burgher enterprise and skill were offered in the castle halls for sale. The lady was tempted with silk and velvet, the lord with chains of gold and Damascus blades and suits of Milan steel. The children clamoured for the sweet white powder which was brought from the countries of the East. These new tastes and fancies impoverished the nobles. They reduced their establishments, and the discarded retainers, in no sweet temper, went over to the town. And there were others who went to the town as well. In classical times the slaves were unable to rebel with any prospect of success. In the cities of Greece every citizen was a soldier. In Rome an enormous army served as the slave police. But in the scattered castle states of Europe the serfs could rise against their lords, and often did so with effect. And then the town was always a place of refuge. The runaway slave was there welcomed. His pursuers were duped or defied. The file was applied to his collar. His blue blouse was taken off. His hair was suffered to grow. He was made a burgher and a free man. Thus the serfs had often the power to rebel, and always the power to escape, in consequence of which they ceased to be serfs and became tenants. In our own times we have seen emancipation presented to slaves by a victorious party in the House of Commons, and by a victorious army in the United States. It has therefore been inferred that slavery in Europe was abolished in the same manner, and the honour of the movement has been bestowed upon the Church. But this is reading history upside down. The extinction of villeinage was not a donation but a conquest. It did not descend from the court and the castle. It ascended from the village and the town. The Church, however, may claim the merit of having mitigated slavery in its worst days, when its horrors were increased by the pride of conquest and the hostility of race. The clergy belonged to the conquered people, whom they protected from harsh usage to the best of their ability. They taught, as the Moslem doctors also teach, and even as the pagan Africans believe that it is a pious action to emancipate a slave. But there is no reason to suppose that they ever thought of abolishing slavery, and they could not have done so had they wished. Negro slavery was established by subjects of the Church in defiance of the Church. Religion has little power when it works against the stream, but it can give to streams a power which they otherwise would not possess, and it can unite their scattered powers into one majestic flood. Rome was taken and sacked, but never occupied by the barbarians. It still belonged to the Romans. It still preserved the traditions and the genius of empire. Whatever may have been the origin of British or Celtic Christianity, it is certain that the English were converted by the Papists. The first Archbishop of Canterbury was an Italian. His converts became missionaries, entered the vast forests of pagan Germany, and brought nations to the feet of Rome. The alliance of Pepin and the Roman See placed also the French clergy under the dominion of the Pope, who was acknowledged by Alcuin, the adherent of Charlemagne, to be the Pontiff of God, Vicar of the Apostles, Heir of the Fathers, Prince of the Church, Guardian of the only dove without stain. The ordinance of clerical celibacy increased the efficacy of the priesthood and the power of the Pope. The ranks of the clergy were recruited, generation after generation, from the most intelligent of the laymen in the lower classes, and from those among the upper classes who were more inclined to intellectual pursuits than to military life. These men, divided as they were from family connections, ceased to be Germans, Englishmen, or Frenchmen, and became Catholic or universal-hearted men, patriots of religion, children of the Church. And those enthusiastic laymen who had adopted an ascetic, isolated life, or had gathered together in voluntary associations, those hermits and monks who might have been so dangerous to the established Church, were welcomed as allies. No mean jealousy in the Roman Church divided the priest and the prophet, as among the ancient Jews, the mullah and the dervish, as in the East at the present time. The monks were allowed to preach and to elect their own monastery priests. They were gradually formed into regular orders and brought within the discipline of ecclesiastic law. The monks of the East, who could live on a handful of beans, passed their lives in weaving baskets, in prayer and meditation. But the monks of the West, who lived in a colder climate, required a different kind of food, and, as at first they had no money, they could obtain it only by means of work. They laboured in the fields in order to live, and that which had arisen from necessity was continued as part of the monastic discipline. There were also begging friars who journeyed from land to land. These were the first travellers in Europe. Their sacred character preserved their lives from all robbers, whether noble or plebeian, and the same exemption was accorded to those who put on the pilgrim's garb. The smaller pilgrimage was that to Rome, the greater that to the Holy Land, by which the palmers obtained remission of their sins, and also were shown by the monks of Egypt, Sinai, and Palestine many interesting relics and vestiges of supernatural events. They were shown the barns which Joseph had built, vulgarly called the pyramids, the bush which had burned before Moses and was not consumed, and the cleft out of which he peeped at the back parts of Jehovah, the pillar of salt which was once Lot's wife, and which, though the sheep continually licked it out of shape, was continually restored to its pristine form, the ruins of the temple which Samson overthrew, the well where Jesus used to draw water for his mother when he was a little boy, and where she used to wash his clothes, the manger in which he was born, and the table on which he was circumcised, the caves in which his disciples concealed themselves during the crucifixion, and the cracks in the ground produced by the earthquake which followed that event, the tree on which Judas hanged himself, and the house in which he resided, which was surrounded by the Jews with a wall, that it might not be injured by the Christians. It was not only the rich who undertook this pilgrimage. Many a poor man begged his way to the Holy Land. When such a person was ready to depart, The village pastor clad him in a cloak of coarse black serge, with a broad hat upon his head, put a long staff in his hand, and hung round him a scarf and script. He was conducted to the borders of the parish in solemn procession. With cross and holy water the neighbours parted with him there with tears and benedictions. He returned with cockle shells stitched in his hat, as a sign that he had been across the seas, and with a branch of palm tied on to his staff, as a sign that he had been to Jerusalem itself. He often brought also relics and beads, a bag of dust to hang at the bedside of the sick, a phial of oil from a lamp which hung over the Holy Sepulchre, and perhaps a splinter of the true cross. When the Saracens conquered Palestine and Egypt, they did not destroy the memorials of Jesus, for they reverenced him as a prophet. Pious Moslems made also the pilgrimage to Jerusalem, and the Christians were surprised and edified to see the turbaned infidels removing their sandals like Moses on Mount Sinai, and prostrating themselves upon the pavement before the tomb. The caliphs were sufficiently enlightened to encourage and protect the foreign enthusiasts who filled the land with gold, and although the palmers were exempt from passage and pontage and other kinds of blackmail levied by the barons on lay travellers, they found it more easy and more safe to travel in Asia than in Europe. The passion for the pilgrimage to Palestine, which had gradually increased since the days of Helena and Jerome, burst forth as an epidemic at the close of the 10th century. The 1,000 years assigned in Revelation as the lifetime of the earth were about to expire. It was believed that Jesus would appear in Jerusalem, and there hold a grand assize. Thousands bestowed their property upon the church and crowded to the Holy Land. While they thus lived at Jerusalem and waited for the second coming, continually looking up at the sky and expecting it to open, there came instead a host of men with yellow faces and oblique slit-shaped eyes, who took the holy city by assault, drove the Arabs out of Syria, killed many pilgrims, stripped them of all their money, and if they found none outside their bodies, probed them with daggers, or administered emetics in the hope of finding some within. When the pilgrims returned, they related their sufferings and showed their scars. The anger of Christendom was aroused. A crusade was preached, and the enthusiasm which everywhere prevailed enabled the Church to exercise unusual powers. The Pope decreed that the men of the cross should be hindered by none. Creditor might not arrest, master might not detain. To those who joined the army of the Church, absolution was given, and paradise was promised in the Moslem style to those who died in the campaign. The tidings flew from castle to castle and from town to town. There was not a land, however remote, which escaped the infection of the time. In the homely language of the monk of Malmesbury, the Welshman left his hunting, the Scotch his fellowship with vermin, the Dane his drinking party, the Norwegian his raw fish. Europe was torn up from its foundations and hurled upon Asia. Society was dissolved. Monks, not waiting for the permission of their superiors, cast off their black gowns and put on the buff jerkin, the boots, and the sword. The serf left his plough in the furrow, the shepherd left his flock in the field. Men-servants and maid-servants ran from the castle. Wives insisted on going with their husbands, and if their husbands refused to take them, went with someone else. Murderers, robbers, and pirates declared that they would wash out their sins in pagan blood. In some cases, the poor rustic shod his oxen like horses, and placed his whole family in a cart, and whenever he came to a castle or a town, inquired whether that was Jerusalem. The barons sold or mortgaged their estates, indifferent about the future, hoping to win the wealth of Eastern princes with the sword. During 200 years the natives of Europe appeared to have no other object than to conquer or to keep possession of the Holy Land. The Christian knights were at length driven out of Asia. In the meantime Europe was transformed. The kings had taken no part in the first crusades. The estates of the barons had been purchased, partly by them and partly by the burghers. An alliance was made between crown and town. The sovereignty of the castle was destroyed. Judges appointed by the king travelled on circuit through the land. The Roman law, from being municipal, became national. The barons became a nobility residing chiefly at the court. The middle class came into life. The burghers acknowledged no sovereign but the king. They officered their own train bands. They collected their own taxes. They were represented in a national assembly at the capital. New tastes came into vogue. Both mind and body were indulged with dainty foods. The man of talent, whatever his station, might hope to be ennobled. The honour of knighthood was reserved by the king and bestowed upon civilians. The spices of the East, the sugar of Egypt and Spain, the silk of Greece and the islands, were no longer occasional luxuries, but requirements of daily life. And since it was considered unworthy of a gentleman to trade, the profits of commerce were monopolised by the third estate. Education was required for mercantile pursuits. It was at first given by the priests, who had previously taught laymen only to repeat the Paternoster and the Credo, and to pay tithes. Schools were opened in the towns, and universities became secular. The rich merchants took a pride in giving their sons the best education that money could obtain, and these young men were not always disposed to follow commercial pursuits. They adopted the study of the law, cultivated the fine arts, made experiments in natural philosophy, and were often sent by their parents to study in the land beyond the Alps, where they saw something which was in itself an education for the burgher mind. Merchants dwelling in palaces, seated upon thrones, governing great cities, commanding fleets and armies, negotiating on equal terms with the proudest and most powerful monarchs of the north. Italy, protected by its mountain barrier, had not been so frequently flooded by barbarians as the provinces of Gaul and Spain. The feudal system was there established in a milder form, and the cities retained more strength. Soon they were able to attack the castle lords, to make them pull down their towers, and to live like peaceable citizens within the walls. The emperor had little power. Florence, Genoa, and Pisa grew into powerful city-states resembling those of Italy before the rise of ancient Rome, but possessing manufactures which, in the time of ancient Italy, had been confined to Egypt, China, and Hindustan. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Martyrdom of Man by Winwood READE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3 Liberty Part 3. The origin of Venice was different from that of its sister states. In the darkest days of Italy, when a horde of savage Huns, with scalps dangling from the trappings of their horses, poured over the land, some citizens of Padua and other adjoining towns took refuge in a cluster of islands in the lagoons which were formed at the mouths of the Adige and the Po. From Rialto, the chief of these islands, it was only 3 miles to the mainland, 1.5 miles to the sandy breakwater which divided the lagoons from the Adriatic. At high water the islands appeared to be at sea, but when the tide declined they rose up from the midst of a dark green plain in which blue gashes were opened by the oar. But even at high water the lagoons were too shallow to be entered by ships, except through certain tortuous and secret channels. And even at low water they were too deep to be passed on foot. Here, then, the Venetians were secure from their foes, like the lake-dwellers of ancient times. At first they were merely salt boilers and fishermen, and were dependent on the mainland for the materials of life. There was no seaport in the neighbourhood to send its vessels for the salt which they prepared. They were forced to fetch everything that they required for themselves. They became seamen by necessity. They almost lived upon the water. As their means improved, and as their wants expanded, they bought fields and pastures on the mainland. They extended their commerce and made long voyages. They learned in the dockyards of Constantinople the art of building tall ships. They conquered the pirates of the Adriatic Sea. The princes of Syria, Egypt, Barbary, and Spain were all of them merchants, for commerce is an aristocratic occupation in the East. With them the Venetians opened up a trade. At first they had only timber and slaves to offer in exchange for the wondrous fabrics and rare spices of the East. In raw produce Europe is no match for Asia. The Venetians, therefore, were driven to invent. They manufactured furniture and woolen cloth, armour and glass. It is evident from the old names of the streets that Venice formerly was one great workshop. It was also a great market city. The crowds of pilgrims resorting to Rome to visit the tombs of the martyrs and to kiss the Pope's toe had suggested to the government the idea of fairs which were held within the city at stated times. The Venetians established a rival fair in honour of St. Mark, whose remains, revered even by the Moslems, had been smuggled out of Alexandria in a basket of pork. They took their materials, like Molière, wherever they could find them, stole the corpse of a patriarch from Constantinople and the bones of a saint from Milan. They made religion subservient to commerce. They declined to make commerce subservient to religion. The Pope forbade them to trade with infidels, but the infidel trade was their life. Siamo Veneziani, poi Cristiani, they replied. The papal nuncios arrived in Venice and excommunicated 200 of the leading men. In return they were ordered to leave the town. The fleets of the Venetians, like the Phoenicians of old, sailed in all the European waters, from the wheat fields of the Crimea to the ice creeks of the Baltic. In that sea the pirates were at length extinct. A number of cities along its shores were united in a league. Bruges in Flanders was the emporium of the northern trade, and was supplied by Venetian vessels with the commodities of the south. The Venetians also travelled over Europe and established their financial colonies in all great towns. The cash of Europe was in their hands, and the sign of the three golden bulls declared that Lombards lent money within. During the period of the Crusades their trade with the East was interrupted, but it was exchanged for a commerce more profitable still. The Venetians in their galleys conveyed the armies to the Holy Land, and also supplied them with provisions. Besides the heavy sums which they exacted for such services, they made other stipulations. Whenever a town was taken by the Crusaders, a suburb or street was assigned to the Venetians, and when the Christians were expelled, the Moslems consented to continue the arrangement. In all the great eastern cities there was a Venetian quarter containing a chapel, a bathhouse, and a factory ruled over by a magistrate or consul. Constantinople, during the Crusades, had been taken by the Latins with the assistance of the Venetians, and had been recovered by the Greeks with the assistance of the Genoese. The Venetians were expelled from the Black Sea, but obtained the Alexandria trade. In the 15th century the Black Sea was ruined, for its caravan routes were stopped by the Turkish wars. Egypt, which was supplied by sea, monopolised the India trade, and the Venetians monopolised the trade of Egypt. Venice became the nutmeg and pepper shop of Europe. Not a single dish could be seasoned, not a tankard of ale could be spiced, without adding to its gains. The wealth of that city soon became enormous, its power, south of the Alps, extreme. Times had changed since those poor fugitives first crept in darkness and sorrow on the islands of the wild lagoon, and drove stakes into the sand, and spread the reeds of the ocean for their bed. Around them the dark lone waters, sighing, soughing, and the seabird's melancholy cry. Around them the dismal field of slime, the salt and sombre plain. On that cluster of islands had arisen a city of surpassing loveliness and splendour. Great ships lay at anchor in its marble streets. Their yards brushed sculptured balconies and the walls of palaces as they swept along. Branching off from the great thoroughfares, bustling with commerce, magnificent with pomp, were sweet and silent lanes of water lined with summer palaces and with myrtle gardens, sloping downwards to the shore. In the fashionable quarter was a lake-like space, the Park of Venice, which every evening was covered with gondolas; and the gondoliers in those days were slaves from the East, Saracens or negroes, who sang sadly as they rode the music of their homes, the camel song of the Sahara, or the soft minor airs of the Sudan. The government of Venice was a rigid aristocracy. Venice, therefore, has no Santa Croce. It can boast of few illustrious names. However, its Aldine press and its poems in colour were not unworthy contributions to the revival of ancient learning and the creation of modern art. The famous wanderings of Marco Polo had also excited among learned Venetians a peculiar taste for the science of exploration. All over Europe they corresponded with scholars of congenial tastes, and urged those princes who had ships at their disposal to undertake voyages of enterprise and discovery. Among their correspondents there was one who carried out their ideas too well. Venice was not so much injured by the potentates who assembled at Cambrai as by a single man who lived in the lonely spot on the southwest corner of the Spanish peninsula. That country had been taken from the natives by the Carthaginians, from the Carthaginians by the Romans, from the Romans by the Goths, from the Goths by the Arabs and the Moors. It was the first province of the Holy Empire of the Caliphs to shake itself free and to crown a monarch of its own. The Arabs raised Spain to a height of prosperity which it has never since attained. They covered the land with palaces, mosques, hospitals, and bridges, with enormous aqueducts which, penetrating the sides of mountains, or sweeping on lofty arches across valleys, rivalled the monuments of ancient Rome. The Arabs imported various tropical fruits and vegetables, the culture of which has departed with them. They grew, prepared, and exported sugar. They discovered new mines of gold and silver, quicksilver and lead. They extensively manufactured silks, cottons, and merino woolen goods, which they dispatched to Constantinople by sea, and which were thence diffused through the valley of the Danube over savage Christendom. When Italians began to navigate the Mediterranean, a line of ports was opened to them from Tarragona to Cadiz. The metropolis of this noble country was Cordova. It stood in the midst of a fertile plain, washed by the waters of the Guadalquivir. It was encircled by suburban towns. There were 10 miles of lighted streets. The great mosque was one of the wonders of the medieval world. Its gates embossed with bronze, its myriads of lamps made out of Christian bells, and its 1,000 columns of variegated marble supporting a roof of richly carved and aromatic wood. At a time when books were so rare in Europe that the man who possessed one often gave it to a church and placed it on the altar pro remedio animae suae, to obtain remission of his sins; at a time when 300 or 400 parchment scrolls were considered a magnificent endowment for the richest monastery; when scarcely a priest in England could translate Latin into his mother tongue; and when even in Italy a monk who had picked up a smattering of mathematics was looked upon as a magician, here was a country in which every child was taught to read and write, in which every town possessed a public library, in which book collecting was a mania, in which cotton and afterwards linen paper was manufactured in enormous quantities, in which ladies learned distinction as poets and grammarians, and in which even the blind were often scholars, in which men of science were making chemical experiments, using astrolabes in the observatory, inventing flying machines, studying the astronomy and algebra of Hindustan. When the Goths conquered Spain, they were reconquered by the clergy, who established or revived the Roman law. But to that excellent code they added some special enactments relating to pagans, heretics, and Jews. With nations, as with individuals, the child is often the father of the man. Intolerance, which ruined the Spain of Philip, was also its vice in the Gothic days. On the other hand, the prosperity of Spain beneath the Arabs was owing to the tolerant spirit of that people. Never was a conquered nation so mercifully treated. The Christians were allowed by the Arab laws free exercise of their religion. They were employed at court. They held office. They served in the army. The Caliph had a bodyguard of 12,000 men, picked troops, splendidly equipped, and a third of these were Christians. But there were some ecclesiastics who taught their congregations that it was sinful to be tolerant. There were fanatics who, when they heard the cry of the muezzin, "There is no God but God, and Mohammed is the messenger of God," would sign the cross upon their foreheads and exclaim in a loud voice, "Keep not thou silence, O God, for lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head." And so they would rush into the mosque and disturb the public worship, and announce that Mohammed was one of the false prophets whom Christ had foretold. And when such blasphemers were put to death, which often happened on the spot, there was an epidemic of martyr-suicide such as that which excited the wonder and disgust of the younger Pliny. And soon both the contumacy of the Christians and the evil passions of the Moslems, which that contumacy excited, were increased by causes from without. When Spain had first been conquered, a number of Gothic nobles, too proud to submit on any terms, retreated to the Asturias, taking with them the sacred relics from Toledo. They found a home in mountain ravines clothed with chestnut woods, and divided by savage torrents foaming and gnashing on the stones. Here the Christians established a kingdom, discovered the bones of a saint which attracted pilgrims from all parts of Europe, and were joined from time to time by foreign volunteers and by the disaffected from the Moorish towns. The Caliph of Cordova was a commander of the faithful. He united the spiritual and temporal powers in his own person. He was not the slave of Mamelukes or Turkish guards, but he had the right of naming his successor from a numerous progeny, and this custom gave rise, as usual, to seraglio intrigue and civil war. The empire broke up into petty states, which were engaged in continual feuds with one another. Thus the Christians were enabled to invade the Moslem territory with success. At first they made only plundering forays. Next they took castles by surprise or by storm and garrisoned them strongly, and then they began slowly to advance upon the land. By the middle of the 9th century they had reached the Douro and the Ebro. By the close of the 11th they had reached the Tagus under the banner of the Cid. In the 13th century the kingdom of Granada alone was left. But that kingdom lasted 200 years. Its existence was preserved by causes similar to those which had given the Christians their success. Portugal, Aragon, Leon, and Castile were more jealous of one another than of the Moorish kingdom. Granada was unaggressive, and at the same time it belonged to the European family. There was a difference in language, religion, and domestic institutions between Moslem and Christian Spain. Yet the manners and mode of thought in both countries were the same. The cavaliers of Granada were acknowledged by the Spaniards to be gentlemen, though Moors. The Moslem knight cultivated the sciences of courtesy and music, fought only with the foe on equal terms, esteemed it a duty to side with the weak and to succour the distressed, mingled the name of his mistress with his Allah Akbar, as the Christians cried, Madame et mon Dieu, wore in her remembrance an embroidered scarf or some other gage of love, mingled with her in the graceful dance of the Zambra, serenaded her by moonlight as she looked down from the balcony. Granada was defended by a cavalry of gallant knights, and by an infantry of sturdy mountaineers. But it came to an end at last. The marriage of Ferdinand and Isabella united all the crowns of Spain. After 8 centuries of almost incessant war, after 3,700 battles, the long crusade was ended. Spain became once more a Christian land, and Boabdil, pausing on the Hill of Tears, looked down for the last time on the beautiful Alhambra, on the city nestling among rose gardens, and the dark cypress waving over Moslem tombs. His mother reproached him for weeping as a woman for the kingdom he had not defended as a man. He rode down to the sea and crossed over into Africa. But that country also was soon to be invaded by the Christians. That part of the peninsula which is called Portugal preserved its independence and its dialect from the encroachments of Castile. While the kingdom of Granada was yet alive, The Portuguese monarch, having driven the Moors from the banks of the Tagus, resolved to pursue them into Africa. He possessed an excellent crusade machinery, and naturally desired to apply it to some purpose. In Portugal were troops of military monks, who had sworn to fight with none but unbelievers. In Portugal were large revenues granted or bequeathed for that purpose alone. In Portugal the passion of chivalry was at its height. The throne was surrounded by knights panting for adventure. It is related that some ladies of the English court had been grossly insulted by certain cavaliers, and had been unable to find champions to redress their wrongs. An equal number of Portuguese knights at once took ship, sailed to London, flung down their gauntlets, overthrew their opponents in the lists, and returned to Lisbon, having received from the injured ladies the tenderest proof of their gratitude and esteem. It seems that already there had arisen between Portugal and England that diplomatic friendship which has lasted to the present day. A commerce of wine for wool was established between the ports of the Tagus and the Thames, and with this commerce the pirates of Ceuta continually interfered. Ceuta was one of the pillars of Hercules. It sat opposite Gibraltar and commanded the straits. The King of Portugal prepared a fleet. Great war galleys were built, having batteries of mangonels or huge crossbows, with winding gear stationed in the bow. Great beams, like battering rams, swung aloft, and jars of quicklime and soft soap to fling in the faces of the enemy. The fleet sailed forth, rustling with flags, beating drums, and blowing Saracen horns. The passage to Ceuta was happily made, the troops were landed, and the pirate city taken by assault. Among those who distinguished themselves in this exploit was the Prince Henry, a younger son of the king. He was not only a brave knight, but also a distinguished scholar. His mind had been enriched by a study of the works of Cicero, Seneca, and Pliny, and by the Latin translations of the Greek geographers. He now stepped on that mysterious continent which had been closed to Christians for several hundred years. He questioned the prisoners respecting the interior. They described the rich and learned cities of Morocco, the Atlas Mountains shining with snow, and the sandy desert on their southern side. It was there the ancients had supposed all life came to an end. But now the prince received the astounding intelligence that beyond the Sahara was a land inhabited entirely by negroes, covered with fields of corn and cotton, watered by majestic rivers, on the banks of which rose cities as large as Morocco, or Lisbon, or Seville. In that country were gold mines of prodigious wealth. It was also a granary of slaves. By land it could be reached in a week from Morocco by a courier mounted on the swift dromedary of the desert, which halted not by day or night. There were regular caravans or camel fleets, which passed to and fro at certain seasons of the year. The Black Country, as they called it, could also be reached by sea. If ships sailed along the desert shore towards the south, they would arrive at the mouths of wide rivers which flowed down from the gold-bearing hills. This conversation decided Prince Henry's career. To discover this new world beyond the desert became the object of his life. He was Grand Master of the Order of Christ, and had ample revenues at his disposal, and he considered himself justified in expending them on this enterprise which would result in the conversion of many thousand pagans to the Christian faith. He retired to a castle near Cape St. Vincent, where the sight of the ocean continually inflamed his thoughts. It was a cold, bleak headland, with a few juniper trees scattered here and there. All other vegetation had been withered by the spray. But Prince Henry was not alone. He invited learned men from all countries to reside with him. He established a court in which weather-beaten pilots might discourse with German mathematicians and Italian cosmographers. He built an observatory and founded a naval school. He collected a library in which might be read the manuscript of Marco Polo, which his elder brother had brought from Venice, copies on vellum of the great work of Ptolemy, and copies also of Herodotus, Strabo, and other Greek writers, which were being rapidly translated into Latin under the auspices of the Pope at Rome. He had also a collection of maps and sea charts engraved on marble, or on metal tables, and painted upon parchment. At a little distance from the castle were the harbour and town of Sagres, from which the vessels of the prince went forth with the cross of the order painted on their sails. They sailed down the coast of the Sahara. On their right was a sea of darkness, on their left a land of fire. The gentlemen of the household who commanded the ships did not believe in the country of green trees beyond the ocean of sand. Instead of pushing rapidly along, they landed as soon as they detected any signs of the natives, the old people of Massinissa and the Jugurtha, attacked them crying, "Portugal! Portugal!" and having taken a few prisoners returned home. In every expedition the commander made it a point of honour to go a little further than the preceding expedition. Several years thus passed, and the Black Country had not been found. The Canary Islands were already known to the Spaniards, but the Portuguese discovered Porto Santo and Madeira. A shipload of emigrants was dispatched to the former island, and among the passengers was a female rabbit in an interesting situation. She was turned down with her young ones on the island, and there being no checks to rabbit population, they increased with such rapidity that they devoured every green thing, and drove the colonists across into Madeira. In that island the colonists were more fortunate. Instead of importing rabbits, they introduced the vine from Cyprus and the sugar cane from Sicily, and soon Madeira wine and sugar were articles of export from Lisbon to London and to other ports. In the meantime the expeditions to Africa became exceedingly unpopular. The priests declared that the holy money was being scandalously wasted on the dreams of a lonely madman. That castle on the Atlantic shore, which will ever be revered as a sacred place in the annals of mankind, was then regarded with abhorrence and contempt. The common people believed it to be the den of a magician, and crossed themselves in terror when they met in their walks a swarthy, strong-featured man with a round barret cap on his head, wrapped in a large mantle, and wearing black buskins with gilt spurs. Often they saw him standing on the brink of the cliff, gazing earnestly towards the sea, his eyes shaded by his hand. It was said that on fair nights he might be seen for hours and hours on the Tower of Babel which he had built, holding a strange weapon in his hands and turning it towards the different quarters of the sky. End of section 30. Section 31 of the Martyrdom of Man by Winwood READE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Liberty. Part 4. There was an orthodox geography at that period, founded upon statements in the Jewish writings and in the fathers of the Church. The earth was in the centre of the universe, the sun and the moon and the stars humbly revolving round it. Jerusalem was in the precise centre of the earth. In eastern India was the terrestrial paradise, situated on high ground and surrounded by a wall of fire reaching to the sky. St. Augustine, Lactantius, and Cosmas Indicopleustes opposed the Antipodes as being contrary to Scripture, and there could not be people on the other side of the earth, for how could they be able to see the Son of God descending in his glory? It was also generally believed that there was a torrid zone, an impassable belt on both sides of the equator, which Providence had created for the lower animals, and in which no man could live. It was to this fiery land that the prince kept sending vessel after vessel. The Portuguese did not see what would come of these expeditions except to make widows and orphans. The prince seems to think, said they, that because he has discovered 2 desert islands, he has conferred a great blessing upon us. But we have enough uncultivated land without going across the seas for more. His own father, only a little while ago, gave land to a nobleman of Germany, on condition that he should people it with emigrants. But Dom Henry sends men out of Portugal instead of asking them in. Let us keep to the country that God has given us. It may be seen how much better suited those lands are for beasts than men by what happened with the rabbits. and even if there are in that unfound land as many people as the prince pretends, we do not know what sort of people they are, and if they are like those in the Canaries, who jump from rock to rock and throw stones at Christian heads, of what use is it to conquer a land so barren and a people so contemptible? However, an incident occurred which produced a revolution in popular and ecclesiastic feeling. The prisoners captured on the desert coast offered a ransom for their release, and this ransom consisted of negro slaves and gold. The place where this metal first made its appearance was called the Golden River. It was not in reality a river, but an arm of the sea, and the gold had been brought from the mines of Bambouk in the country of the negroes. Its discovery created an intense excitement. The priests acknowledged that it could not have been placed there for the use of the wild animals. Companies were formed and were licensed by the crown, which assigned to the prince a fifth part of the cargoes returned. He himself cared little for the gold, but the discovery of this precious metal, of which India was proverbially the native land, suggested the idea that by following the coast of Africa the Indies might be reached by sea. Letters and maps which he received from his Venetian correspondents encouraged him in this belief, and he obtained, without delay, a bull from the Pope granting to the crown of Portugal all lands that its subjects might discover as far as India inclusive, with licence to trade with infidels, and absolution for the souls of those that perished in these semi-commercial, semi-crusading expeditions. The practice of piracy was now partly given up. The Portuguese, like the Phoenicians of old, traded in one place and kidnapped in another. The commodities which they brought home were gold dust, seal skins, and negroes. Yet still they did not reach the negro land till at last a merchant of Lagos, one time an equerry in the prince's service, knowing his old master had exploration at heart more than trade, determined to push on without loitering on the desert coast. He was rewarded with the sight of trees growing on the banks of a great river, which Prince Henry and his cosmographers supposed to be the Nile. On one side were the brown men of the desert, with long tangled hair, lean and fierce in expression, living on milk, wandering with their camels from place to place. On the other side were large, stout, comely men with hair like wool, skins black as soot, living in villages and cultivating fields of corn. The Portuguese had now discovered the coast of Guinea, and they were obliged to give up their predatory practices. Instead of an open plain in which knights habited in armour and men dressed in quilted cotton jackets could fight almost with impunity against naked Moors, they entered rivers the banks of which were lined with impenetrable jungles. The negroes, perched in trees, shot down upon them from above, or attacked the ship's boats in mid-channel with their swift and light canoes. The Portuguese had no firelocks, and the crossbow bolt was a poor missile compared with the arrows which the negroes dipped in poison so subtle that as soon as the wounded man drank he died, the blood bursting from his nose and ears. A system of barter was therefore established, and the negroes showed themselves disposed to trade. The Gold Coast was discovered. A fort and a chapel were built at Elmina, where a commandant was appointed to reside. This ancient settlement has just been ceded to the English by the Dutch. The ships carried out copper bracelets, brass basins, knives, rattles, looking-glasses, coloured silks and woollen goods, green Rouen cloth, coral, figured velvet, and dainty napkins of Flanders embroidered with gold brocade, receiving chiefly gold dust in exchange. This trade was farmed out to a company for 5 years, on condition that the company should each year explore to a certain distance along the coast. The excitement which followed the discovery of gold dust and the institution of the House of Mines gradually died away. The noble Prince Henry was no more. The men who went out to the coast were not of the class who devote their lives to the chivalry of enterprise. An official who had just returned from Elmina being presented to the king, his Majesty asked him how it was that although he had lived in Africa, his hands and face were so white. The gentleman replied that he had worn a mask and gloves during the whole period of his absence in that sultry land; upon which the king told him what he thought he was fit for in words too vigorous to be translated. This same king, John II, was a vigorous-minded man, and in him the ambition of Prince Henry was revived. He found in a chest belonging to the late king a series of letters from a Venetian gentleman giving much information about the India trade, and earnestly advising him to prosecute his explorations along the coast. The librarians of St. Mark had also sent maps in which the termination of the continent was marked. The king sent out new expeditions and fostered the science of nautical astronomy. A Jew named Zacuto and the celebrated Martin Behem improved the mariner's compass and modified the old Alexandrian astrolabe, so that it might be used at sea. Wandering knights from distant lands volunteered for these expeditions, desiring to witness the tropical storms and the strange manners of the New World, as it was called. Many skilful mariners and pilots visited Lisbon, were encouraged to remain, and became naturalised Portuguese. Among these was the glorious Christopher Columbus, who made more than one voyage to the Gold Coast, married a Portuguese lady, and lived for a time in the Azores. It was his conviction that the eastern coast of Asia could be reached by sailing due west across the ocean. It was his object not to discover a new land, but to reach by sea the country which Marco Polo had visited by land. He eventually sailed with letters to the Emperor of China in his pockets, and came back from the West India Islands thinking that he had been to Japan. He made his proposals in the first place to the king, who referred it to a council of learned men. There were now two plans for sailing to India before the court: the one by following the African coast, the other by sailing west across the ocean. But expeditions of all kinds were at that time unpopular in Lisbon. The Guinea trade did not pay, and it was strenuously urged at the council that the West African settlements should be abandoned. The friends of exploration were obliged to stand on the defensive. They could not carry the proposal of Columbus. It was all that they could do to save the African expeditions. But when Columbus had won for Castile the east coast of Asia, as was then supposed, the king perceived that if he wished to have an Indian empire he must set to work at once. He accordingly conducted the naval expeditions with such vigour that the Cape of Storms was discovered, was then called the Cape of Good Hope, and was then doubled, though without immediate result, the sailors forcing their captain to return. The king also sent a gentleman named Covilham to visit the countries of the East by land. His instructions were to trace the Venetian trade in drugs and spices to its source, and to find out Prester John. Covilham went to Alexandria in the pilgrim's garb, but instead of proceeding to the Holy Land, he passed on to Aden and sailed round the Indian Ocean, or the Green Sea, that lake of wonder with its precious ambergris floating on its waters, and pearls strewed upon its bed, whitened with the cotton sails of the Arab vessels, of the Gujarat Indians, and even of the Chinese, whose four-masted junks were sometimes to be seen lying in the Indian harbours with great wooden anchors dangling from their bows. The east coast of Africa, as low down as Madagascar, or the Island of the Moon, was lined with large towns in which the Arabs resided as honoured strangers, or in which they ruled as kings. On this coast Covilham obtained information respecting the Cape. He then crossed over to the India shore. He sailed down the coast of Malabar from city to city and from port to port. He was astounded and bewildered by what he saw: the activity and grandeur of the commerce, the magnificence of the courts, the half-naked kings, blazing with jewels, saying their prayers on rosaries of precious stones, and using golden goblets as spittoons, the elephants with pictures drawn in bright colours on their ears, and with jugglers in towers on their backs, the enormous temples filled with lovely girls, the idols of gold with ruby eyes, the houses of red sandalwood, the scribes who wrote on palm leaves with iron pens, the pilots who took observations with instruments unknown to Europeans, the huge bundles of cinnamon or cassia in the warehouses of the Arab merchants, the pepper vines trailing over trees, and drugs, which were priceless in Europe, growing in the fields like corn. He returned to Cairo, and there found two Jews, Rabbi Abraham and Joseph the shoemaker, whom the king had sent to look after him. To them he gave a letter for the king, in which he wrote that the ships which sailed down the coast of Guinea might be sure of reaching the termination of the continent by keeping on to the south, and that when they arrived in the Eastern Ocean they must ask for Sofala and the island of the moon. Covilham himself did not return. He had accomplished one part of his mission. He had traced the Venetian commerce to its source. But he had now to find out Prester John. A fable had arisen in the Dark Ages of a great Christian king in Central Asia, and when it was clearly ascertained that the Grand Khan was not a Christian, and that none of the Tartar princes could possibly be Christians, as they could not keep Lent, having no fish or vegetables in their country, it was hoped that Prester John, as the myth was called, might be found elsewhere. Certain pilgrims were met with at Jerusalem who were almost negroes in appearance. Their baptism was of three kinds: of fire, of water, and of blood. They were sprinkled, they were circumcised, they were seared on the forehead with a red-hot iron in the form of a cross. Their king, they said, was a good Christian and a hater of the Moslems, and was descended from the Queen of Sheba. This swarthy king, the ancestor of Theodore, could be no other than Prester John, and Covilham felt it his duty to bear him the greetings of his master before he went home to enjoy that reputation which he had so gloriously earned, and to take a part in the great discoveries that were soon to be made. But the king of Abyssinia wanted a tame white man. He gave his visitor wife and lands. He treated him with honour, but he would not let him go. This kind of complimentary captivity is a danger to which African travellers are always exposed. It is the glory and pride of a savage king to have a white man at his court. And so Covilham was detained, and he died in Abyssinia. But he lived to hear that Portugal had risen in a few years to be one of the great European powers, and that the flag he loved was waving above those castles and cities which he had been the first of his nation to behold. His letter arrived at the same time as the ship of Dias, who had doubled the Cape. The king determined that a final expedition should be sent, and that India should be reached by sea. It was a fete day in Lisbon. The flags were flying on every tower. The fronts of the houses were clothed in gorgeous drapery, which swelled and floated in the wind. Stages were erected on which mysteries were performed. Bells were ringing, artillery boomed. Marble balconies were crowded with ladies and cavaliers, and out of upper windows peeped forth the faces of girls who were kept in semi-oriental seclusion. Presently the sound of trumpets could be heard, and then came in view 1,000 friars who chanted a litany, while behind them an immense crowd chanted back in response. At the head of this procession rode a gentleman richly dressed. He was followed by 148 men in sailors' clothes, but barefooted and carrying tapers in their hands. On they went till they reached the quay, where the boats, fastened to the shore, swayed to and fro with the movement of the tide, and strained at the rope as if striving to depart. The sailors knelt. A priest of venerable appearance stood before them, and made a general confession, and absolved them in the form of the bull which Prince Henry had obtained. Then the wives and mothers embraced their loved ones, whom they bewailed as men about to die. And all the people wept. And the children wept also, though they knew not why. 32 months passed, and again the waterside was crowded, and the guns fired, and the bells rang. Again Vasco da Gama marched in procession through the streets, and behind him walked, with feeble steps but with triumph gleaming in their eyes, 55 men. The rest were gone. But in that procession were not only Portuguese, but also men with white turbans and brown faces, and sturdy blacks who bore a chest which was shown by their straining muscles to be of enormous weight. And in his hand the Captain General held a letter which was written with a pen of iron on a golden leaf, and which addressed the King of Portugal and Guinea in these words: Vasco da Gama, a gentleman of thy house, came to my country, of whose coming I was glad. In my country there is plenty of cinnamon, cloves, pepper, and precious stones. The things which I am desirous to have out of thy country are silver, gold, coral, and scarlet. That night all the houses in Lisbon were illuminated. The gutters ran with wine. The skies, for miles round, were reddened with the light of bonfires. The king's men brought 10 pounds of spices to each sailor's wife, to give away to her gossips. The sailors themselves were surrounded by crowds, who sat silent and open-mouthed, listening to the tales of the great waters and the marvellous lands where they had been. They told of the wonders of the Guinea coast, and of the men near the Cape, who rode on oxen and played sweet music on the flute, and of the birds which looked like geese, and brayed like donkeys, and did not know how to fly, but put up their wings like sails, and scudded along before the wind. They told how, as they sailed on towards the south, the North Star sank and sank, and grew fainter and fainter, until at last it disappeared. And they entered a new world, and sailed beneath strange skies, and how, when they had doubled the Cape, they again saw sails on the horizon, and the North Star again rose to view. They told of the cities on the eastern shore, and of their voyage across the Indian Ocean, and of that joyful morning when, through the grey mists of early dawn, they discerned the hills of Calicut. And then they sank their voices, and their eyes grew grave and sad, as they told of the horrors of the voyage, of the long, long nights off the stormy Cape, when the wind roared, and the spray lashed through the rigging, and the waves foamed over the bulwarks, and the stones that were their cannon shot crashed from side to side, and the ships, like live creatures, groaned and creaked, and hour after hour the sailors were forced to labour at the pumps till their bones ached, and their hands were numbed by cold. They told of treacherous pilots in the Mozambique who plotted to run their ships ashore, and of the Indian pirates, the gypsies of the sea, who sent their spies on board. They told of that new and horrible disease which, when they had been long at sea, made their bodies turn putrid and the teeth drop from their jaws. And as they told of those things, and named the souls who had died at sea, there rose a cry of lamentation, and widows in new garments fled weeping from the crowd. That night the Venetian ambassador sat down and wrote to his masters that he had seen vessels enter Lisbon harbour laden with spices and with India drugs. His next letter informed them that a strong fleet was being prepared, and that Vasco da Gama intended to conquer India. The Venetians saw that they were ruined. They wrote to their ally, the Sultan of Egypt, and implored him to bestir himself. They gave him artillery to send to the India princes. They offered to open the Suez Canal at their own expense, that their ships might arrive in the Indian Ocean before the Portuguese. On the other hand came the terrible Albuquerque, who told the Sultan to beware, or he would destroy Mecca and Medina and turn the Nile into the Red Sea. The Indian Ocean became a Portuguese lake. There was scarcely a town upon its shores which had not been saluted by the Portuguese bombardiers. Not a vessel could cross its waters without a Portuguese passport. As a last resource, the Venetians offered to take the India produce off the king's hands and to give him a fair price. This offer was declined, and Lisbon, instead of Venice, became the marketplace of the India trade. The great cities on the Euphrates, the Tigris, and the Nile fell into decay. The caravan trade of Central Asia declined. The throne of commerce was transferred from the basin of the Mediterranean to the basin of the Atlantic, and the oceanic powers, though rigidly excluded from the commerce itself, were greatly benefited by the change. They had no longer to sail through the Straits of Gibraltar. Lisbon was almost at their doors. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Martyrdom of Man by Winwood READE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3 Liberty Part 5. The achievements of the Portuguese were stupendous for a time. They established a chain of forts all down the western coasts of Africa and up the east coast to the Red Sea, then round the Persian Gulf, down the coast of Malabar, up the coast of Coromandel, among the islands of the archipelago, along the shores of Siam and Burma, to Canton and Shanghai. With handfuls of men they defeated gigantic armies, with petty forts they governed empires. But from first to last they were murderers and robbers, without foresight, without compassion. Our eyes are at first blinded to their vices by the glory of their deeds, but as the light fades, their nakedness and horror are revealed. We read of Arabs who had received safe conducts, and who made no resistance, being sewed up in sails and cast into the sea, or being tortured in body and mind by hot bacon being dropped upon their flesh; of crocodiles being fed with live captives for the amusement of the soldiers, and being so well accustomed to be fed that whenever a whistle was given they raised their heads above the water. We read of the wretched natives taking refuge with the tiger of the jungle and the panther of the hills; of mothers being forced to pound their children to death in the rice mortars, and of other children being danced on the point of spears, which it was said was teaching the young cocks to crow. The generation of heroes passed away; the generation of favourites began. Courtiers accepted offices in the Indies with a view of extorting a fortune from the natives as rapidly as could be done. It was remarked that humanity and justice were virtues which were always left behind at the Cape of Good Hope by passengers for India. It was remarked that money which they brought home was like excommunicated money, so quickly did it disappear. And as for those who were content to love their country and to serve their king, they made enemies of the others, and were ruined for their pains. Old soldiers might be seen in Lisbon wandering through the streets in rags, dying in the hospitals, and crouched before the palace which they had filled with gold. Men whose names are now worshipped by their countrymen were then despised. Minds which have won for themselves immortality were darkened by sorrow and disgrace. In the island of Macau, on the Chinese coast, there is a grove paved with soft green velvet paths, and roofed with a dome of leaves which even the rays of a tropical sun cannot pierce through. In the midst is a grotto of rocks, round which the roots of gigantic trees clamber and coil. And in that silent hermitage a poor exile sat and sang the glory of the land which had cast him forth. That exile was Camoens. That song was the Lusiad. The vast possessions of the Spanish and Portuguese were united under Philip II, who closed the port of Lisbon against the heretical and rebellious natives of the Netherlands. The Dutch were not a people to undertake long voyages out of curiosity, but when it became necessary for them in the way of business to explore unknown seas, they did so with effect. Since they could not get cinnamon and ginger, nutmegs and cloves at Lisbon, they determined to seek them in the lands where they were grown. The English followed their example, and so did the French. There was for a long time incessant war within the tropics. At last things settled down. In the West and East Indies the Spaniards and Portuguese still possessed an extensive empire, but they no longer ruled alone. The Dutch, the English, and the French obtained settlements in North America and the West India Islands, in the peninsula of Hindustan and the Indian Archipelago, and also on the coast of Guinea. West Africa is divided by nature into pastoral regions, agricultural regions, and dense forest, mountains, or dismal swamps, where the natives remain in a savage and degraded state. The hills and fens are the slave preserves of Africa, and are hunted every year by the pastoral tribes, with whom war is a profession. The captives are bought by the agricultural tribes and are made to labour in the fields. This indigenous slave trade exists at the present time, and has existed during hundreds of years. The Tuaricks, or tawny Moors inhabiting the Sahara on the borders of the Sudan, made frequent forays into that country for the purpose of obtaining slaves, exacted them as tribute from conquered chiefs, or sometimes bought them fairly with horses, salt, and woollen clothes. When Barbary was inhabited by rich and luxurious people, such as the Carthaginians, who on one occasion bought no less than 5,000 negroes for their galleys, these slaves must have been obtained in prodigious numbers, for many die in the middle passage across the desert, a journey which kills even a great number of the camels that are employed. The negroes have at all times been highly prized as domestic and ornamental slaves on account of their docility and their singular appearance. They were much used in ancient Egypt, as the monumental pictures show. They were articles of fashion both in Greece and Rome. Throughout the Middle Ages they were exported from the east coast to India and Persia, and were formed into regiments by the caliphs of Baghdad. The Venetians bought them in Tripoli and Tunis, and sold them to the Moors of Spain. When the Moors were expelled, the trade still went on. Negroes might still be seen in the markets of Seville. The Portuguese discovered the slave land itself, and imported 10,000 negroes a year before the discovery of the New World. The Spaniards, who had often negro slaves in their possession, set some of them to dig the mines at St. Domingo. It was found that a negro's work was as much as 4 Indians, and arrangements were made for importing them from Africa. When the Dutch, the English, and the French obtained plantations in America, they also required negro labour, and made settlements in Guinea in order to obtain it. Angola fed the Portuguese Brazil, Elmina fed the Dutch Manhattan, Cape Coast Castle fed Barbados, Jamaica, and Virginia, Senegal fed Louisiana and the French Antilles. Even Denmark had an island or two in the West Indies, and a fort or two upon the Gold Coast. The Spaniards alone, having no settlements in Guinea, were supplied by a contract or asiento, which at one time was enjoyed by the British Crown. We shall now enter into a more particular description of this trade, and of the coast on which it was carried on. Sailing through the Straits of Gibraltar, on the left hand for some distance, is the fertile country of Morocco, watered by streams descending from the Atlas range. Then comes a sandy shore, on which breaks a savage surf, and when that is past, a new scene comes to view. The ocean is discoloured, a peculiar smell is detected in the air, trees appear as if standing in the water, and small black specks, the canoes of fishermen, are observed passing to and fro. The first region, Senegambia, still partakes of the desert character. With the exception of the palm and the gigantic Adansonia, the trees are for the most part stunted in appearance. The country is open, and is clothed with grass, where antelopes start up from their forms like hares. Here and there are clumps of trees, and long avenues mark the watercourses, which are often dry, for there are only 3 months' rain. The interior abounds with gum trees, especially on the borders of the desert. The people are Mohammedans, fight on horseback, and dwell in towns fortified with walls and hedges of the cactus. In this country the French are masters, and have laid the foundations of a military empire, and Algeria on a smaller scale. But as we pass towards the south, the true character of the coast appears. A mountain wall runs parallel with the sea, and numberless rivers leap down the hill slopes and flow towards the Atlantic through forest-covered and alluvial lands, which they themselves have formed. These rivers are tidal, and as soon as the salt water begins to mingle with the fresh, their banks are lined with mangrove shrubberies forming an intricate bower-work of stems, which may be seen at low water encrusted with oysters, thus said by sailors to grow on trees. The mountain range is sometimes visible as a blue outline in the distance. Or the hills, which are shaped like an elephant's back, draw near the shore, or rugged spurs jut down with their rocks of torn and tilted granite to the sea. The shore is sculptured into curves, and all along the coast runs a narrow line of beach, sometimes dazzling white, sometimes orange-yellow, and sometimes a deep cinnamon red. This character of coast extends from Sierra Leone to the Volta, and includes the Ivory Coast, the Pepper Coast, and the Gold Coast. Then the country again flattens, the mountain range retires, and gives place to a gigantic swamp through which the Niger debouches by many mouths into the Bight of Benin, where, according to the old sailor adage, "Few come out, though many go in." It is indeed the unhealthiest region of an unhealthy coast. A network of creeks and lagoons unite the various branches of the Niger, and the marshes are filled with groves of palm oil trees, whose yellow bunches are as good as gold. But in the old day the famous red oil was only used as food, and the sinister name of the Slave Coast indicates the commodity which it then produced. Again, the hills approach the coast, and now they tower up as mountains. The Peak of Cameroons is situated on the line. It is nearly as high as the Peak of Teneriffe. The flowers of Abyssinia adorn its upper sides, and on its lofty summit the smoke of the volcano steals mist-like across a sheet of snow. A little lower down, the primeval forest of the gorilla country resembles that of the opposite Brazil, but is less gorgeous in its vegetation, less abundant in its life. Farther yet to the south, and a brighter land appears. We now enter the Portuguese province of Angola. The land, far into the interior, is covered with farmhouses and coffee plantations, and smiling fields of maize. San Paolo de Loanda is still a great city, though the colony has decayed, though the convents have fallen into ruin, though oxen are stalled in the college of the Jesuits. Below Angola, to the Cape of Good Hope, is a waterless beach of sand. The west coast of Africa begins with a desert inhabited by Moors. It ends with a desert inhabited by Hottentots. In the 18th century a trifling trade was done in ivory and gold, but these were only accessories. The Guinea trade signified the trade in slaves. At first the Europeans kidnapped the negroes whom they met on the beach, or who came off to the ships in their canoes, but the treacherous natives made reprisals. The practice was, therefore, given up, and the trade was conducted upon equitable principles. It was found that honesty was the best policy, and that it was cheaper to buy men than to steal them. Besides the settlements which were made by Europeans, there were many native ports upon the slave coast, and of these Whydah, the seaport of Dahomey, was the most important. When a slave vessel entered the roads, it fired a gun, the people crowded down to the beach, the ship's boat landed through an ugly surf, and the skipper made his way to a large tree in the vicinity of the landing place, where the governor of the town received him in state, and regaled him with trade gin, by no means the most agreeable of all compounds. The capital was situated at a distance of 60 miles, and the captain would be carried there in a hammock, taking with him some handsome silks and other presents for the king. This monarch lived by hunting his neighbours and by selling them to Europeans. There was a regular war season, and he went out once a year, sometimes in one direction, sometimes in another. Kings in Africa have frequently a bodyguard of women. A certain king of Dahomey had developed this institution into female regiments. These women are nominally the king's wives. They are in reality old maids, the only specimens of the class upon the continent of Africa. They are excellent soldiers, hardy, savage, and courageous. In the siege of Abeokuta the other day, an Amazon climbed up the wall. Her right arm was cut clean off, and as she fell back she pistoled a man with her left. When the king returned from his annual campaign, he sent to all the white men of Wydar, who received the special title of the king's friends, and invited them up to witness his customs and to purchase his slaves. In the first place, the king murdered a number of his captives to send to his father as tokens of regard, and the traders were mortified to see good flesh and blood being wasted on religion. However, slaves were always in abundance. They were also obtained from the settlements upon the coast. The Portuguese Angola could alone be dignified with the name of colony. The Dutch, English, and French settlements were merely fortified factories, half castle, half shop, in which the agents lived, and which the dry goods, rum, tobacco, trade powder, and muskets were stored. There were native traders who received a quantity of such goods on trust, and travelled into the interior till they came to a war town. They then ordered so many slaves, and laid down the goods. The chief ordered out the militia, made a night march, attacked a village just before the dawn, killed those who resisted, carried off the rest in irons manufactured at Birmingham, and handed them over to the trader, who drove them down to the coast. They were then warehoused in the fort dungeons, or in buildings called barracoons, prepared for their reception, and as soon as a vessel was ready they were marked and shipped. On board they were packed on the lower deck like herrings in a cask. The cargo supposed that it also resembled herrings in being exported as an article of food. The slaves believed that all white men were cannibals, that the red caps of the trade were dyed in negro blood, and that the white soap was made of negro brains. So they often refused to eat, upon which their mouths were forced open with an instrument known in surgery as a speculum oris, and used in cases of lockjaw, and by means of this ingenious contrivance they breakfasted and dined against their will. Exercise also being conducive to health, they were ordered to jump up and down in their fetters, and if they declined to do so, the application of the cat had the desired effect, and made them exercise not only their limbs but also their lungs, and so promoted the circulation of the blood and the digestion of the horse beans on which they were fed. Yet such was the obstinacy of these savage creatures that many of them sulked themselves to death, and sometimes, when indulged with an airing on deck, the ungrateful wretches would jump overboard, and as they sank, waved their hands in triumph at having made their escape. On reaching the West Indies they were put into regular schools of labour, and gradually broken in, and they then enjoyed the advantage of dwelling in a Christian land. But their temporal happiness was not increased. If a lady put her cook into the oven because a pie was overdone, if a planter soused a slave into boiling sugar, if a runaway was hunted with bloodhounds and then flogged to pieces and hung alive in chains, if the poor old worn-out slave was turned adrift to die, the West Indian laws did not interfere. The slave of a planter was his money. It was only when a man killed another person's slave that he was punished, and then only by a fine. It may be said, without exaggeration, that dogs and horses now receive more protection in the British dominions than negroes received in the last century. End of section 32. Section 33 of The Martyrdom of Man by Winwood READE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3 Liberty, Part 6. In order to understand how so great a moral revolution has been wrought, you must return for a moment to the Middle Ages. We left the burgher class in alliance with the kings, possessing liberal charters, making their own laws, levying their own taxes, commanding their own troops. Their sons were not always merchants like themselves. They invaded the intellectual dominions of the priests. They became lawyers, artists, and physicians. Then another change took place. Standing armies were invented, and the middle class were re-enslaved. Their municipal rights were taken from them. Troops were stationed in their towns. The nobles collected round the king, who could now reward their loyalty with lucrative and honourable posts, the command of a regiment or the administration of a province. Heavy taxes were imposed on the burghers and the peasants, and these supported the nobles and clergy who were exempt. Aristocracy and monarchy became fast friends, and the crown was protected by the thunders of the church. The rebellion of the German monk established an idol of ink and paper, instead of an idol of painted wood or stone. The Protestant believed that it was his duty to study the Bible for himself, and so education was spread throughout the countries of the reformed religion. A desire for knowledge became general, and the academies of the Jesuits were founded in self-defence. The enlargement of the reading class gave the book that power which the pulpit once enjoyed, and in the hands of Voltaire the book began to preach. The fallacies of the Syrian religion were exposed, and with that religion fell the doctrine of passive obedience and divine right, the doctrine that unbelievers are the enemies of God, the doctrine that men who adopt a particular profession are invested with magical powers which stream into them from other men's finger ends, the doctrine that a barbarous legal code was issued viva voce by the Creator of the world. Such notions as these are still held by thousands in private life, but they no longer enter into the policy of states or dictate statutes of the realm. Voltaire destroyed the authority of the Church, and Rousseau prepared the way for the destruction of the crown. He believed in a dreamland of the past which had never existed. He appealed to imaginary laws of nature. Yet these errors were beneficial in their day. He taught men to yearn for an ideal state, which they with their own efforts might attain. He inspired them with the sentiment of liberty, and with a reverence for the law of right. Virtuous principles, abstract ideas, the future deities of men, were now for the first time lifted up to be adored. 1,000 hearts palpitated with excitement. 1,000 pens were drawn. The people, that slumbered in sorrow and captivity, heard a voice bidding them arise. They strained, they struggled, and they burst their bonds. Jacques Bonhomme, who had hitherto gone on all fours, discovered to his surprise that he also was a biped. The world became more light. The horizon widened. A new epoch opened for the human race. The anti-slavery movement, which we shall now briefly sketch, is merely an episode in that great rebellion against authority which began in the night of the Middle Ages, which sometimes assumed the form of religious heresy, sometimes of serf revolt, which gradually established the municipal cities and raised the slave to the position of the tenant, which gained great victories in the Protestant Reformation, the two English revolutions, the American Revolution, and the French Revolution, which has destroyed the tyranny of governments in Europe, and which will in time destroy the tyranny of religious creeds. In the middle of the 18th century, negro slavery, although it had frequently been denounced in books, had not attracted the attention of the English people. To them it was something in the abstract, something which was done beyond the seas. But there arose an agitation which brought up its distant horrors in vivid pictures before the mind, and produced an outcry of anger and disgust. It had been the custom of the Virginian or West Indian planter, when he left his tobacco or sugar estate for a holiday in England, to wear very broad hats and very wide trousers, and to be accompanied by those slaves who used to bring him his coffee in the early morning, to brush away the blue-tailed fly from his siesta, and to mix him rum and water when required. The existence of such attendants was somewhat anomalous in this island, and friends would often observe with a knowing air it was lucky for him that Sambo was not up to English law. That law indeed was undefined. Slavery had existed in England and had died out of itself. In what manner and at what time no one could precisely say. It was, however, a popular impression that no man could be kept as a slave if he were once baptized. The planters enjoyed the same kind of reputation which the nabobs afterwards obtained. A yellow skin and a bad heart were at one time always associated with each other. The negroes were often encouraged to abscond, and to offer themselves before the font. They obtained as sponsors respectable, well-to-do men, who declared that they would stand by their godsons if it came to a case at law. The planters were in much distress, and in order to know the worst, went to Messrs. York and Talbot, the Attorney and Solicitor General for the time being, and requested an opinion. The opinion of York and Talbot was this: that slaves breathing English air did not become free; that slaves, on being baptized, did not become free; and that their masters could force them back to the plantations when they pleased. The planters, finding that the law was on their side, at once acted on their opinion. Advertisements appeared in the newspapers offering rewards for runaway slaves. Negroes might be seen being dragged along the streets in open day. They were bought and sold at the Poultry Compter, an old city jail. Free men of colour were no longer safe. Kidnapping became a regular pursuit. There was a young man named Granville Sharp whose benevolent heart was touched to the quick by the abominable scenes which he had witnessed more than once. He could not believe that such was really English law. He examined the question for himself, and after long search discovered precedents which overthrew the opinion of the two great lawyers. He published a pamphlet in which he stated his case, and not content with writing, he also acted in the cause, aiding and abetting negroes to escape. On one occasion a Virginian had disposed of an unruly slave to a skipper bound for the West Indies. The vessel was lying in the river. The unfortunate negro was chained to the mast. When Granville Sharp climbed over the side with a writ of habeas corpus in his hand, James Somerset's body was given up, and with its panting, shuddering, hopeful, fearful soul inside, was produced before a court of justice, that Lord Mansfield might decide to whom it belonged. The case was argued at 3 sittings, and excited much interest throughout the land. It ended in the liberation of the slave. Several hundred negroes were at once bowed out by their masters into the street, and wandered about, sleeping in glass houses, seated on the doorsteps of their former homes, weeping and cursing Granville Sharp. It was resolved to do something for them, and a grant of land was obtained from the native chiefs at the mouth of the Sierra Leone River. A company was formed. 400 destitute negroes were sent out, and as if there were no women in Africa, 50 unfortunates were sent out with them. The society of these ladies was not conducive to the moral or physical well-being of the emigrants, 84 of whom died before they sighted land, and 86 in the first 4 months after landing. The philanthropists thus produced a middle passage at which a slave trader would have been aghast. In a short time the white women were dead, and the Granvilles, as they are traditionally called upon the coast, adopted savage life. But the settlement was repeopled from another source. In the American Revolutionary War, large numbers of negroes had flocked to the royal standard, attracted by the proclamations of the British generals. These runaway slaves were sent to Nova Scotia, where they soon began to complain. The climate was not to their taste, and they had not received the lands which had been promised them. They were then shipped off to Sierra Leone. They landed singing hymns and pitched their tents on the site of the present town. The settlement was afterwards recruited with negroes in thousands out of slave ships. But the American element may yet be detected in the architecture of the native houses and in the speech of the inhabitants. In the meantime, the slave trade was being actively discussed. Among those who felt most deeply on the question was Dr. Peckard, of St. John's College, Cambridge, who, being in 1785 Vice-Chancellor, gave as a subject for the Latin essay Anne licet invitos in servitutem dare. Is it right to make men slaves against their will? Among the candidates was a certain Bachelor of Arts, Mr. Thomas Clarkson, who had gained the prize for the best Latin essay the year before, and was desirous of keeping up his reputation. He therefore took unusual pains to collect materials respecting the African slave trade, to which he knew Dr. Peckard's question referred. He borrowed the papers of a deceased friend who had been in the trade, and conversed with officers who had been stationed in the West Indies. He read Benezet's historical account of Guinea, and was thence guided to the original authorities, which are contained in the large folios of Hakluyt and Purchas. These old voyages, written by men who were themselves slavers, contain admirable descriptions of native customs, and also detailed accounts of the way in which the man-trade was carried on. Clarkson possessed a vivid imagination and a tender heart. These narratives filled him with horror and alarm. The pleasure of research was swallowed up in the pain that was excited by the facts before him. It was one gloomy subject from morning to night. In the daytime he was uneasy; at night he had little rest. Sometimes he never closed his eyes from grief. It became not so much a trial for academical reputation as for the production of a work which might be useful to injured Africa. He always slept with a candle in the room that he might get up and put down thoughts which suddenly occurred to him. At last he finished his painful task and obtained the prize. He went to Cambridge and read his essay in the Senate House. On his journey back to London the subject continually engrossed his thoughts. "I became," he said, "very seriously affected upon the road. I stopped my horse occasionally, and dismounted and walked. I frequently tried to persuade myself in these intervals that the contents of my essay could not be true. Coming in sight of the Wades Mill in Hertfordshire, I sat down disconsolate on the turf by the roadside and held my horse. Here a thought came into my mind, that if the contents of the essay were true, it was time that some person should see these calamities to their end." On arriving in London he heard for the first time of the labours of Granville Sharp and others. He determined to give up his intention of entering the church, and to devote himself entirely to the destruction of the slave trade. At this time a committee was formed for the purpose of preparing the public mind for abolition. Granville Sharp, to whom more than any other individual the abolition of the slave trade is due, became the president, and Clarkson was deputed to collect evidence. He called on the leading men of the day, and endeavoured to engage their sympathies in the cause. His modest, subdued demeanour, the sad, almost tearful expression of his face, which the painter of his portrait has fortunately seized, the earnestness and passion with which he depicted the atrocities of the slave hunt in Africa and the miseries of the slave hold at sea, secured him attention and respect from all. And among those with whom he spoke was one whose fame is the purest and the best that parliamentary history records. William Wilberforce was the son of a rich merchant at Hull, and inherited a large fortune. He went to Cambridge, and was afterwards elected member for his native city, an honour which cost him £8,000. He became a member of the fashionable clubs, and chiefly frequented Brooks, where he became a votary of faro, till his winnings cured him of his taste for play. He soon obtained a reputation in the House and the salon. He had an easy flow of language, and a voice which was melody itself. He was a clever mimic and an accomplished musician. He possessed the rare arts of polished raillery and courteous repartee. Madame de Staël declared that he was the wittiest man in England. But presently he withdrew from her society and that of her friends, because it was brilliant and agreeable. He also took his name off all his clubs. He was travelling on the Continent with Pitt, who was his bosom friend, when a change came over him. In the days of his childhood he had been sent to reside with an aunt who was a great admirer of Whitfield's preaching, and kept up a friendly connection with the early Methodists. He was soon infected with her ideas, and there was remarked in him a rare and pleasing character of piety in his 12th year. This excited much consternation among the other members of his family. His mother at once came up to London and fetched him home. "If Billy turns Methodist," said his grandfather, "he shall not have a sixpence of mine." We are informed that theatrical diversions, card parties, and sumptuous suppers, at the fashionable hour of 6 in the evening, obliterated these impressions for a time. They were not, however, dead, for the perusal of Doddridge's Rise and Progress was sufficient to revive them. This amiable and excellent young man became the prey of a morbid superstition. Often, in the midst of enjoyment, his conscience told him he was not in the true sense of the word a Christian. I laughed, I sang, I was apparently gay and happy, but the thought would steal across me, what madness is all this? To continue easy in a state in which a sudden call out of the world would consign me to everlasting misery, and that when eternal happiness is within my grasp. The sinful worldling accordingly reformed. He declined Sunday visits. He got up earlier in the morning. He wrestled continually in prayer. He began to keep a commonplace book, serious and profane, and a Christian duty paper. He opened himself completely to Pitt, and said he believed the Spirit was in him. Mr. Pitt was apparently of a different opinion, for he tried to reason him out of his convictions. "The fact is," says Mr. Wilberforce, "he was so absorbed in politics that he had never given himself time for due reflection in religion." But, amongst other things, he declared to me that Bishop Butler's work raised in his mind more doubts than it had answered. Now, if that was the character of Pitt's intellect, we must venture to think that the more he reflected on religion, the less he would have believed in it. Superstition intensifies a man. It makes him more of what he was before. An evil-natured person who takes fright at hellfire becomes the most malevolent of human beings. Nothing can more clearly prove the natural beauty of Wilberforce's character than the fact that he preserved it unimpaired in spite of his Methodistic principles. It would be unjust to deny that after he became a Methodist, he became a wiser and a better man. His intellect was strengthened, his affections were sweetened, by a faith the usual tendency of which is to harden the heart and to soften the head. He endeavoured to control a human, and therefore sometimes irritable, temper. He laid down for himself the rule to manifest rather humility in himself than dissatisfaction at others. And so well did he succeed that a female friend observed, "If this is madness, I hope that he will bite us all." Yet there was a flaw in Wilberforce's brain, or he could never have supposed that a man might be sent to hell for playing the piano. He soon showed that in another age he might have been an excellent inquisitor. And inquisitors there were who were not less pure-hearted, not less benevolent in private life than Wilberforce himself. He desired to do something in public for the glory of God, and he believed it was his mission to reform the manners of the age. When a man of fashion was always a gambler, when all the clubs in St. James's Street were hells, when speeches were often incoherent in the House after dinner, when comic songs were composed against Mr. Pitt, not because he had a mistress, but because he had none, when ladies called adultery a little affair, when the Prince of Wales was a young man about town, grazing on the middle classes, it cannot be questioned that, from the royal family downwards, there was room for improvement. The reader will perhaps feel curious to learn in what manner Mr. Wilberforce commenced his laudable but difficult crusade. He obtained a royal proclamation for the discouragement of vice and immorality, and letters from the Secretaries of State to the Lords Lieutenant expressing His Majesty's pleasure that they recommend it to the justices throughout their several counties to be active in the execution of the laws against immoralities. He also started a society to assist in the enforcement of the proclamation as a kind of amateur detective corps, to hunt up indecent and blasphemous publications. And that was what he called reforming the manners of the age. Happily, the slave trade question began to be discussed, and Mr. Wilberforce obtained a cause which was worthy of his noble nature. The miseries of Africa had long attracted his attention. Even in his boyhood he had written on the subject for the daily journals. Lady Middleton, who had heard from an eye-witness of the horrors of slavery, had begged him to bring it before Parliament. Mr. Pitt had also advised him to take up the question, and he had agreed to do so whenever an opportunity should occur. This happened before his acquaintance with Clarkson, to whom he said at their first interview that abolition was a question near his heart. A short time after, there was a dinner at Mr. Bennet Langton's, at which Sir Joshua Reynolds, Boswell, Wyndham, and himself were present. The conversation turned upon the African slave trade, and Clarkson exhibited some specimens of cotton cloth manufactured by the natives in their own looms, the plant being grown in their own fields. All the guests expressed themselves on the side of abolition, and Mr. Wilberforce was asked if he would bring it forward in the House. He said that he would have no objection to do so when he was better prepared for it, providing no more proper person could be found. The committee now went to work in earnest, and held weekly meetings at Mr. Wilberforce's house. Clarkson was sent to Bristol and Liverpool, where he collected much information, though not without difficulty, and even, as he thought, danger of his life. A commission was appointed by the Lords of the Privy Council to collect evidence. It was stated by the Liverpool and Planter Party that not only the colonial prosperity, but the commercial existence of the nation was at stake, that the Guinea trade was a nursery for British seamen, that the slaves offered for sale were criminals and captives who would be eaten if they were not bought, that the Middle Passage was the happiest period of a negro's life, that the sleeping apartments on board were perfumed with frankincense, and that the slaves were encouraged to disport themselves on deck with the music and dances of their native land. On the other hand, the committee proved from the muster rolls which Clarkson had examined that the Guinea trade was not the nursery of British seamen, but its grave, and they published a picture of an African slaver copied from a vessel which was lying in the Mersey, and certain measurements were made, which, being put into feet and inches, justified the statement of a member in the House that never was so much human suffering condensed into so small a space. Lord Chancellor Thurlow and two other members of the Cabinet were opposed to abolition, and therefore Mr. Pitt could not make it a government measure. And so, although it was called the battle between the giants and the pygmies, although Pitt, Fox, Burke, Sheridan, Wyndham, and Wilberforce, the greatest orators and statesmen of the day, were on one side, and the two members for Liverpool on the other, the brute votes went with the pygmies, and the bill was lost. But now the nation was beginning to be moved. The committee distributed books and hired columns in the newspapers. They sealed their letters with a negro in chains kneeling, and the motto, "Am I not a man and a brother?" Wedgwood made cameos with the same design. Ladies wore them in their bracelets or their hairpins. Gentlemen had them inlaid in gold on the lids of their snuff-boxes. Cowper sent to the committee the well-known poem, "Fleecy Locks and Black Complexion." The committee printed it on the finest hot-pressed paper, folded it up in a small and neat form, gave it the appropriate title of a subject for conversation at the tea-table, and cast it forth by thousands upon the land. It was set to music and sung as a street ballad. People crowded at shop windows to see the picture of the ship in which the poor negroes were packed like herrings in a cask. A murmur arose, and grew louder and louder. 300,000 persons gave up drinking sugar in their tea. Indignation meetings were held, and petitions were sent into Parliament by the ton. Everything seemed to show that the nation had begun to loathe the trade in flesh and blood, and would not be appeased till it was done away. And then came the events which made the sweet words liberty, humanity, equality sound harsh and ungrateful to the ear, which caused those who spoke much of philanthropy and eternal justice to be avoided by their friends, and perhaps supervised by the police, which rendered negroes and emancipation a subject to be discussed only with sneers and shakings of the head. When the slave trade question had first come up, Mr. Pitt proposed to the French government that the two nations should unite in the cause of abolition. Now in France the peasantry themselves were slaves, and the negro trade had been bitterly attacked in books which had been burned by the public executioner, and the authors of which had been excommunicated by the Pope. Mr. Pitt's proposal was at once declined by the coterie of the Earl de Boeuf. In the meantime it was discovered that the French nation was heavily in debt. There was a loss of nearly 5 millions sterling every year, a fact by no means surprising, for the nobles and clergy paid no taxes. Each branch of trade was an indolent monopoly, and poor Jacques Bonhomme bore the weight of the court and army on his back. Chancellors of the Exchequer, one after the other, were appointed, and attempted in vain to grapple with the difficulty. As a last resource, the House of Commons was revived, that the debt of bankrupt despotism might be accepted by the nation. A parliament was opened at Versailles. Lawyers and merchants, dressed in black, walked in the same procession, and sat beneath the same roof with the haughty nobles, rustling with feathers, shining with gold, and wearing swords upon their thighs. But the commoners soon perceived that they had only been summoned to vote away the money of the nation. They were not to interfere with the laws. Their debates becoming offensive to the king, the hall in which they met was closed against them. They then gathered in a tennis court, called themselves the National Assembly, and took an oath that they would not dissolve until they had regenerated France. Troops were marched into Versailles. A coup d'etat was evidently in the wind. And then the Parisians arose. The army refused to fight against them. The Bastille was destroyed. The National Assembly took the place of the Earl de Boeuf. Democracy became the mayor of the palace. A constitution was drawn up and accepted by the king. The nobility were deprived of their feudal rights. Church property was resumed by the nation. Taxes were imposed on the rich as well as on the poor. The peasantry went out shooting every Sunday. The country gentlemen fled from their chateaux to foreign courts, where wars began to brew. End of section 33. Section 34 of The Martyrdom of Man by Winwood READE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3 Liberty Part 7. Such was the state of affairs in France when Wilberforce suggested that Clarkson should be sent over to Paris to negotiate with the leading members of the National Assembly. There was in Paris a society called the Friends of the Blacks. Condorcet and Brissot were among its conductors. Clarkson, therefore, was sanguine of success. But it was long before he could obtain a hearing. At last he was invited to dinner at the house of the Bishop of Chartres, so that he might there meet Mirabeau and Sieyès, the Duc de Rochefoucauld, Pétion de Villeneuve, and Vergas, and talk the matter over. But when the guests met, a much more interesting topic was in everybody's mouth. The king at that time lived at Versailles, a little town inhabited entirely by his servants and his bodyguards. The Parisians for some time had been uneasy. They feared that he would escape to Metz, and that civil war would then break out. There was a rumour of a bond signed by thousands of the aristocrats to fight on the king's side. The guards had certainly been doubled at Versailles, and a Flanders regiment had marched into the town with 2 pieces of cannon. Officers appeared in the streets in strange uniforms, green faced with red, and they did not wear the tricolour cockade which had already been adopted by the French nation. And while thus uneasy looks were turned towards Versailles, an incident took place which heightened the alarm. On October 1st, a banquet had been given by the guards to the officers of the Flanders regiment. The tables were spread in the court theatre. The boxes were filled with spectators. After the champagne was served, and the health of the royal family had been drunk, the wine and the shouting turned all heads. Swords were drawn and waved naked in the air. The tricolour cockades were trampled underfoot. The band struck up the tender and beautiful ballad, "O Richard, O my king, the world is all forsaking thee." The queen came in and walked round the tables, bowing and bestowing her sweetest smiles. The bugles sounded the charge. The men from different regiments were brought in. All swore aloud they would protect the king, as if he was just then in the danger of his life. And some young ensigns carried by assault certain boxes which expressed dissent at these proceedings. This was the subject of conversation at the dinner to which Clarkson was invited, and the next day the women of Paris marched upon Versailles. The king was taken to the Tuileries, and the National Assembly became supreme, under favour of the mob. After several weeks, Clarkson at last received a definite reply. The revolution, he was told, was of more importance than the abolition of the slave trade. In Bordeaux, Marseille, Rouen, Nantes, and Havre, there were many persons in favour of that trade. It would be said that abolition would be making a sacrifice to England. The British Parliament had as yet done nothing, and people doubted the sincerity of Pitt. Mr. Clarkson asked whether, if the question were postponed to the next legislature, it would be more difficult to carry it then than now. The question produced much conversation, but the answer was unanimous, that the people would daily more and more admire their constitution, and that by the constitution certain solid and fixed principles would be established, which would inevitably lead to the abolition of the slave trade. And if the constitution were once fairly established, they would not regard the murmurs of any town or province. Clarkson was not the only envoy who was defeated by the planter interest on French soil. In the flourishing colony of St. Domingo there were many mulatto planters, free and wealthy men, but subject to degrading disabilities. When they heard of the revolution, they sent Auguet to Paris with a large sum of money as a present to the National Assembly, and a petition for equal rights. The President received him and his companions with cordiality. He bid them take courage. The Assembly knew no distinction between black and white. All men were created free and equal. But soon the planters began to intrigue, the politicians to prevaricate and to postpone. Auguet's patience was at last worn out. He declared to Clarkson that he did not care whether their petition was granted them or not. "We can produce," he said, "as good soldiers on our estates as those in France. If we are once forced to desperate measures, it will be in vain to send thousands across the Atlantic to bring us back to our former state." He finally returned to St. Domingo, armed his slaves, was defeated and broken on the wheel. Then the slaves rose and massacred the whites, and the cause of abolition was tarnished by their crimes. In England the tide of feeling turned. A panic fell upon the land. The practical disciples of Rousseau had formed a club in Paris, the members of which met in a Jacobin church, whence they took their name. This club became a kind of caucus for the arrangement of elections, to decide the measures which should be brought forward in the National Assembly, and to preach unto all men the gospel of liberty, equality, and fraternity. It had 400 daughter societies in France. It corresponded with thousands of secret societies abroad. It had missionaries in the army, spies in foreign lands. It desired to create a universal republic. It grew in power, in ambition, and in bravado. It cast at the feet of the kings of Europe the head of a king. It offered the friendship and aid of France to all people who would rise against their tyrants. Thomas Paine, who used to boast that he had created the American Revolution with his pamphlet, Common Sense, now tried to create an English Revolution with his Rights of Man. In the loyal towns his effigy, with a rope round its neck, was flogged with the cart whip while the market bell tolled, and the crowd sang the national anthem with 3 cheers after each verse. In other towns, "No king, liberty, equality," was scribbled on the walls. The soldiers were everywhere tampered with, and the king was mobbed. Pitt, the projector of reform bills, became a tyrant. Burke, the champion of the American Revolution, became a Tory. It was not a time to speak of abolition, which was regarded as a revolutionary measure, and such in reality it was, though accidentally associated in England with religion and philanthropy, on account of the character of its leaders. It was pointed out that the atheist philosophers had all of them begun by sympathising with the negroes. One of Thomas Paine's first productions was an article against slavery. The committee was declared to be a nest of Jacobins. Their publications were denounced as poisonous. There was a time when the king had whispered at a levee, "How go your black clients, Mr. Wilberforce?" But now the philanthropist was in disgrace at court. At this time poor Clarkson's health gave way, and he was carried off the field. And then from Paris there came terrible news. The people were at last avenged. The long black night was followed by a blood-red dawn. The nobles who had fled to foreign courts had returned with foreign troops. The kings of Europe had fallen on the new republic, the common enemy of all. The people feared that the old tyranny was about to be replaced, and by a foreign hand. They had now tasted liberty, they knew how sweet it was. They had learned the joy of eating all the corn that they had sown. They had known what it was to have their own firelocks and their own swords, and to feel that they, the poor and hungry serfs, were the guardians of their native land. They had learned to kiss the tricolour, to say "Vive la nation," to look forward to a day when their boys, now growing up, might harangue from the tribune, or sit upon the bench, or grasp the field marshal's baton. And should this all be undone? Should they be made to return to their boiled grass and their stinging nettle soup? Should the days of privilege and oppression be restored? The nation arose and drove out the invaders. But there had been a panic, and it bore its fruits. What the Jacobins were to Pitt, the aristocrats were to Danton and Robespierre. Hundreds of royalists were guillotined, but then thousands had plotted the overthrow of the Republic, thousands had intrigued that France might be a conquered land. Such, at least, was the popular belief. The massacres of September, the execution of the king and queen, were the result of fear. After which, it must be owned, there came a period when suspicion and slaughter had become a habit, when blood was shed to the sound of laughter, when heads, greeted with roars of recognition, were popped out of the little national sash window and tumbled into the sawdust, and then were displayed to the gallery in the windows, and to the pit upon the square. The mere brute energy which lay at the bottom of the social mass rose more and more towards the top. And at length the leaders of the people were hideous beings in red woollen caps, with scarcely an idea in their heads or a feeling in their hearts. Ardent lovers of liberty, it is true, and zealots for the fatherland, scarcely taking enough from the treasury to fill their bellies and to clothe their backs. Marat, when killed, had 11 halfpenny in his possession. But mere senseless fanatics, who crushed that liberty which they tried to nurse, who governed only by the guillotine, which they considered the sovereign remedy for all political disorders, who killed all the great men whom the Republic had produced, and were finally guillotined themselves. The death of Robespierre closed the revolution. The last mob rising was extinguished by the artillery of Bonaparte. The Jacobins fell into disrepute. There was a cry of "Down with the Jacobins!" Stones were hurled in through their windows. The orators were hustled and beaten as they sallied forth, and the ladies who knitted in the gallery were chastised in a manner scarcely suited for adults. The age of revolutions for a time was past. Bonaparte became dictator. Thomas Paine took to drink. The English reign of terror was dispelled. The abolitionists again raised their voices on behalf of the negro, and in 1807 the slave trade was abolished. That traffic, however, was only abolished so far as English vessels and English markets were concerned, and government now commenced a long series of negotiations with foreign powers. In course of time the other nations prohibited the slave trade, and conceded to Great Britain the police control of the Guinea coast and the right of search. A squadron of gunboats hovered round the mouths of rivers, or sent up boating expeditions, or cruised to and fro a little way out at sea, with a man always at the masthead with a spy-glass in his hand, scanning the horizon for a sail. When a sail was sighted, the gunboat got up steam, bore down upon the vessel, ordered her to heave to, sent men on board, and overhauled her papers. If they were not in order, or if slaves were on board, or even if the vessel was fitted up in such a way as to have the appearance of a slaver, she was taken as a prize. The sailors were landed at the first convenient spot. The slaver was sold, and the money thereby obtained, with the bounty on each captured slave, was divided among the officers and crew. The slaves were discharged at Sierra Leone, where they formed themselves into various townships according to their nationalities, spoke their own language, elected their own chiefs, and governed themselves privately by their own laws, opinion acting as the only method of coercion, a fact deserving to be noted by those who study the savage man. However, this was only for a time. All these imported negroes were educated by the missionaries, and they now support their own church. The native languages and distinctions of nationality are gradually dying out. The descendants of naked slaves are many of them clergymen, artisans, shopkeepers, and merchants. They call themselves Englishmen, and such they feel themselves to be. However ludicrous it may seem to hear a negro boasting about Lord Nelson and Waterloo, and declaring that he must go home to England for his health, it shows that he possesses a kind of emulation which, with proper guidance, will make him a true citizen of his adopted country, and leave him nothing of the African except his skin. But the slave trade was not extinguished by the sentimental squadron. The slavers could make a profit if they lost 4 cargoes in every 5. They could easily afford to use decoys. While a gunboat was giving chase to some old tub with 50 diseased and used-up slaves on board, a clipper with several hundreds in her holds would dash out from her hiding-place among the mangroves and scud across the open sea to Cuba and Brazil. It was impossible to blockade a continent, but it was easy to inspect estates. The negroes were purchased as plantation hands. A contraband labourer was not a thing to be concealed. There were laws in Cuba and Brazil against negro importation, but these existed only for the benefit of the officials. The bribery practice was put to an end in Brazil about 1852. That great market was for ever closed. Slavers were ruined, African chiefs became destitute of rum, and this branch of commerce began to look forlorn. Yet still Cuba cried, "More! Give me more!" Still the profits were so large that the squadron was defeated and the man supply obtained. 500,000 of money a year, and no small amount of men, did that one island cost Great Britain. Yet still it might be hoped that even Cuba would be filled full in time, that the public opinion of Europe would act upon Madrid, that in time it would imitate Brazil. But in 1861 there happened an event which made the Cubans turn their back on Spain and look with longing eyes the other way, and a beautiful vision uprose before their minds. They dreamt of a new empire, to which Cuba would belong, and to which slavery in a state of medieval beauty would be restored. It was only a dream. It was quickly dispelled. They awoke to find liberty standing at their doors, and there now she stands waiting for her time to come. When Great Britain was teasing the colonies into resistance, it was often predicted that they would not unite. There was little community of feeling between the old Dutch families of New York, the Quakers of Pennsylvania, the yeomen of New England, who were descended from Roundheads, and the country gentlemen of Virginia, who were descended from Cavaliers. But when the king closed Boston port, and the vessels mouldered in the docks, and the shops were closed, and the children of fishermen and sailors began to cry for bread, the colonies did unite with one heart and one hand to feed the hunger of the noble town, and then to besiege it for its own sake, and to drive the redcoats back into their ships. Yet, when the war was over, and the squirrel guns had again been hung upon the wall, and the fire of the conflict had died out, the old jealousy reappeared. A loose-jointed league was tried, and came to naught. The nation existed, the nation was in debt, union could not be dispensed with. But each colony approached this union as a free and sovereign state. If one colony had chosen to remain apart, the others would not have interfered. If one colony, after entering the union, had chosen to withdraw, its right to do so would not have been denied. In European countries, republican or royal, the source of authority is the nation. All powers not formally transferred reside with the assembly or the crown. In America, however, it was precisely the reverse. All powers not delivered to the central government were retained by the contracting states. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Martyrdom of Man by Winwood READE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3 Liberty Part 8. At the time of the Revolution, Negro slavery existed in the colonies without exception, but it did not enter the economy of northern life. Slavery will only pay when labour can be employed in gangs beneath an overseer, and where work can be found for a large number of men without cessation throughout the year. In the culture of rice, sugar, cotton, and tobacco, these conditions exist. But in corn-growing lands, labour is scanty and dispersed, except at certain seasons of the year. Slaves in the north were not employed as field hands, but only as domestic servants in the houses of the rich. They could, therefore, be easily dispensed with, and it was proposed by the northern delegates, when the Constitution was being prepared, that the African slave trade should at once be abolished, and that certain measures should be taken with a view to the gradual emancipation of the negro. Upon this question Virginia appears to have been divided. But Georgia and the Carolinas at once declared that they would not have the slave trade abolished. They wanted more slaves, and unless this species of property were guaranteed, they would not enter the Union at all. They demanded that slavery should be recognised and protected by the Constitution. The Northerners at once gave in. They only requested that the words slave and slavery might not appear. To this the Southerners agreed, and the contract was delicately worded, but it was none the less stringent all the same. It was made a clause of the Constitution that the slave trade should not be suppressed before the year 1808. It might then be made the subject of debate and legislation. Not before. It was made a clause of the Constitution that, if the slaves of any state rebelled, the national troops should be employed against them. It was made a clause of the Constitution that, if a slave escaped to a free state, the authorities of that state should be obliged to give him up. And lastly, slave owners were allowed to have votes in proportion to the number of their slaves. Such was the price which the Northerners paid for nationality, a price which their descendants found a hard and heavy one to pay. The fathers of the country ate sour grapes, and the children's teeth were set on edge. But the Southerners had not finished yet. The colonies possessed, according to their charters, certain regions in the wilderness out west, and these they delivered to the nation. A special proviso was made, however, by South Carolina and by Georgia, that at no future time should slavery be forbidden in the territories which they gave up of their own free will, and these territories in time became slave states. It is therefore evident that the South intended from the first to preserve and also to extend slavery. It must be confessed that their policy was candid and consistent, and of a piece throughout. They refused to enter the Union unless their property was guaranteed. They threatened to withdraw from the Union whenever they thought that the guarantee was about to be evaded or withdrawn. The clauses contained in the Constitution were binding on the nation, but they might be revoked by means of a constitutional amendment, which could be passed by the consent of 3/4 of the states. Emigrants continually poured into the north, and these again streamed out towards the west. It was evident that in time new states would be formed, and that the original slave states would be left in a minority. These states were purely agricultural. They had no commerce. They had no manufactures. Indigo, rice, and tobacco were the products on which they lived, and the markets for these were in an ugly state. The East Indies had begun to compete with them in rice and indigo. The demand for tobacco did not increase. There was a general languor in the South. The young men did not know what to do. Slavery is a wasteful and costly institution, and requires large profits to keep it alive. It seemed on the point of dying in the South, when there came a voice across the Atlantic crying for cotton in loud and hungry tones, and the fortune of the South was made. In the 17th century the town of Manchester was already known to fame. It was a seat of the woollen manufacture, which was first introduced from Flanders into England in the reign of Edward III. It bought yarn from the Irish and sent it back to them as linen. It imported cotton from Cyprus and Smyrna and worked it into fustians, vermilions, and dimities. In the middle of the 18th century the cotton industry had become important. In thousands of cottages surrounding Manchester might be heard the rattle of the loom and the humming of the one-thread wheel, which is now to be seen only in the opera of Martyr. Invention, as usual, arose from necessity. The weavers could not get sufficient thread, and were entirely at the mercy of the spinners. Spinning machines were accordingly invented: the water frame, the spinning jenny, and the mule. And now the weavers had more thread than they could use, and the power loom was invented to preserve the equilibrium of supply and demand. Then steam was applied to machinery. The factory system was established. 100-handed engines worked all the day, and yet more labourers were employed than had ever been employed before. The soft white wool was carded, spun, and woven in a trice. The cargoes from the East were speedily devoured, and now raw material was chiefly in demand. The American cotton was the best in the market, but the quantity received had hitherto been small. The picking out of the small black seeds was a long and tedious operation. A single person could not clean more than a pound a day. Here then was an opening for Yankee ingenuity, and Whitney invented his famous saw gin, which tore out the seeds as quick as lightning with its iron teeth. Land and slaves abounded in the South. The demand from Manchester became more and more hungry. It has never yet been completely satisfied, and under King Cotton the South entered upon a new era of wealth, vigour, and prosperity as a slave plantation. The small holdings were unable to compete with the large estates on which the slaves were marshalled and drilled like convicts to their work. Society in the South soon became composed of the planters, the slaves, and the mean whites, who were too proud to work like niggers, and who led a kind of gypsy life. While the intellect of the North was inventing machinery, opening new lands, and laying the foundations of a literature, the Southerners were devoted entirely to politics, and by means of their superior ability they ruled at Washington for many years, and almost monopolised the offices of state. When America commenced its national career, there were two great sects of politicians: those who were in favour of the central power, and those who were in favour of state rights. In the course of time the national sentiment increased, and with it the authority of the President and Congress. But this centralising movement was resisted by a certain party of the North, whose patriotism could not pass beyond the State House and the City Hall. The Southerners were invariably provincial in their feelings. They did not consider themselves as belonging to a nation, but a league. They inherited the sentiments of aversion and distrust with which their fathers had entered the Union. Threats and provisos were always on their lips. The executive, it was true, was in their hands, but the House of Representatives belonged to the North. In the Senate the states had equal powers, irrespective of size and population. In the lower house the states were merely sections of the country. Population was the standard of the voting power. The South had a smaller population than the North. The Southerners were therefore a natural minority, and only preserved their influence by allying themselves with the states' rights party in the North. The free states were divided. the slave states voted as one man. In the North, politics was a question of sentiment, and sentiments naturally differ. In the South, politics was a matter of life and death. Their bread depended on cotton, their cotton depended on slaves, their slaves depended on the balance of power. The history of the South within the Union is that of a people struggling for existence by means of political devices against the spirit of the nation and the spirit of the age. By annexation, purchase, and extension they kept pace with the North in its rush towards the West. Free states and slave states ran neck and neck towards the shores of the Pacific. The North obtained Vermont, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Maine, Michigan, Iowa, Wisconsin, and California. The South obtained Tennessee, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Missouri, Arkansas, Florida, and Texas. Whenever a territory became a state, the nation possessed the power of rejecting and therefore of modifying its constitution. The northern politicians made an effort to prohibit slavery in all new states. The South, as usual, threatened to secede, and the Union, which had been manufactured by a compromise, was preserved by a compromise. It was agreed that a line should be drawn to the Pacific along the parallel 36 degrees 30 minutes, and that all the states which should afterwards be made below the line should be slave-holding, and all that were made above it should be free. But this compromise was not, like the compromise of the Constitution, binding on the nation, and only to be set aside by a constitutional amendment. It was simply a parliamentary measure, and as such could be repealed at any future session. However, it satisfied the South. The North had many things to think of, and all remained quiet for a time. But only for a time. The mysterious principle which constitutes the law of progress produces similar phenomena in various countries at the same time, and was such an active period of the human mind which produced about 40 years ago a Parisian Revolution, the Great Reform Bill, and the American agitation against slavery. There was a man in a Boston garret. He possessed some paper, pens, and ink, and little else besides, and even these he could only use in a fashion of his own. He had not what is called a style, nor had he that rude power which can cast a glow on jagged sentences and uncouth words. This poor garretteer, a printer in his working hours, relied chiefly on his type for light and shade, and had much recourse to capital letters, italics, and notes of exclamation to sharpen his wit and to strengthen his tirades. But he had a cause, and his heart was in that cause. When W. L. Garrison commenced his Liberator, the government of Georgia set a price upon his head. He was mobbed in his native city, and slavery was defended in Faneuil Hall itself, sacred to the memory of men who cared not to live unless they could be free. The truth was that the Northerners disliked slavery, but nationality was dear to them, and they believed that an attack upon the domestic institution of the South endangered the safety of the Union. But the abolitionists became a sect. They increased in numbers and in talent. They would admit of no compromise. They cared little for the country itself, so long as it was stained. They denounced the Constitution as a covenant with death, and an agreement with hell. No union with slaveholders, they cried. No union with midnight robbers and assassins. Hitherto the war between the two great sections of the country had been confined to politicians. The Southerners had sent their boys to northern colleges and schools. Attended by a retinue of slaves, they had passed the summer at Saratoga or Newport, and sometimes the winter at New York. But now their sons were insulted, their slaves decoyed from them by these new fanatics, and the South went north no more. Abolition societies were everywhere formed, and envoys were sent into the slave states to distribute abolition tracts and to publish abolition journals, and to excite, if they could, a St. Domingo insurrection. The Northerners were shocked at these proceedings, and protested angrily against them. But soon there was a revulsion of feeling in their minds. the wild beast temper arose in the South, and went forth, lynching all it met. Northerners were flogged and even killed. Negroes were burned alive. And so the meetings of abolitionists were no longer interrupted at the North. Mayors and select men no longer refused them the use of public halls. The sentiment of abolition was, however, not yet widely spread. There were few Northerners who preferred to give up the Union rather than live under a piebald constitution, or who considered it just to break a solemn compact in obedience to an abstract law. But there now arose a strong and resolute party who declared that slavery might stay where it was, but that it must go no farther. The South must be content with what it had. Not another yard of slave soil should be added to the Union. On the other hand, the South could not accept such terms. Slavery extension was necessary for their lives. More land they must have, or they could not exist. There was waste land in abundance in the South, but it was dead. Their style of agriculture was precisely that which is pursued in Central Africa. They took a tract from the wilderness, and planted it again and again with cotton and tobacco till it gave up the ghost and would yield no more. They then moved on and took in another piece. Obliged to spend all their cash in buying prime slaves at £200 apiece, they could not afford to use manure or to rotate their crops. They could not afford to employ so costly a species of labour on anything less lucrative than sugar, cotton, and tobacco. Besides, if slavery were not to be extended, they would be surrounded and hemmed in by free states. The old contract would be annulled. Already the South were in a minority. The free states and slave states might be equal in number, but they were not equal in population and prosperity. The Northerner who travelled down south was astonished to find that the cities of the maps were villages, and the villages clusters of log huts. Fields covered with weeds and moss-grown ruins showed where farms once flourishing had been. He rode through vast forests and cypress swamps where hundreds of mean whites lived like Red Indians, hunting and fishing for their daily bread, eating clay to keep themselves alive, prowling round plantations to obtain stolen food from the slaves. He saw plantations in which the labour was conducted with the terrible discipline of the prison and the hulks, and where, as he galloped past the line of hoeing slaves, so close that he splashed them with mud, they hoed on, they toiled on, not daring to raise their eyes from the ground. From early dawn to dusky eve it was so with these poor wretches. No sound broke the silence of those fearful fields but the voice of the overseer and the cracking of the whip. And out far away in the lone western lands, by the side of dark rivers, among trees from which drooped down the dull grey Spanish moss, the planters went forth to hunt. There were well-known coverts where they were sure to find. And as the traveller rode through the dismal swamp, he might perhaps have the fortune to see the game, a black animal on two legs running madly for its life, and behind it the sounding of a horn and the voices of hounds in full cry, a chase more infernal than that of the wild huntsman who sweeps through the forest with his spectral crew. But the end of all this was at hand. Kansas, a tract of rich prairie land, was about to become a territory, and would soon become a state. It was situated above the 36° 30' line, and therefore belonged to the North. But the Southerners coveted this Naboth's vineyard. Their power at Washington was great just then. They determined to strike out the line which had been in the first place demanded by themselves. With much show of justice and reason, they alleged that it was not fair to establish the domestic institutions of a country without consulting the inhabitants themselves. They proposed that, for the future, the question of slavery or free soil should be decided by a majority of votes among the settlers on the spot. This proposal became law, and then commenced a race for the soil. In Boston, a political society was formed for the exportation to Kansas of Northern men. In the slave state Missouri, blue lodges were formed for a similar purpose, and hundreds of squatters, dressed in flannel shirts and huge boots up to their knees, and skin caps on their heads, bristling with revolvers and bowie knives, stepped across the border. For the first time the people of the North and South met face to face. A guerrilla warfare soon broke out. The New Englanders were robbed and driven back. They were murdered and their scalps paraded by border ruffians upon poles. The whole country fell into a distracted state. The Southerners pursued their slaves into Boston itself, and dragged them back according to the law. A mad abolitionist invaded Virginia with a handful of men, shot a few peaceful citizens, and was hanged. A time of terror fell upon the South. There was neither liberty of print nor liberty of speech. The majority reigned, and the man who spoke against it was lynched on the spot. A Southerner assaulted and battered a Northerner on the floor of the Senate. The North at last was thoroughly aroused. The people itself began to stir, a calm, patient, law-abiding race, slow to be moved, but when once moved, swerving never till the thing was done. A presidential election was at hand, and a Northerner was placed upon the throne. The South understood that this was not a casual reverse, which might be redeemed when the 4 years had passed away. It was to them a sign that the days of their power had for ever passed. The temper of the North was not to be mistaken. It had at last rebelled. It would suffer tyranny no more. Mr. Lincoln's terms were conciliatory in the extreme. Had the South been more moderate in its demands, he would have been classed with those statesmen who added compromise to compromise, and so postponed the evil but inevitable day. He was not an abolitionist. He offered to give them any guarantee they pleased, a constitutional amendment if they desired it, that slavery, as it stood, should not be interfered with. He offered to bring in a more stringent law, by which their fugitive slaves should be restored. But on the matter of extension he was firm. The Southerners demanded that a line should again be drawn to the Pacific, that all south of that line should be made slave soil, and that slavery should be more clearly recognised by the central government and more firmly guaranteed. These terms were not more extravagant than those which their fathers had obtained. But times had changed. The sentiment of nationality was now more fully formed. Uncle Tom's Cabin had been written. The American people were heartily ashamed of slavery. They refused to give it another lease. The ultimatum was declined. The South seceded, and the North flew to arms, not to emancipate the negro, but to preserve the existence of the nation. They would not indeed submit to slavery extension. They preferred disunion to such a disgrace. But they had no intention when they went to war of destroying slavery in the states where it existed. They even took pains to prove to the South that the war was not an anti-slavery crusade. The negroes were treated by the Northern generals not as men, but as contraband of war. Even Butler in New Orleans did not emancipate the slaves. A general who issued a proclamation of that nature was reprimanded by the government, although he only followed the example of British generals in the Revolutionary War. But as the contest became more severe and more prolonged, and all hopes of reconciliation were at an end, slavery became identified with the South in the Northern mind, and was itself regarded as a foe. The astute and cautious statesman at the head of affairs perceived that the time had come. The Constitution was suspended during the war, and so, in all legality and with due form, he set free in one day 4 million slaves. End of section 35. Section 36 of the Martyrdom of Man by Winwood READE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3 Liberty Part 9. It is impossible to view without compassion the misfortunes of men who merely followed in the footsteps of their fathers, and who were in no sense more guilty than Washington and Jefferson, who remained slaveholders to their dying day. It was easy for Great Britain to pay 20 millions. It was easy for the Northern States to emancipate their slaves, who were few in number and not necessary to their life. But it was impossible for the South to abandon slavery. The money of the planter was sunk in flesh and blood. Yet the southern politicians must be blamed for their crazy ambition and their blind ignorance of the world. Instead of preparing, as the Cuban planters are preparing now for those changes which had been rendered inevitable by the progress of mankind, they supposed that it was in their power to defy the spirit of the age and to establish an empire on the pattern of ancient Rome. They firmly believed that because they could not exist without selling cotton, Great Britain could not exist without buying it from them, which is like a shopkeeper supposing he could ruin his customers by putting up his shutters. It may console those who yet lament the lost cause if we picture for their benefit what the Southern Empire would have been. There would have been an aristocracy of planters, herds of slaves, a servile press, a servile pulpit, and a rabble of mean whites formed into an army. Abolition societies would have been established in the North to instigate slaves to rebel or run away. A cordon of posts with a system of passports would have been established in the South. Border raids would have been made by fanatics on the one side and by desperadoes on the other. Sooner or later there must have been a war. Filibustering expeditions on Mexico and Cuba would have brought about a war with Spain, and perhaps with France. It was the avowed intention of the planters, when once their empire was established, to import labour from Africa, to reopen the trade as in the good old times. But this Great Britain would certainly have not allowed. And thus, again, there would have been war, even if the planters would have displayed a little common sense, which is exceedingly improbable, and so escaped extirpation from without. Their system of culture would have eaten up their lands. But happily such hypotheses need no longer be discussed. A future of another kind is in reserve for the southern states. America can now pursue with untarnished reputation her glorious career, and time will soften the memories of a conflict, the original guilt of which must be ascribed to the founders of the nation, or rather to the conditions by which those great men were mastered and controlled. I have now accomplished the task which I set myself to do. I have shown to the best of my ability what kind of place in universal history Africa deserves to hold. I have shown that not only Egypt has assisted in the development of man by educating Greece, Carthage by leading forth Rome to conquest, but that even the obscure Sudan, or land of the negroes, has also played its part in the drama of European life. The slave trade must be estimated as a war. Though cruel and atrocious in itself, it has, like most wars, been of service to mankind. I shall leave it to others to trace out in detail the influence of the negro in the human progress. It will be sufficient to observe that the grandeur of West Indian commerce in the last generation, and of the cotton manufacture at the present time, could not have been obtained without the assistance of the negro, and that the agitation on his behalf, which was commenced by Granville Sharp, has assisted much to expand the sympathies and to educate the heart of the Anglo-Saxon people, who are somewhat inclined to pride of colour and prejudice of race. Respecting the prospects of the negro, it is difficult for me to form an opinion, but what I have seen of the Africans in their native and semi-civilised condition inclines me to take a hopeful view. The negroes are imitative in an extraordinary degree, and imitation is the first principle of progress. They are vain and ostentatious, ardent for praise, keenly sensitive of blame. Their natural wants, indeed, are few. They inherit the sober appetites of their fathers, who lived on a few handfuls of rice a day. But it will, I believe, be found that when they enjoy the same inducements to work as other men, when they can hope to distinguish themselves in the Parliament, the pulpit, or in social life, they will become as we are, the slaves of an idea, and will work day and night to obtain something which they desire, but do not positively need. Whether the negroes are equal in average capacity to the white man, whether they will ever produce a man of genius, is an idle and unimportant question. They can, at least, gain their livelihood as labourers and artisans. They are therefore of service to their country. Let them have fair play, and they will find their right place, whatever it may be. As regards the social question, they will, no doubt, like the Jews, intermarry always with their own race, and will thus remain apart. But it need not be feared that they will become hostile to those with whom they reside. Experience has shown that whenever aliens are treated as citizens, they become citizens, whatever may be their religion or their race. It is a mistake to suppose that the civilised negro calls himself an African and pines to return to his ancestral land. If he is born in the States, he calls himself an American. He speaks with an American accent. He loves and he hates with an American heart. It is a question frequently asked of African travellers. What is the future of that great continent? In the first place, with respect to the West Coast, there is little prospect of great changes taking place for many years to come. The commerce in palm oil is important and will increase. Cotton will be received in large quantities from the Sudan. The east coast of Africa, when its resources have been developed, will be a copy of the west coast. It is not probable that European colonies will ever flourish in these golden but unwholesome lands. The educated negroes will in time monopolise the trade, for they can live at less expense than Europeans, and do not suffer from the climate. They may perhaps at some future day possess both coasts, and therefore spread with Bible and musket into the interior. This prospect, however, is uncertain, and in any case exceedingly remote. That part of Africa which lies above the parallel 10 degrees north belongs to the Eastern question. Whatever may be the ultimate destiny of Egypt, Algeria, and Morocco, will be shared by the regions of the central Niger, from Hausa to Timbuktu. That part of the continent which lies below the parallel 20 degrees south already belongs in part, and will in time entirely belong to settlers of the Anglo-Saxon race. It resembles Australia, not only in its position with respect to the equator, but also in its natural productions. It is a land of wool and mines, without great navigable rivers, interspersed with sandy deserts, and enjoying a wholesome though sultry air. Whatever may be the future of Australia will also be the future of southern Africa. Between these two lines intervenes a region inhabited for the most part by pagan savages, thinly scattered over swamp and forest. This concealed continent, this unknown world, will at some far-off day, if my surmises prove correct, be invaded by 3 civilising streams: by the British negroes from the coasts, by the Mohammedan negroes in robe and turban from the great empires of the Niger region, and by the farmers and graziers and miners of South Africa. When, therefore, we speculate on the future of Africa, we can do no more than bring certain regions of that continent within the scope of 2 general questions: the future of our colonies and the future of the East, and these lead us up to a greater question still, the future of the European race. Upon this subject I shall offer a few remarks, and it is obvious that in order to form some conception of the future it is necessary to understand the present and the past. I shall therefore endeavour to ascertain what we have been and what we are. The monograph of Africa is ended. I shall make my sketch of history complete, adding new features, passing quickly over the parts that have been already drawn. I shall search out the origin of man, determine his actual condition, speculate upon his future destiny, and discuss the nature of his relations towards that unknown power of whom he is the offspring and the slave. I shall examine this planet and its contents with the calm curiosity of one whose sentiments and passions, whose predilections and antipathies, whose hopes and fears, are not interested in the question. I shall investigate without prejudice. I shall state the results without reserve. What are the materials of human history? What are the earliest records which throw light upon the origin of man? All written documents are things of yesterday, whether penned on prepared skins, papyrus rolls, or the soft inner bark of trees; whether stamped on terra cotta tablets, carved on granite obelisks, or engraved on the smooth surface of upright rocks. Writing, even in its simplest picture form, is an art which can be invented only when a people have become mature. The oldest books are therefore comparatively modern, and the traditions which they contain are either false or but little older than the books themselves. All travellers who have collected traditions among a wild people know how little that kind of evidence is worth. The savage exaggerates whenever he repeats, and in a few generations the legend is transformed. The evidence of language is of more value. It enables us to trace back remotely divided nations to their common birthplace, and reveals the amount of culture, the domestic institutions, and the religious ideas which they possessed before they parted from one another. Yet languages soon die, or rather become metamorphosed in structure as well as in vocabulary. The oldest existing language can throw no light on the condition of primeval man. The archives of the earth also offer us their testimony. The graves give up their dead, and teach us that man existed many thousand years ago, in company with monstrous animals that have long since passed away, and that those men were savages, using weapons and implements of stone, yet possessing even then a taste for ornament and art, wearing shell bracelets and drawing rude figures upon horns and stones. The manners and ideas of such early tribes can best be inferred by a study of existing savages. The missionary who resides among such races as the Bushmen of Africa or the Botocudos of Brazil may be said to live in prehistoric times. But as regards the origin of man, we have only one document to which we can refer, and that is the body of man himself. There, in unmistakable characters, are inscribed the annals of his early life. These hieroglyphics are not to be fully deciphered without a special preparation for the task. The alphabet of anatomy must first be mastered, and the student must be expert in the language of all living and fossil forms. One fact, however, can be submitted to the uninitiated eye, and it will be sufficient for the purpose. Look at a skeleton, and you will see a little bone curled downwards between the legs, as if trying to hide itself away. That bone is a relic of pre-human days, and announces plainly whence our bodies come. We are all of us naked under our clothes, and we are all of us tailed under our skins. But when we descend to the man-like apes, we find that, with them, as with us, the tail is effete and in disuse. And so we follow it downwards and downwards until we discover it in all its glory in the body of the fish, being there present, not as a relic or rudimentary organ, as in man and the apes, not as a mere appendage, as in the fox, not a secondary instrument, a spare hand, as in certain monkeys, or a fly flapper, as in the giraffe, but as a primary organ of the very first importance, endowing the fish with its locomotive powers. Again, we examine the body of the fish, and we find in it also rudimentary organs as useless and incongruous as the tail in man, and thus we descend, step by step, until we arrive at the very bottom of the scale. The method of development is still being actively discussed, but the fact is placed beyond a doubt. Since the origin of species appeared, philosophical naturalists no longer deny that the ancestors of man must be sought for in the lower kingdom. And, apart from the evidence which we carry with us in our own persons, which we read in the tailbone of the skeleton, in the hair which was once the clothing of our bodies, in the nails which were once our weapons of defence, and in 100 other facts which the scalpel and the microscope disclose, apart from the evidence of our own voices, our incoherent groans and cries, analogy alone would lead us to believe that mankind had been developed from the lowest forms of life. For what is the history of the individual man? He begins life as an ambiguous speck of matter, which can in no way be distinguished from the original form of the lowest animal or plant. He next becomes a cell. His life is precisely that of the animalcule. cells cluster round this primordial cell, and the man is so far advanced that he might be mistaken for an undeveloped oyster. He grows still more, and it is clear that he might even be a fish. He then passes into a stage which is common to all quadrupeds, and next assumes a form which can only belong to quadrupeds of the higher type. At last the hour of birth approaches. Coiled within the dark womb he sits, the image of an ape, a caricature and a prophecy of the man that is to be. He is born, and for some time he walks only on all fours, he utters only inarticulate sounds, and even in his boyhood his fondness for climbing trees would seem to be a relic of the old arboreal life. Since, therefore, every man has been himself in such a state that the most experienced observer could not with the aid of the best microscopes have declared whether he was going to be man or plant, man or animalcule, man or mollusk, man or lobster, man or fish, man or reptile, man or bird, man or quadruped, man or monkey. Why should it appear strange that the whole race has also had its animalcule and its reptile days? But whether it appears strange or not, the public must endeavour to accustom its mind to the fact which is now firmly established and will never be overthrown. Not only are the bodies, but also the minds of man constructed on the same pattern as those of the lower animals. To procure food, to obtain a mate, and to rear offspring, such is the real business of life with us as it is with them. If we look into ourselves, we discover propensities which declare that our intellects have arisen from a lower form. Could our minds be made visible, we should find them tailed. And if we examine the minds of the lower animals, we find in them the rudiments of our talents and our virtues. As the beautiful yet imperfect human body has been slowly developed from the base and hideous creatures of the water and the earth, so the beautiful yet imperfect human mind has been slowly developed from the instincts of the lower animals. All that is elevated, all that is lovely in human nature has its origin in the lower kingdom. The philosophic spirit of inquiry may be traced to brute curiosity, and that to the habit of examining all things in search of food. Artistic genius is an expansion of monkey imitativeness. Loyalty and piety, the reverential virtues, are developed from filial love. Benevolence and magnanimity, the generous virtues, from parental love. The sense of decorum proceeds from the sense of cleanliness, and that from the instinct of sexual display. The delicate and ardent love, which can become a religion of the heart, which can sanctify and soften a man's whole life, the affection which is so noble and so pure, and so free from all sensual stain, is yet derived from that desire which impels the male animal to seek a mate, and the sexual timidity which makes the female flee from the male is finally transformed into that maiden modesty which not only preserves from vice, but which conceals beneath a chaste and honourable reticence the fiery love that burns within, which compels the true woman to pine in sorrow, and perhaps to languish into death, rather than betray a passion that is not returned. There is a certain class of people who prefer to say that their fathers came down in the world through their own follies, rather than to boast that they rose in the world through their own industry and talents. It is the same shabby genteel sentiment, the same vanity of birth, which makes men prefer to believe that they are degenerated angels rather than elevated apes. In scientific investigations such whims and fancies must be set aside. It is the duty of the inquirer to ascertain the truth, and then to state it as decisively and as clearly as he can. People's prejudices must not be respected but destroyed. It may, however, be worth while to observe, for the comfort of weak souls, that in these new revelations of science human nature is not in any way degraded. A woman's body is not less lovely because it was once a hideous mass of flesh. A woman's modesty is not less noble because we discover that it was once a mere propensity, dictated perhaps by the fear of pain. The beauty of the mind is not less real than the beauty of the body. And we need not be discouraged because we ascertain that it has also passed through its embryonic stage. It is nature's method to take something which is in itself paltry, repulsive, and grotesque, and thence to construct a masterpiece by means of general and gradual laws, those laws themselves often being vile and cruel. This method is applied not only to single individuals, but also to the whole animated world, not only to the physical, but also to mental forms. And when it is fully realized and understood that the genius of man has been developed along a line of unbroken descent from the simple tendencies which inhabited the primeval cell, and that in its later stages this development has been assisted by the efforts of man himself, what a glorious futurity will open to the human race! It may well be that our minds have not done growing, and that we may rise as high above our present state as that state is removed from the condition of the insect and the worm. For when we examine the human mind, we do not find it perfect and mature, but in a transitional and amphibious condition. We live between two worlds. We soar in the atmosphere. We creep upon the soil. We have the aspirations of creators and the propensities of quadrupeds. There can be but one explanation of this fact. We are passing from the animal into a higher form, and the drama of this planet is in its second act. We shall now endeavour to place the first upon the stage, and, then passing through the second, shall proceed to speculate upon the third. The scene opens with the solar system. Time uncertain, say 1,000 million years ago. End of section 36. End of chapter 3. Liberty. Section 37 of The Martyrdom of Man by Winwood READE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Intellect. Part 1. That region of the universe which is visible to mortal eyes has been named the solar system. It is composed of innumerable stars, and each star is a white hot sun, the centre and sovereign of a world. Our own sun is attended by a company of cold, dark globes, revolving round it in accordance with the law of gravitation. They also rotate like joints before the fire, turning first one side and then the other to the central light. The path that is traced by the outermost planet is the limit of the sun's domain, which is too extensive to be measured into miles. If a jockey mounted on a winner of the Derby had started when Moses was born, and had galloped ever since at full speed, he would be by this time about half the way across. Yet this world seems large to us, only because we are so small. It is merely a drop in the ocean of space. The stars which we see on a fine night are also suns as important as our own. And so vast is the distance which separates their worlds from ours that a flash of lightning would be years upon the road. These various solar systems are not independent of one another. They are members of the same community. They are sailing in order round a point to us unknown. Our own sun, drawing with it the planets in its course, is spinning furiously upon its axis, and dashing through space at 4 miles a second. And not only is the solar system an organ of one gigantic form, it has also grown to what it is, and may still be considered in its youth. As the body of a plant or animal arises from a fluid alike in all its parts, so this world of ours was once a floating fiery cloud, a nebula or mist, the molecules of which were kept asunder by excessive heat. But the universe is pervaded by movement and by change. There came a period when the heat declined, and when the atoms, obeying their innate desires, rushed to one another and, concentrating, formed the sun, which at first almost filled the solar world. But as it cooled, and as it contracted, and as it rotated and as it revolved, it became a sphere in the centre of the world, and it cast off pieces which became planets, satellites, attendant stars, and they also cast off pieces which became satellites to them. Thus the earth is the child, and the moon the grandchild of the sun. When our planet first came out into the world, it was merely a solar fragment, a chip of the old star, and the other planets were in a similar condition. But these sunballs were separated from one another, and from their parent form, by oceans of ether, a kind of attenuated air, so cold that frost itself is fire in comparison. The sun, burning always in this icy air, is gradually cooling down, but it parts slowly with its heat on account of its enormous size. Our little earth cooled quickly, shrank in size. It at once extended to the moon, and finally went out. From a globe of glowing gas it became a ball of liquid fire enveloped in a smoky cloud. When first we are able to restore its image and examine its construction, we find it composed of zones or layers in a molten state, arranged according to their weight, and above it we find an atmosphere also divided into layers. Close over the surface vapour of salt was suspended in the air. Next a layer of dark, smoky carbonic acid gas. Next oxygen and nitrogen, and vapour of water or common steam. Within the sphere, as it cooled and changed, chemical bodies sprang from one another, rushed to and fro, combined with terrible explosions, while in the variegated atmosphere above, gas hurricanes arose and flung the elements into disorder. So sped the earth, roaring and flaming through the sky, leaving behind it a fiery track, sweeping round the sun in its oval course. Year followed year, century followed century, epoch followed epoch. Then the globe began to cool upon its surface. Flakes of solid matter floated on the molten sea, which rose and fell in flaming tides towards a hidden and benighted moon. The flakes caked together, and covered the ball with a solid sheet, which was upraised and cracked by the tidal waves beneath, like thin ice upon the Arctic seas. In time it thickened, and became firm, but subterranean storms often ripped it open in vast chasms, from which masses of liquid lava spouted in the air and fell back upon the hissing crust. Everywhere heaps of ashes were thus formed, and the earth was seamed with scars and gaping wounds. When the burning heat of the air had abated, the salt was condensed, and fell like snow upon the earth, and covered it 10 feet thick. The Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, lying overhead in the form of steam, descended in one great shower, and so the primeval sea was formed. It was dark, warm, and intensely salt. At first it overspread the surface of the globe. Then volcanic islands were cast up, and as the earth cooled downwards to its core, it shrivelled into folds as an apple in the winter when its pulp dries up. These folds and wrinkles were mountain ranges, and continents appearing above the level of the sea. Our planet was then divided into land and water in the same proportions as exist at the present time. For though land is always changing into water, and water is always changing into land, their relative quantities remain the same. The air was black, night was eternal, illumined only by lightning and volcanoes. The earth was unconscious of the sun's existence. Its heat was derived from the fire within, and was uniform from pole to pole. But the crust thickened. The inner heat could no longer be felt upon the surface. The atmosphere brightened a little, and the sun's rays penetrated to the earth. From the shape, the altitude, and the revolutions of our planet resulted an unequal distribution of solar heat, and to this inequality the earth is indebted for the varied nature of its aspects and productions. Climate was created. Winds arose in the air, currents in the deep. The sun sucked up the waters of the sea, leaving the salt behind. Rain clouds were formed, and fresh water bestowed upon the land. The underground fires assisted the planet's growth by transforming the soils into crystalline structures, and by raising the rocks thus altered to the surface; by producing volcanic eruptions, hot springs, and other fiery phenomena. But the chief architect and decorator of this planet was the sun. When the black veil of the earth was lifted, when the sunlight entered the turbid waters of the primeval sea, an interesting event took place. The earth became with young. In water there are always floating about a multitude of specks which are usually minute fragments of the soil. But now appeared certain specks which, though they resembled the others, possessed certain properties of a very peculiar kind. First they brought forth little specks, precise copies of themselves. They issued their own duplicates. And secondly, they performed in their own persons an elaborate chemical operation. Imbibing water and air, they manufactured those elements with the assistance of the solar rays, into the compounds of which their own bodies were composed, giving back to the water those components which they did not require. And then appeared other little specks which swallowed up the first, and manufactured them into the compounds more complex still, of which they, the second comers, were composed. The first were embryonic plants, the second were embryonic animals. They were both alike in appearance; both repeated themselves, or reproduced, in the same manner. The difference between them was this, that the plants could live on raw air and water; the animals could live only on those elements when prepared by sunlight in the body of the plant. The office of vegetation upon the earth is therefore of a culinary nature, and the plant, when devoured, gives the animal that heat which is its life, just as coal, a cake of fossil vegetation, gives heat to the apartment in which it is consumed. But this heat, whether it lies hidden in the green and growing plant, or in its black and stony corpse, was at first acquired from the sun. Glorious Apollo is the parent of us all. Animal heat is solar heat; a blush is a stray sunbeam. Life is bottled sunshine, and death the silent-footed butler who draws out the cork. Those dots of animated jelly, without definite form or figure, swimming unconsciously in the primeval sea, were the ancestors of man. The history of our race begins with them, and continues without an interruption to the present day. A splendid narrative, the materials of which it is for science to discover, the glories of which it is for poets to portray. Owing to the action of surrounding forces, the outer parts of the original jelly dot became harder and more solid than the parts within, and so it assumed the shape of the cell or sphere. Its food consisted of microscopic fragments of vegetable matter imbibed through its surface or outer rind, such portions as were not made up being expelled or excreted in the same manner as they were taken in. There was no difference of parts, except that the outside was solid and the inside soft. The creature's body was its hand, its stomach, and its mouth. When it had lived a certain time, it burst and died, liberating as it did so a brood of cells which had slowly ripened within. But sometimes these new cells, instead of being detached when they were born, remained cohering to the parent cell, thus making the animal consist of several cells instead of only one. In the first case the process is termed reproduction, in the second case it is termed growth. But the two operations are in reality the same. Growth is coherent reproduction; reproduction is detached growth. Time goes on. Our animal is now a cell republic enclosed by a wrapper of solidified and altered cells. Next, in this wrapper a further change takes place. It protrudes into limbs. A gaping mouth appears. The limbs or tentacles grasp the food and put it within the mouth. Other limbs sprout forth and carry their owner from place to place. In the meantime, the cells within are also changed. Their partitions are removed. The many-walled apartments are converted into galleries or tubes, along which the food is conveyed from one part of the body to another. These tubes are filled with blood, pumped backwards and forwards by the heart. The muscles which move the outer limbs are equipped with nerves, the movements of which are directed from centres in the spine and brain. The functions of life are thus divided, and each department has an organ of its own. The reproductive function is divided farther still. Two separate elements are formed. One prepares and ejects the sperm cell, which the other receives and unites to the germ cell. At a later period in the history of life, this arrangement is supplanted by another, more complicated still. The two elements no longer coexist in the same form, and thus reproduction can only be effected by means of cooperation between two distinct and independent individuals. How important a fact is this will presently appear. These various inventions of nature, so far as we have gone, the limbs of locomotion and prehension, the heart with its vessels, the brain with its nerves, and the separation of the sexes, all occurred in the marine period of the earth's life, in the dark deep sea womb. Similar changes, but inferior in degree, occurred in the vegetable world. The shapeless specks became one-celled. They were next strung together like a chain of beads. They then grew into seaweed and aqueous plants, which floated about and finally obtained a footing on the land. But they dwelt long ages on the earth before their sex appeared. There were no flowers in that primeval world, for the flower is a sign of love. Gigantic mosses and tree ferns clothed the earth and reproduced themselves by scattering cells around. Animals followed their prey, the plants, from the water to the land and became adapted for terrestrial life. At that period the atmosphere was thickened with carbonic acid gas, and was more pestilential than the black hole of Calcutta. Only reptiles, with sluggish and imperfect respiratory organs, could breathe in such an air. But that fatal gas was bred to the vegetable world, which took the carbon into its body, and thus the atmosphere was purified in time. The vast masses of carbon which the plants took out of the air in order to allow a higher class of animal to appear upon the stage were buried in the earth, hardened into coal, and were brought in by the author in the second act. Now on. The coal matter being thus removed, the air was bright and pure. The sun glowed with radiance and force. The reptiles were converted into birds and quadrupeds of many kinds. Insects, rising from the land and from the water, hummed and sparkled in the air. The forests were adorned with flowers, and cheered with song. And, as the periods rolled on, the inhabitants of the earth became more complex in their structure, more symmetrical in form, and more advanced in mental power, till, at last, the future lord of the planet himself appeared upon the stage. The first act of the drama is here concluded, but the division is merely artificial. In nature there is no entr'acte, no curtain falls. Her scenes resemble dissolving views. The lower animals pass into man by soft, slow, insensible gradations. We must now consider the question: how and why have these marvellous changes taken place? How and why did the primeval jelly dots assume the form of the cell or sphere? It has been already shown that continual changes occurred in the primeval atmosphere and in the primeval sea. These changes, acting upon animal life, produced changes in its composition, for as animals are the result and expression of the conditions under which they are born, it is natural to suppose that when these conditions are changed, the animals should also change. When the conditions of life are abruptly altered and instantaneously transformed, the animals are, of course, destroyed. But when, As is usually the case, the changes are gradual, the animals are slowly modified into harmony with the neighbouring conditions. The primeval speck of life being acted upon by a variety of forces, became varied in its structure, and as these forces varied from period to period, the organisms also varied. Complexity of parts results from complexity of environment. Multiformity of circumstance produces multiformity of species. The development of animal life, from the homogeneous to the heterogeneous, from the simple to the complex, from uniformity to multiformity, is caused by the development of the earth itself from a monotonous water-coloured globe with one aspect, one constitution, and one temperature, to this varied earth on which we dwell, where each foot of land differs in some respect from the one beside it. The modifications on modifications of the animal are due to the modifications on modifications of the medium in which and on which it lived. And this operation of nature is hastened and facilitated by a law which in itself is murderous and cruel. The earth is overpopulated upon principle. Of the animals that are born, a few only can survive. There is not enough food for all. Nature scrambles what there is among the crowd. If any animal possesses an advantage, however slight, over those with whom he competes in this food scramble or struggle for existence, he will certainly survive. And if he survives, then someone else, so gentle nature orders it, must die. This law of competition becomes itself a force by developing slight variations along lines of utility into widely different and specific forms. End of section 37. Section 38 of The Martyrdom of Man by Winwood READE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Intellect. Part 2. But how is it that animals of the higher type prevail? Why should species, with a tendency towards a complicated structure, generally triumph over simple forms? The reason appears to be this, that whenever a change takes place, it is almost invariably a change towards complexity. Now it is an ascertained law that animals are invigorated by a slight change. They are therefore improved by an approach towards complexity. Let us take the most mysterious of all progressive operations, the division of the sexes. The hermaphrodite can fertilize itself, but its organs are so arranged that it can be fertilized by another individual, the wind, or the water acting as the go-between. The offspring of such separate unions are always more vigorous than the home-born progeny of the hermaphrodite. The latter are therefore killed off by means of the struggle for existence, and sexual union, at first the exception, becomes the rule. Just as a body of artisans can do more work and better work when each man devotes his whole life to a single department of the craft, so it is good for the animal that division of labour should be established in its structure. That instead of the creature being its own mouth, its own stomach, its own organ of excretion, reproduction, and locomotion, it should be divided into separate parts, one of which moves it, another part takes the food, another part chews, another part digests, another part prepares the blood, another part pumps the blood to and fro, another part reproduces the species, another part nourishes the young, while over all presides the brain. But how is it that some animals have progressed while others have remained at the bottom of the scale, and others again have advanced only to a certain point? If all have grown out of such specks of animated jelly as are still to be found within the sea, how is it that some have remained throughout infinite periods of time unchanged, that others have remained in the form of the sponge rooted upon rocks, that others, like the lobster, have never exchanged their jointed bodies for the more perfect skeleton of the fish, that some fish have taken to the land and have been converted into reptiles, and then into birds or quadrupeds, while others have remained in the aqueous condition; and lastly, that one animal, namely man, has contrived to distance all the others when, as it is acknowledged, they all started fair. In reply, let me ask those who admit the development of all civilised people from the savage state, and that no geologist will now deny, let me ask them how it is that Europeans have advanced, this involving a change in the structure of the brain, while others have remained in the savage state, others in the pastoral condition, others fixed at a certain point of culture, as the Hindus and the Chinese. The analogy is perfect, and the answer is in either case the same. Those forms remain stationary which are able to preserve their conditions of life unchanged. The savages of the primeval forest, when a game is exhausted in one region, migrate to another region where game exists. They remain therefore in the hunting state. The shepherds of the boundless plains, when one pasture is devoured by their flocks, migrate to another pasture, where they find grass and water in abundance. But when, in a land like Egypt, the inhabitants are confined to a certain tract of land, they are unable to evade the famine of food produced by the vicissitudes of nature and the law of population. They are compelled to invent in order to subsist. New modes of life, new powers, new desires, new sentiments arise, and the human animal is changed. Then a second period of immobility arrives. By means of despotism, caste, slavery, and infanticide, the status quo is preserved. In the primeval sea, the conditions of life were constantly changing, but its inmates could usually keep them constant by migration. For instance, let us imagine a species accustomed to dwell at the bottom of the sea, feeding on the vegetable matter and oxygen gas which come down by liquid diffusion from the waters of the surface. By elevation of the seabed, or by the deposit of sediment from rivers, that part of the sea which this species inhabits becomes gradually shallow and light. The animal would migrate into deep dark water, and would therefore undergo no change. But let us suppose that it is prevented from migrating by a wall of rocks. It would then be exposed to light, and to other novel forces, and it would either change or die. Here progress is the result of absolute necessity, and such must always be the case. Animals which inhabit the waters have no innate desire to make acquaintance with the land, but it sometimes happens that they live in shallow places, where they are left uncovered at low water for a certain time, and so, in the course of geological periods, the species becomes amphibious in habit; and then the hard struggle for life in the water, with the abundance of food upon the land, leads them to adopt terrestrial life. There are creatures now existing of whom it is not easy to say whether they belong to the water or the land. There are fishes which walk about on shore and climb trees. It is not difficult to imagine such animals as these deserting the water and entirely living upon land. But the development of life, in its varied aspects, must always remain incomprehensible to those who have not studied the noble science of geology, or who at least have not made themselves acquainted with its chief results. Unless the student understands what extraordinary transformation scenes have taken place upon the globe, all that is now land having formerly been sea, and all that is now sea having formerly been land, not only once, but again and again and again, unless he understands that these changes have been produced by the same gradual and apparently insignificant causes as those which are now at work before our eyes: the sea gnawing away the cliff upon the shore, the river carrying soil to the sea, the glacier gliding down the mountain slope, the icebergs bearing huge boulders to mid-ocean, the coralline insects building archipelagos, the internal fires suddenly spouting forth stone and ashes, or slowly upheaving continents. Unless he fully understands how deliberate is nature's method, how prodigal she is of time, how irregular and capricious she is in all her operations, he will never cease to wonder that allied forms should be distributed in apparent disorder and confusion, instead of being arranged on a regular ascending scale. And moreover, unless he understands how nature, like the Sibyl, destroys her own books, he will never cease to wonder at missing links. For it is not one missing link, but millions that we require. It would, however, be just as reasonable to expect to find every book that ever was written, every clay tablet that ever was baked in the printing ovens of Chaldea, every rock that was ever inscribed, every obelisk that was ever engraved, every temple wall that was ever painted with hieroglyphics, as to expect to find every fossil of importance. Where are the missing links in literature, and where are the primeval forms? Where are the ancient Sanskrit hymns that were written without ink on palm leaves, with an iron pen? Where are the thousands of Hebrew Bibles that were written before the 10th century A.D.? Where are the lost books of the Romans and the Greeks? We know that many manuscripts have been consumed in great fires. The fire of Alexandria in the time of Julius Caesar, which no doubt destroyed papyri that could never be replaced. The fire in the time of Omar. The fires lighted by popes and reverend fathers of the Church. And the fire of Constantinople during the Crusades, which robbed us for ever of Arrian's history of the successors of Alexander, Decius's history of Persia, and his description of India, several books of Diodorus, Agatharchides, and Polybius, 20 orations of Demosthenes, and the odes of Sappho. But the material of books, whether paper or parchment, bark, clay, or stone, is always of a perishable nature, and under ordinary circumstances is destroyed sooner or later by the action of the atmosphere. Were it not that books can be copied, what would remain to us of the literature of the past? In a rainless country, such as Egypt, which is a museum of nature, a monumental land, not only painted and engraven records, but even paper scrolls of an immense antiquity have been preserved. But if we add to these the rock inscriptions, the painted bricks, and inscribed cylinders of Western Asia, how scanty and fortuitous are the remains! Let us now remember that fossils cannot be copied. Once destroyed, they are for ever lost. Is it wonderful, therefore, that so few should be left? Fires greater than those of Alexandria and Constantinople are ever burning beneath our feet. At this very moment a precious library may be in flames. Yet that is not the worst. The action of air and water is fatal to the archives of nature, which it is not part of nature's plan to preserve for our instruction. Those animals which have neither bones nor shells are at once destroyed, and those which possess a solid framework are only preserved under special and exceptional circumstances. The marvel is not that we find so little, but that we find so much. The development of man from the lower animals is now an authenticated fact. We believe, therefore, that connecting links between man and some ape-like animal existed for the same reason that we believe the second decade of Livy existed. It is not impossible that the missing books of Livy may be discovered at some future day beneath the Italian soil. It is not impossible that forms intermediate between man and his ape-like ancestors may be discovered in the unexplored strata of equatorial Africa or the Indian archipelago. But either event is improbable in the extreme, and the existence of such intermediate forms will be admitted by the historians of the next generation, whether they are found or not. We shall now proceed to describe the rise and progress of the mental principle. The origin of mind is an inscrutable mystery, but so is the origin of matter. If we go back to the beginning, we find a world of gas, the atoms of which were kept asunder by excessive heat. Where did those atoms come from? How were they made? What were they made for? In reply to these questions, theology is garrulous, but science is dumb. Mind is a property of matter. Matter is inhabited by mind. There can be no mind without matter. There can be no matter without mind. When the matter is simple in its composition, its mental tendencies are also simple. The atoms merely tend to approach one another and to cohere. And as matter, under the influence of varied forces, evolved by the cooling of the world, becomes more varied in its composition, its mental tendencies become more and more numerous, more and more complex, more and more elevated, till at last they are developed into the desires and propensities of the animal, into the aspirations and emotions of the man. But the various tendencies which inhabit the human mind, and which devote it to ambition, to religion, or to love, are not in reality more wonderful than the tendency which impels two ships to approach each other in a calm. For what can be more wonderful than that which can never be explained? The difference between the mind of the ship and the mind of man is the difference between the acorn and the oak. The simplest atoms are attracted to one another merely according to distance and weight. That is the law of gravitation. But the compound atoms, which are called elements, display a power of selection. A will unite itself to C in preference to B, and if D passes by, will divorce itself from C and unite itself to D. Such compounds of a compound are still more complex in their forms, and more varied in their minds. Water, which is composed of two gases, oxygen and hydrogen, when hot becomes a vapour, when cold becomes a crystal. In the latter case it displays a structural capacity. Crystals assume particular forms according to the substances of which they are composed. They may be classed into species, and if their forms are injured by accident, they have the power of repairing their structure by imbibing matter from without. A live form is the result of matter subjected to certain complex forces, the chief of which is the chemical power of the sun. It is continually being injured by the wear and tear of its own activity. It is continually darning and stitching its own life. After a certain period of time it loses its self-mending power, and consequently dies. The crystal grows from without by simple accretions or putting on of coats. The plant or animal grows and regrows from within by means of a chemical operation. Moreover, the crystal is merely an individual. The plant or animal is the member of a vast community. Before it dies, and usually as it dies, it produces a repetition of itself. The mental forces which inhabit the primeval jelly dot are more complex than those which inhabit the crystal. But those of the crystal are more complex than those of a gas, and those of a gas than those of the true elementary atoms which know only two forces, attraction and repulsion, the primeval pull and push, which lie at the basis of all nature's operations. The absorption of food and the repetition of form in the animal are not at first to be distinguished from that chemical process which is termed growth. Then from this principle of growth, the root of the human flower, two separated instincts like twin seed leaves arise. The first is the propensity to preserve self-life by seeking food. From this instinct of self-preservation our intellectual faculties have been derived. The second is the propensity to preserve the life of the species, and from this instinct of reproduction our moral faculties have been derived. The animal at first absorbs its food and unites with its mate as blindly and as helplessly as the crystal shapes itself into its proper form, as oxygen combines with hydrogen, or as ships roll towards each other in a calm. How then can a line be drawn between the inorganic and the organic, the lifeless and the alive? The cell that vibrates in the water and the crystal that forms in the frost are each the result of certain forces, over which they have no control. But as the body of the animal is developed in complexity by the action of complex forces, certain grey lumps of matter make their appearance within its structure, and out of these rises a spirit which introduces the animal to himself, which makes him conscious of his own existence. He becomes aware that he is alive, that he has an appetite, and that other animals have an appetite for him. His mind, though feeble and contracted, is improved by experience. He devises stratagems to avoid his enemies, or to seize his prey. At certain seasons he becomes conscious of his desire for a mate, and that which with his ancestors was a blind tendency, an inherited part of growth, becomes with him a passion brightened by intelligence. It is usually supposed that the transition of an ape-like animal into man is the most remarkable event in the history of animated forms. But this idea arises from human vanity and ignorance. The most remarkable event, after the origin of life, is certainly that to which we now allude, the first glimmering of consciousness and reason. Yet even here we can draw no dividing line. The animal becomes conscious that he desires food, and, at certain periods, a mate. But the desires themselves are not new. They existed, and they ruled him long before. When developed to a certain point, he begins to take notice, as the nurses say, but his nature remains the same. However, this intelligence becomes in time itself a force, and gradually obtains, to some extent, the faculty of directing the forces by which the animal was once despotically ruled. By an effort of the human brain, for example, the reproductive force, or tendency, or instinct can be obliterated and suppressed. What we have to say, then, respecting the origin of our early ancestors is this: that when matter was subjected to a complicated play of forces, chief among which was solar influence, plants and animals came into life; and that when animals were subjected to an ever-increasing variety of forces, they became varied in their structure; and that when their structure had attained a certain measure of variety, they became conscious of their own existence; and that then nature endowed them with the faculty of preserving their lives and that of their species by means of their own conscious efforts. Next, it will be shown that the successful competitors in the struggle for existence not only obtained the food and females for which they strove, but also, by means of the efforts which they made in order to obtain them, raised themselves unconsciously in the animated scale. And lastly, we shall find that men who, in the savage state, are little better than the brutes, their lives being absorbed in the business of self-preservation and reproduction, are now in the civilized condition becoming conscious of the scheme of nature, and are beginning to assist her by the methodical improvement of their mental powers. The lower animals have a hard matter to earn their daily bread, and to preserve their children from starvation, and with them the course of true love does not by any means run smooth. Since only a few can succeed in the scramble for food, and not all can obtain mates, for polygamy frequently prevails, it follows, as a matter of necessity, that those animals which are the strongest, the swiftest, and the most intelligent will survive and leave offspring, and by the continued survival of the fittest, the animated world improves from generation to generation, and rises in the scale. So far as strength and swiftness are concerned, limits are placed upon improvement. But there are no limits to the improvement of intelligence. We find in the lower kingdom muscular power in its perfection. But the brain is always imperfect, always young, always growing, always capable of being developed. In writing the history of animal progress, we must therefore concentrate our attention upon the brain, and we shall find that the development of that organ is in great measure due to the influence of the affections. Whether nature has placed pain at the portals of love throughout the animal kingdom, as she has at the portals of maternity, or whatever may be the cause, it is certain that the female flees from the male at the courting season, and that he captures her by means of his strength, swiftness, dexterity, or cunning, in the same manner as he obtains his prey. He is also obliged to fight duels in order to possess or to retain her, and thus his courage is developed. But at a later period in animal life a more peaceable kind of courtship comes into vogue. The females become queens. They select their husbands from a crowd of admirers, who strive to please them with their colours, their perfumes, or their music. The cavaliers, adorned in their bright wedding suits, which they wear only at the love-making season, display themselves before the dames. Others serenade them with vocal song, or by means of an apparatus fitted to the limbs, which corresponds to instrumental music. Rival troubadours will sing before their lady, as she sits in her leafy bower, till one of them is compelled to yield from sheer exhaustion, and a feathered hero has been known to sing till he dropped down dead. At this period sexual timidity becomes a delicious coyness, which arouses the ardour of the male. Thus love is born. It is brought forth by the association of ideas. The desire of an animal to satisfy a want grows into an affection beyond and independent of the want. In the same manner, the love of the young for its parents grows out of its liking for the food which the parents supply, and the love of parents for the young, though more obscure, may perhaps also be explained by association. The mother, no doubt, believes the offspring to be part of herself, as it was in fact but a short time before, and thus feels for it a kind of self-love. The affection of the offspring for the parents, and of parents for the offspring, and of spouses for each other, at first endures only for a season. But when the intelligence of the animals has risen to a certain point, their powers of memory are improved. They recognize their parents, their spouses, their young, long after the business of the nest is over, and consort together to renew their caresses and endearments. In this manner the flock is formed. It is based upon domestic love. And soon experience teaches them the advantages of union. They are the better able when in flocks to obtain food, and to defend themselves against their foes. They accordingly dwell together, and by means of their social habits their intelligence is quickened, their affections are enlarged. The members of animal societies possess in a marvellous degree the power of cooperation, the sentiment of fidelity to the herd. By briefly describing what the lower animals do, and what they feel, we shall show that they possess, in a dispersed and elementary condition, all the materials of which human nature is composed. End of section 38. Section 39 of the Martyrdom of Man by Winwood READE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Intellect. Part 3. In their communities there is sometimes a regular form of government and a division into castes. They have their monarch, their labourers and soldiers, who are sterile females like the Amazons of Dahomey. They have slaves which they capture by means of military expeditions, attacking the villages of their victims and carrying off the prisoners in their mouths. They afterwards make the slaves carry them. They have domestic animals which they milk. They form alliances with animals of a foreign species or nationality, and admit them into the community when it can be profited thereby. They build houses or towns which are ingeniously constructed, and which, in proportion to the size of the architects, are greater than the pyramids. They have clubhouses or salons, which they decorate with flowers and bright shells. They march in regular order. When they feed, they post sentries, which utter alert cries from time to time, just as our sentries cry, All's well. They combine to execute punishment, expelling or killing an ill-conducted member of the tribe. As among savages, the sick and the weakly are usually killed, though sometimes they are kept alive by alms, even the blind being fed by charitable persons. They labour incessantly for the welfare of the community. They bear one another's burdens. They fight with indomitable courage for the fatherland, and endeavour to rescue a comrade even against overwhelming odds. The domestic virtues are strong among them. Their conjugal love is often intense and pure. Spouses have been known to pine to death when parted from each other. But if they have human virtues, they have also human vices. Conjugal infidelity is known among them, and some animals appear to be profligate by nature. They are exceedingly jealous. They sport, and gamble, and frisk, and caress, and kiss each other, putting mouth to mouth. They shed tears. They utter musical sounds in tune. They are cleanly in their persons. They are ostentatious and vain, proud of their personal appearance, bestowing much time upon their toilet. They meditate and execute revenge, keeping in memory those who have offended them. They dream. They are capable of reflection and selection. They deliberate between two opposite desires. They are inquisitive, and often fall victims to their passion for investigating every object which they have not seen before. They profit by experience. They die wiser than they were born, and though their stock of knowledge in great measure dies with them, their young ones acquire some of it by means of inheritance and imitation. These remarkable mental powers were acquired by the lower animals partly through the struggle to obtain food, which sharpened their intelligence, and partly through the struggle to obtain the favours of the females, which developed their affections. In all cases progress resulted from necessity. Races change only that they may not die. They are developed, so to speak, in self-defence. They have no inherent tendency to rise in the organic scale, as plants grow to their flower, as animals grow to their prime. They have, however, a capacity for progress, and that is called forth by circumstances acting upon them from without. The law of growth in the lower kingdom is this, that all progress is preceded by calamity, that all improvement is based upon defect. This law affords us the clue to a phenomenon which at first is difficult to understand. That animal which has triumphed over all the rest was exceedingly defective in its physique. The race has not been to the swift, nor the battle to the strong. But the very defects of that animal's body made it exclusively rely upon its mind. And when the struggle for life became severe, the mind was improved by natural selection, and the animal was slowly developed into man. Our ape-like ancestors were not unlike the existing gorilla, chimpanzee, and orangutan. They lived in large herds and were prolific. Polygamy was in vogue, and at the courting season love duels were fought among the males. They chiefly inhabited the ground, but ascended the trees in search of fruit, and also built platforms of sticks and leaves, on which the females were confined, and which were occasionally used as sleeping places, just as birds sometimes roost in old nests. These animals went on all fours, rising to the upright posture now and then, in order to see some object at a distance, but supporting that posture with difficulty, holding on to a branch with one hand. They were slow in their movements. Their body was almost naked, so scantily was it clothed with hair. The males had but poorly developed tusks, or canine teeth. The ears were flattened from disuse, and had no longer the power of being raised. The tail, as in all great apes, had disappeared beneath the skin. This defenceless structure resulted from the favourable conditions under which, during many ages, these animals had lived. They inhabited a warm tropical land. They had few enemies and abundant food. Their physical powers had become enfeebled by disuse. But nothing is ever lost in nature. What had become of the force which had once been expended on agility and strength? It had passed into the brain. The chimpanzee is not so large a creature or so strong as the gorilla, but as I was informed by the natives in that country where the two species exist together, the chimpanzee is the more intelligent of the two. In the same manner, our ape-like ancestors were inferior to the chimpanzee in strength and activity, and its superior in mental powers. All gregarious animals have a language, by means of which they communicate with one another. Sometimes their language is that of touch. Cut off the antennae of the ant, and it is dumb. With most animals the language is that of vocal sound, and its varied intonations of anger, joy, or grief may be distinguished even by the human ear. Animals have also their alarm cries, their love calls, and sweet murmuring, plaintive sounds, which are uttered only by mothers as they fondle and nurse their young. The language of our progenitors consisted of vocal sounds and also movements of the hands. The activity of mind and social affection developed in these animals through the law of compensation made them fond of babbling and gesturing to one another, and thus their language was already of a complicated nature, when events occurred which developed it still more. Owing to causes remotely dependent on geological revolutions, dark days fell upon these creatures. Food became scanty, enemies surrounded them. The continual presence of danger, the habit of incessant combat, drew them more closely together. Their defects of activity and strength made them rely on one another for protection. Nothing now but their unexampled power of combination could save their lives. This power of combination was entirely dependent upon their language, which was developed and improved until, at length, it passed into a new stage. The first stage of language is that of intonation, in which the ideas are arranged on a chromatic scale. We still use this language in conversing with our dogs, who perfectly understand the difference between the curses, not loud but deep, which are vented on their heads, and the caressing sounds which are usually uttered in falsetto, while we understand the growl, the whine, and the excited yelp of joy. The new stage of language was that of imitation. Impelled partly by necessity, partly by social love, combined with mental activity, these animals began to notify events to one another by imitative sounds, gestures, and grimaces. For instance, when they wished to indicate the neighbourhood of a wild beast, they gave a low growl. They pointed in a certain direction. They shaped their features to resemble his. They crawled stealthily along with their belly crouched to the ground. To imitate water, they bubbled with their mouths. They grubbed with their hands and pretended to eat, to show that they had discovered roots. The pleasure and profit obtained from thus communicating their ideas to one another led them to invent conversation. Language passed into its third stage, the conventional or artificial. Certain objects were pointed out, and certain sounds were uttered, and it was agreed that those sounds should always signify the objects named. At first, this conventional language consisted only of substantives. Each word signified an object, and was a sentence in itself. Afterwards, adjectives and verbs were introduced, and lastly words, which had at first been used for physical objects, were applied to the nomenclature of ideas. Combination is a method of resistance. Language is the instrument of combination. Language, therefore, may be considered the first weapon of our species, and was improved, as all weapons would be, by that long, never-ceasing war, the battle of existence. Our second weapon was the hand. With monkeys, the hand is used as a foot, and the foot is used as a hand. But when the hand began to be used for throwing missiles, it was specialised more, and feet were required to do all the work of locomotion. This separation of the foot and hand is the last instance of the physiological division of labour, and when it was effected, the human frame became complete. The erect posture was assumed. That it is modern and unnatural is shown by the difficulty with which it is maintained for any length of time. The centre of gravity being thus shifted, certain alterations were produced in the physical appearance of the species. Since that time, however, the human body has been but slightly changed, the distinctions which exist between the races of men being unimportant and external. Such as they are, they have been produced by differences of climate and food acting indirectly upon the races throughout geological periods, and it is also possible that these distinctions of hair and skin were chiefly acquired at a time when man's intelligence, being imperfectly developed, his physical organisation was more easily moulded by external conditions than was afterwards the case. For while with the lower animals the conditions by which they are surrounded can produce alterations throughout their whole structure, or in any part, with men they can produce an alteration only in the brain. For instance, a quadruped inhabits a region which, owing to geological changes, is gradually assuming an arctic character. In the course of some hundreds or thousands of centuries, the species puts on a coat of warm fur, which is either white in colour or which turns white at the snowy period of the year. But when man is exposed to similar conditions, he builds a warm house and kills certain animals that he may wear their skins. By these means he evades the changed conditions so far as his general structure is concerned. But his brain has been indirectly altered by the climate. Courage, industry, and ingenuity have been called forth by the struggle for existence. The brain is thereby enlarged, and the face assumes a more intelligent expression. Of such episodes the ancient history of man was composed. He was ever contending with the forces of nature, with the wild beasts of the forest, and with the members of his own species outside his clan. In that long and varied struggle his intelligence was developed. His first invention, as might be supposed, was an improvement in the art of murder. The lower animals sharpen their claws and whet their tusks. It was merely an extension of this instinct which taught the primeval men to give point and edge to their sticks and stones, and out of this first invention the first great discovery was made. While men were patiently rubbing sticks to point them into arrows, a spark leapt forth and ignited the wood dust which had been scraped from the sticks. Thus fire was found. By a series of accidents its uses were revealed. Its possessors cooked their food, and so were improved in health and vigour both of body and of mind. They altered the face of nature by burning down forests. By burning the withered grass they favoured the growth of the young crop, and thus attracted, in the prairie lands, thousands of wild animals to their fresh green pastures. With the assistance of fire they felled trees and hollowed logs into canoes. They hardened the points of stakes in the embers, and with their new weapons were able to attack the mammoth, thrusting their spears through his colossal throat. They made pots. They employed their new servant in agriculture and in metallurgy. They used it also as a weapon. They shot flaming arrows or hurled fiery javelins against the foe. Above all, they prepared, by means of fire, the vegetable poison which they discovered in the woods. And this invention must have created a revolution in the art of ancient war. There is a custom in East Africa for the king to send fire to his vassals, who extinguish all fires on their hearths and relight them from the brand which the envoy brings. It is possible that this may be a relic of tribe subjection to the original fire tribe. It is certain that the discovery of fire would give the tribes which possessed it an immense advantage over all the others. War was continually being waged among the primeval men, and tribes were continually driven, by battle or hunger, to seek new lands. As hunters they required vast areas on which to live, and so were speedily dispersed over the whole surface of the globe, and adopted various habits and vocations according to the localities in which they dwelt. But they took with them, from their common home, the elements of those pursuits. The first period of human history may be entitled Forest Life. The forest was the womb of our species, as the ocean was that of all our kind. In the dusky twilight of the primeval woods the nations were obscurely born. While men were yet in the hunting stage, while they were yet mere animals of prey, they made those discoveries by means of which they were afterwards formed into three great families: the pastoral, the maritime, and the agricultural. When a female animal is killed, the young one, fearing to be alone, often follows the hunter home. It is tamed for sport, and when it is discovered that animals can be made useful, domestication is methodically pursued. While men were yet in the forest, they tamed only the dog to assist them in hunting, and perhaps the fowl as an article of food. But when certain tribes, driven by enemies or by starvation from their old haunts, entered the prairie land, clad in skins or bark cloth, taking with them their fire sticks and perhaps some blacksmith's tools, they adopted breeding as their chief pursuit, and subdued to their service the buffalo, the sheep, the goat, the camel, the horse, and the ass. At first these animals were merely used as meat. Next their milk-giving powers were developed, and so a daily food was obtained without killing the animal itself. Then they were broken in to carry burdens, to assist their masters in the chase and in war, and clothes and houses were manufactured from their skins. The forest tribes who settled on the banks of rivers learned to swim and to make nets, fish traps, rafts, and canoes. When they migrated, they followed the river, and so were carried to the sea. Then the ocean became their fish pond. They learned to build large canoes, with mast and matting sails. They followed the fish far away, lost the land at night or in a storm, discovered new shores, returned home, and again set out as colonists, with their wives and families, to the lands which they had found. By such means the various tribes were dispersed beyond the seas. Thirdly, when the tribes were in the forest condition, they lived partly upon roots and berries, partly upon game. The men hunted, and the women collected the vegetable food, upon which they subsisted exclusively during the absence of their husbands. When the habitations of a clan were fixed, it often happened that the supply of edible plants in the neighbourhood would be exhausted, and starvation suggested the idea of sowing and transplanting. Agriculture was probably a female invention. It was certainly at first a female occupation. The bush was burned down to clear a place for the crop, and the women, being too idle to remove the ashes from the soil, cast the seed upon them. The ashes acting as manure, garden varieties of the eating plants appeared. Among the pastoral people the seed-bearing grasses were also cultivated into long-grained corn. But as long as the tribes could migrate from one region to another, agriculture was merely a secondary occupation, and was left, for the most part, in female hands. It was when a tribe was imprisoned in a valley, with mountains or deserts all around, that agriculture became their main pursuit, as breeding was that of the shepherd wanderers and fishing that of the people on the shore. The pastoral tribes had a surplus supply of meat, milk, wool, and the rude products of the ancient loom. The marine tribes had salt and smoked fish. The agricultural tribes had garden roots and grain. Here, then, a division of labour had arisen among the tribes, and if only they could be blended together, a complete nation would be formed. But the butcher tribes, the fishmonger tribes, and the baker tribes lived apart from one another. They were timid, ferocious, and distrustful. Their languages were entirely distinct. They did not dare to communicate with one another, except to carry on dumb barter, as it is called. A certain tribe, for example, who desired salt, approached the frontier of the sea-coast people, lighted a fire as a signal, and laid down some meat or flour. They then retired. The coast tribe came up, laid down salt, and also retired. The meat or flour tribe again went to the spot, and if the salt was sufficient, they took it away; if not, they left it untouched to indicate that they required more, and so they chaffered a considerable time, each bid consisting of a promenade. End of section 39. Section 40 of the Martyrdom of Man by Winwood Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Intellect. Part 4. It is evident that such a system of trade might go on for ages without the respective tribes becoming better acquainted with each other. It is only by means of war and of religion that the tribes can be compressed into the nation. The shepherd tribes had a natural aptitude for war. They lived almost entirely on horseback. They attacked wild beasts in hand-to-hand conflict on the open plain, and they often fought with one another for a pasture or a well. They were attracted by the crops of the agricultural people, whom they conquered with facility. Usually they preferred their roaming life, and merely exacted a tribute of corn. But sometimes a people worsted in war, exiled from their pastures, wandering homeless through the sandy deserts, discovered a fruitful river plain, in which they settled down, giving up their nomad habits, but keeping their flocks and herds. They reduced the aborigines to slavery, made some of them labourers in the fields, others were appointed to tend the flocks, others were sent to the river or the coast to fish, others were taught the arts of the distaff and the loom, others were made to work as carpenters and smiths. The wives of the shepherd conquerors were no longer obliged to milk the cows and camels and to weave clothes and tents. They became ladies and were attended by domestic slaves. Their husbands became either military nobles or learned priests. The commander-in-chief or the patriarch became the king. Foreign wars led to foreign commerce, and the priest developed the resources of the country. The simple fabrics of the old tent life were refined in texture and beautified with dyes. The potter's clay was converted into fine porcelain and glass. The blacksmith's shop became a manufactory of ornamented arms. Ingenious machines were devised for the irrigation of the soil. The arts and sciences were adopted by the government and employed in the service of the state. Here, then, we have a nation manufactured entirely by means of war. Religion is afterwards useful as a means of keeping the conquered people in subjection, but in this case it plays only a secondary part. In another class of nationalities, however, religion operates as the prime agent. When the human herd first wandered through the gloomy and gigantic forest, sleeping on reed platforms in the trees, or burrowing in holes, there was no government but that of force. The strongest man was the leader, and ceased to be the leader when he ceased to be the strongest. But as the minds of men became developed, the ruler was elected by the members of the clan, who combined to depose him if he exceeded his rightful powers. And chiefs were chosen not only for their strength, but also sometimes for their beauty, and sometimes on account of their intelligence. These chiefs possessed but little power; they merely expressed and executed the voice of the majority. But when it was believed that the soul was immortal, or, in other words, that there were ghosts, when it was believed that the bodies of men were merely garments, and that the true inmates were spirits, whom death stripped bare of flesh and blood, but whom death was powerless to kill, when it was believed that these souls, or ghosts, dwelt among the graves, haunted their old homes, hovered round the scenes in which they had passed their lives, and even took a part in human affairs, a theory arose that the ghost of the departed chief was still the ruler of the clan, and that in his spiritual state he could inflict terrible punishments on those by whom he was offended, and could also bestow upon them good fortune in hunting, in harvests, and in war. So then homage and gifts were rendered to him at his grave. A child of his house became the master of the clan, and professed to receive the commands of the deceased. For the first time the chiefs were able to exercise power without employing force. But this power had also its limits. In the first place, the chief feared he would be punished by the ghost if he injured the people over whom he ruled, and there were always prophets or seers who could see visions and dream dreams when the mind of the people was excited against the chief. By means, therefore, of religion, which at first consisted only in the fear of ghosts, the government of the clan was improved. Savage liberty or licence was restrained. The young trembled before the old, whom previously they had eaten as soon as they were useless. Religion was also of service in uniting separated clans. In the forest food was scanty. As soon as a clan expanded, it was forced to divide, and the separated part pursued an orbit of its own. Savage dialects change almost day by day. The old people can always speak a language which their grandchildren do not understand. And so, in the course of a single generation, the two clans become foreigners and foes to one another. But when ghost worship had been established, the members of the divided clans resorted to the holy graves at certain seasons of the year, to unite with the members of the parent clan in sacrificing to the ancestral shades. The season of the pilgrimage was made a truce of God. A fair was held, at which trade and competitive amusements were carried on. Yet still the clans or tribes had little connection with one another, excepting at that single period of the year. It was for war to continue the work which religion had begun. Sometimes the tribes uniting invaded a foreign country and founded an empire of the kind which has already been described. Then the army became a nation and the camp a town. In other cases the tribes, being weaker than their neighbours, were compelled, for their mutual protection, to draw together into towns, and to fortify themselves with walls. In its original condition the town was a federation. Each family was a little kingdom in itself, inhabiting a fortified cluster of dwellings, having its own domestic religion, governed by its own laws. The paterfamilias was king and priest. He could put to death any member of his family. There was little distinction between the wives, the sons, and the daughters on the one hand, and the slaves, the oxen, and the sheep on the other. These family fathers assembled in council, and passed laws for their mutual convenience and protection. Yet these laws were not national. They resembled treaties between foreign states, and two houses would frequently go to war and fight pitched battles in the streets without any interference from the commonwealth at large. If the town progressed in power and intelligence, the advantages of centralisation were perceived by all. The fathers were induced to emancipate their children, and to delegate their royal power to a senate or a king. Each man was responsible for his own actions and for them alone. Individualism was established. This important revolution, which, as we have elsewhere shown, tends to produce the religious theory of rewards and punishments in a future state, was itself in part produced by the influence and teaching of the priests. Besides the worship of the ancestral shades, the ancient people adored the great deities of nature who governed the woods and the waters, the earth and the sky. When men died, it was supposed that they had been killed by the gods. It was therefore believed that those who lived to a good old age were special favourites of the divine beings. Many people asked them by what means they had obtained the good graces of the gods. With savages nothing is done gratis. The old men were paid for their advice, and in course of time the oracle system was established. The old men consulted the gods. They at first advised, they next commanded what gifts should be offered on the altar. They collected taxes, they issued orders on the divine behalf. In the city of federated families, the priests formed a sect entirely apart. They belonged not to this house or to that house, but to all. It was to their interest that the families should be at peace, that a national religion should be established, that the household gods, or ancestral ghosts, should be degraded, that the despotism of the hearth should be destroyed. They acted as peacemakers and arbitrators of disputes. They united the tribes in the national sacrifice and the solemn dance. They preached the power and grandeur of the gods. They became the tutors of the people. They rendered splendid service to mankind. We are accustomed to look only at the dark side of those ancient faiths, their frivolous and sanguinary laws, their abominable offerings, their grotesque rites. Yet even the pure and lofty religions of Confucius and Zoroaster, of Moses and Jesus and Mohammed, of the Brahmins and the Buddhists, have not done so much for man as those barbarous religions of the early days. They established a tyranny, and tyranny was useful in the childhood of mankind. The chiefs could only enact those laws which were indispensable for the life of the community. But the priests were supposed to utter the commands of invisible beings, whose strange tempers could clearly be read in the violent outbreaks and changing aspects of the sky. The more irrational the laws of the priests appeared, the more evident it was that they were not of man. Terror generated piety. Wild savages were tamed into obedience. They became the slaves of the unseen. They humbled themselves before the priests and implicitly followed their commands that they might escape sickness, calamity, and sudden death. Their minds were subjected to a useful discipline. They acquired the habit of self-denial, which, like all habits, can become a pleasure to the mind, and can be transmitted as a tendency or instinct from generation to generation. They were ordered to abstain from certain kinds of food, to abstain from fishing and working in the fields on days sacred to the god of the waters and the earth. They were taught to give with generosity, not only in fear, but also in thanksgiving. Even the human sacrifices which they made were sometimes acts of filial piety and of tender love. They gave up the slaves whom they valued most to attend their fathers to the underworld, or sent their souls as presents to the gods. But the chief benefit which religion ever conferred upon mankind, whether in ancient or in modern times, was undoubtedly the oath. The priests taught that if a promise was made in the name of the gods, and that promise was broken, the gods would kill those who took their name in vain. Such is the true meaning of the third commandment. Before that time, treaties of peace and contracts of every kind in which mutual confidence was required could only be effected by the interchange of hostages. But now, by means of this purely theological device, a verbal form became itself a sacred pledge. Men could at all times confide in one another, and foreign tribes met freely together beneath the shelter of this useful superstition which yet survives in our courts of law. In those days, however, the oath required no law of perjury to sustain its terrors. As Xenophon wrote, "He who breaks an oath defies the gods," and it was believed that the gods never failed, sooner or later, to take their revenge. The priests, in order to increase their power, studied the properties of plants, the movements of the stars. They cultivated music and the imitative arts. Reserving their knowledge to their own caste, they soon surpassed in mental capacity the people whom they ruled. And being more intelligent, they became also more moral, for the conscience is an organ of the mind. It is strengthened and refined by the education of the intellect. They learned from nature that there is unity in all her parts. Hence they believed that one god or man-like being had made the heavens and the earth. At first this god was a despotic tithe-taker like themselves, but as their own minds became more noble and more pure, as they began to feel towards the people a sentiment of paternity and love, so God, the reflected image of their minds, rose into a majestic and benignant being, and this idea reacted on their minds, as the imagination of the artist is inspired by the masterpiece which he himself has wrought. And as the Venus of Milo and the Apollo Belvedere have been endowed by man with a beauty more exquisite than can be found on earth, a beauty that may well be termed divine, So the god who is worshipped by elevated minds is a mental form endowed with power, love, and virtue in perfection. The Venus and the Apollo are ideals of the body. God is an ideal of the mind. Both are made by men. Both are superhuman in their beauty. Both are human in their form. To worship the image made of stone is to worship the work of the human hand. To worship the image made of ideas is to worship the work of the human brain. God worship, therefore, is idolatry. But in the early stages of mankind, how fruitful of good was that error! How ennobling was that chimera of the brain! For when the priests had sufficiently progressed in the wisdom of morality to discover that men should act to others as they would have others act to them, that they should never do in thought what they would not do in deed, then these priests, the shepherds of the people, desired to punish those who did evil and to reward those who did good to their fellow men, and thus, always transferring their ideas from the imaginary being whom they had created, and whom they adored, they believed and they taught that God punished the guilty, that God rewarded the good. And when they perceived that men are not requited in this world according to their deeds, they believed and they taught that this brief life is merely a preparation for another world, that the souls or ghosts will be condemned to eternal misery or exalted to everlasting bliss, according to the lives which they have led within the garment of the flesh. This belief, though not less erroneous than that on which the terrors of the oath were based, this belief, though not less a delusion than the faith in ghosts, of which, in fact, it is merely an extension, this belief, though it will some day become pernicious to intellectual and moral life, and has already plundered mankind of thousands and thousands of valuable minds, exiling earnest and ardent beings from the mainstream of humanity, entombing them in hermitage or cell, teaching them to despise the gifts of the intellect which nature has bestowed, teaching them to waste the precious years in barren contemplations and in selfish prayers, this belief has yet undoubtedly assisted the progress of the human race. In ancient life it exalted the imagination, it purified the heart, it encouraged to virtue, it deterred from crime. At the present day a tender sympathy for the unfortunate, a jealous care for the principles of freedom, a severe public opinion, and a law difficult to escape are the safeguards of society, but there have been periods in the history of man when the fear of hell was the only restriction on the pleasure of the rulers, when the hope of heaven was the only consolation in the misery of the ruled. The doctrine of rewards and punishments in a future state is comparatively modern. The authors of the Iliad, the authors of the Pentateuch, had no conception of a heaven or a hell. They knew only Hades or Sheol, where men dwelt as shadows, without pain, without joy, where the wicked ceased from troubling and the weary were at rest. The sublime conception of a single God was slowly and painfully attained by a few civilized people in ancient times. The idea that God is a being of virtue and of love has not been attained even in the present day except by a cultivated few. Such is the frailty of the human heart that men, even when they strive to imagine a perfect being, stain him with their passions and raise up an idol which is defective as a moral form. The God of this country is called a God of love, but it is said that he punishes the crimes and even the errors of a short and troubled life with torture which will have no end. It is not even a man which theologians create, for no man is quite without pity. No man, however cruel he might be, could bear to gaze for ever on the horrors of the fire and the rack. No man could listen for ever to voices shrieking with pain and ever crying out for mercy and forgiveness. And if such is the character of the Christian God, if such is the idea which is worshipped by compassionate and cultivated men, what are we to expect in a barbarous age? The God of Job was a sultan of the skies, who, for a kind of wager, allowed a faithful servant to be tortured, like that man who performed vivisection on a favourite dog which licked his hand throughout the operation. The Jehovah of the Pentateuch was a murderer and bandit. He rejoiced in offerings of human flesh. The gods of Homer were lascivious and depraved. The gods of savages are merely savage chiefs. God, therefore, is an image of the mind, and that image is ennobled and purified from generation to generation, as the mind becomes more noble and more pure. Europeans believe in eternal punishment, partly because it has been taught them in their childhood, and because they have never considered what it means; partly because their imaginations are sluggish, and they are unable to realise its cruelty; and partly also, it must be feared, because they have still the spirit of revenge and persecution in their hearts. The author of Job created God in the image of an Oriental king, and in the East it is believed that all men by nature belong to the king, and that he can do no wrong. The Bedouins of the desert abhorred incontinence as a deadly sin, but brigandage and murder were not by them considered crimes. In the Homeric period piracy was a profession, and vices were the customs of the land. The character of a god is that of the people who have made him. When, therefore, I expose the crimes of Jehovah, I expose the defective morality of Israel, and when I criticise the God of modern Europe, I criticise the defective intellects of Europeans. The reader must endeavour to bear this in mind, for though he may think that his idea of the Creator is actually the Creator, that belief is not shared by me. End of section 40.